race your day. Race your daydreams. Where the beat at your feet starts your pulse racing. Where your split-second gear changes create a slowing of time. The all-new rally-bred GR Yaris. Race your heartbeat.
When was the last time you came out to play? Had a fun night out? Or had a vacation out of town? Good news! With a Toyota, you don't have to worry about a thing. With innovative services, reliable vehicles, and thoughtful technologies, it's easier to brave the new world with confidence. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
It feels good to drive. That's everything. That is the essence of the Supra.
The history of Supra development is the pursuit of driving pleasure, created by the relationship between driver and car. The history begins in 1978. Torque that builds according to throttle input and smooth, powerful acceleration. Linear cornering meets steering input, the joy of control.
heightened and sophisticated ability to perform as envisioned under any situation. Sense the feedback and control the car at will. It's as if driver and car become one. The car that's pursued driving pleasure now pushes the relationship between driver and car even further. The Supra has continued to master driving pleasure and now looks to deepen the relationship between driver and car even more.
It's not about numbers. It's the pleasure of becoming one with the car. That's what we're pursuing. That's the most important part of the new Supra development.
The G's, tire grip, wind, and road conditions changing by the second. The feeling of driving with your senses. Vehicle response that awakens the driving spirit. Numbers are one thing. Feeling is what matters. A car where driver and car resonate towards a world defined by driving pleasure.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Race your day. Race your daydreams. Where the beat at your feet starts your pulse racing. Where your split-second gear changes create a slowing of time. The all-new rally-bred GR Yaris. Race your heartbeat.
When was the last time you came out to play? Had a fun night out? Or had a vacation out of town? Good news! With a Toyota, you don't have to worry about a thing. With innovative services, reliable vehicles, and thoughtful technologies, it's easier to brave the new world with confidence.
Take it easy. It's a Toyota.
Toyota Sure Advantage.
Vios subscribers, please bring out your car to the pre-grid area or to the main grid area. Again, Vios Cup drivers, please bring your car.
This is how easy you feel feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With readily available Toyota genuine parts, highly trained technicians, and 1-hour express maintenance, it's easy to relax and have more time for yourself. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With an array of financing packages, dependable auto insurance, plus great resale value when it's time for you to trade in. It's easy to get great value for your car. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy it feels with Toyota Sure Advantage. All Toyota cars are made with the utmost attention to quality, which makes Toyotas not only durable, but also reliable. Safe to say, it's easy to make your car last for generations. Take it easy, it's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being. Your doubts, your fears, your limits. Against the very nature of things. Against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With readily available Toyota genuine parts, highly trained technicians, and 1-hour express maintenance, it's easy to relax and have more time for yourself. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With an array of financing packages, dependable auto insurance, plus great resale value when it's time for you to trade in. It's easy to get great value for your car. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Shore Advantage.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Shore Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Shore Advantage.
Good morning and welcome to the second leg of Toyota Motor Philippines' premier motorsports program, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. And now let's all welcome your hosts, James Deacon and Aubrey Miles.
Morning, everyone, and welcome back to Clark International Speedway. Welcome to the second leg of the Toyota Motor Philippines premier motorsports program, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. Woohoo! Wherever you're watching us from, I'm James Deacon, talking to you through the entire program, and I'm excited, super excited to introduce my co-host today. We're going to have miles and miles of fun with a lady driver herself, Aubrey Miles.
Thank you. Good morning, James. Excited will be too much of an understatement for me, but yes, I'm exhilarated to be back on track. Quite a different view from where we are seated, but thank you for having me here, Toyota Motor Philippines. This, for me, is already one for the books. But more importantly, in behalf of all the fans out there, thank you so very much, Toyota Motor Philippines, for bringing the excitement of racing closer to us through this live online stream. Now more fans can actually enjoy this event wherever they are in the world.
I couldn't agree with you any more there, Aubrey, because this is fantastic news. The ongoing effort of Toyota Motor Philippines somehow, well, it just gives me a pat on the back that life does end up going on even despite a global pandemic. There are ways. Okay, I know that's somebody else's tagline, but there are definitely ways to be able to bring the excitement gear shift per gear shift straight to your home through your smartphone, your laptop, your smart TV, whatever. We're making sure that you miss nothing, in other words. Now, I'm pretty sure that you watched the first leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021, but for those who just got on board, this should bring you up to speed.
Buckle up, boys and girls, and get ready for leg 2 of the Vios Cup this October 16. But first, let's check out what happened in race number 1. Ooh, it's going to take a lot more than the global pandemic to stop Toyota from doing what they do best, which is launching great cars and building excitement around their brand. And this Toyota GR Yaris was the star of the show. All eyes were in this car. Well, that was until, of course, the 5 lights went out and then they all started racing. In race number 1, it was Julia de Los Angeles Girl Power who was able to get 3rd spot, followed by Giro Garbes from Toyota San Fernando, and top spot, another girl, Toyota Isabella's Myla Olivia. And then, of course, in the sporting class, which is how we divide the different classes so that there is a stepping stone for the drivers in terms of skill set. They have somewhere to graduate to. And next up, it's sporting class. Race number 1, it was Joaquin Garrido for the Avengers Racing Team in 3rd spot, Julian Tang for Toyota Marilao in 2nd, and Inigo, young gun, Anton, that's what we call him. It's not an official name, but this kid is a rising star, at least in the Vios Cup. Watch out for him because he's been racing since he was about 8 years old, and now he is getting some serious recognition. Shouldn't surprise anyone, his dad is Carlos Anton. But in race number 1 for Super Sporting Class, it was Red Diva for Toyota Isabela, followed by Gerard Loy from Toyota Dagupan in 2nd spot, and Estefano Rivera returns to the top spot of the podium for Toyota Balintawak. Great way to start off this new 2021 season of the Vios Cup. Good job, Estefano. Moving on into the race number 2. The results come in with OTR's racing teams. Jason Lau in 3rd place, followed by Myla Olivia, another podium for her. Isabella must be very happy. And then, check this out. He started out in the celebrity class, graduated into the open track with all the real racers in the promotional class. It's Troy Montero, and he took the top spot. Good job, Troy. And now we move on to the sporting class. Race number 2 was Inigo Anton in 3rd spot, continuing his podium trend. Then it's Joaquin Garrido in 2nd place with the Avengers Racing Team. And check it out, Julian Tang. It is Toyota Marilao's 1st spot, and they're building a lot of momentum. Estefano Rivera from Toyota Balintawak was 3rd place in race number 2, super sporting class, followed by Red DY in 2nd spot for Toyota Isabela, and then Jared Loy building some serious momentum for Toyota Dagupan and building a gap to their competitors in the 1st spot there in car number 99. Then we move on to race number 3. It is Roy Sarmiento, RMS Cars Racing Team. And then it's Fabio Ida, yet another celebrity who went from the celebrity class into the promotional class, which is the real racers, and he got 2nd spot. Good job, Bob. And then we have Giro Garbes again, building more momentum, more points for Toyota San Fernando. In race number 3 for the sporting class, it was Julian Tang for the Avengers Racing Team in 3rd spot. Jacob Ang, a newcomer in the Eagle Cement Racing Team, taking 2nd place. And then from Toyota North EDSA Avengers Racing Team, it is Inigo Young Gun Anton. Tell you what, this kid has got everybody in the paddock talking because it's such an amazing debut.
And he's not even 18.
Then in the super sporting class race number 3, it's Mark Sung Racing to make wishes happen or dreams come true for children. Yep, that's his racing team, Make-A-Wish. And, well, he almost got what he wished for. 3rd spot's not bad, though, Mark. And then Brian Ko from Toyota Dagupan in 2nd spot. And check it out, even more momentum going into leg number 2. Toyota Dagupan are piling on the championship points with Jared Lloyd taking the top spot. Now, remember, these guys are not just racing for trophies and points. They do get some cash, so it's pretty good. And then in the autocross, we have our media division. Inigo Rosas, 3rd place. And Ian Magbanwa in 2nd. Jose Altoveros is our champ. And then we even gave the social media influencers a crack behind the wheel just so they could experience what it feels like to race a real race car. And Jules Aquino took 3rd place in that, followed by John Manalo in 2nd place and Alex Diaz, our champ, in 1st place. And that wraps up your first leg of the Vios Cup. Make sure you tune into leg number 2 because there's all to play for in this round, and I'll be bringing it to you blow by blow, corner by corner, every gear change. You won't miss anything. Just tune into the Toyota Motor Philippines Facebook page and we'll stream it live to wherever you are. Stay safe, everybody!
I'm certain everyone shares my anticipation and heart-pounding excitement as Toyota brings the race closer to its fans. Still under the Toyota Gazoo Racing brand, expect a thrilling and action-packed 2nd leg. Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021, a celebration of the Vios and driving excellence, is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partner with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry in cooperation with Bridgestone. Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, supported by Motul. Other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuazon Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy Philippines. Join and follow Toyota Motor Philippines official social media sites and never miss out on the exciting events of Toyota. Facebook.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH, and of course Instagram.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH. And we would love to check out your posts about this race, so please let us know your thoughts by using hashtag, of course, hashtag TGR Vios Cup 2021.
All right, now the racers are already on the grid. Let's check in with Boom Gonzalez, our highly anticipated, much asked for pit lane reporter. Boom, are you there while we're waiting for Boom? Hi, Boom.
Hey, James. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's good to see you again, and it's good to see Aubrey again. I don't know if she prefers to be inside the car racing or there, but whatever the case, We will take it. It's good to see everyone, and good morning to all of you watching on the Facebook page for Toyota Motor Philippines. As James said, my name is Boom Gonzalez, back for leg 2 for the TGR Vios Cup 2021. We miss the fans, definitely here, but the good news is we have more watching on the Facebook page. All right, to officially open leg number 2, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it to the president of Toyota Motor Philippines, of course, Mr. Atsuhiro Okamoto. Here we go!
Good day, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the second leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. Thousands of motorsports fans like you joined us online last July, making the return of the Vios Cup a safe and successful one. With more than 48 races, we challenged the roadblocks of this pandemic. And now we are back ready for more thrilling track action. We are so glad to race again at the Clark International Speedway with a reliable Filipino-made Vios today. 49 racers will be competing for our Autocross Challenge and Circuit Championship. Expect an amazing motorsports show today as our racers are all motivated to level up in our leaderboard and show you a great performance. Stay tuned to our live stream channels. Thanks to everyone behind the TGR Vios Cup, our dealer. Behind the TGR Vios Cup, our dealer network, media friends, motorsports fans, racing teams, and our partners, Bridgestone, Petron, Motul, Lota, Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, and Trason Racing. I know you are all eager to feel the Wakudoki fan, so I will not keep you waiting. And to our Gazoo Racing fans, keep your eyes peeled for a surprise. Let the 2021 Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup leg to begin.
Woohoo! Yeah! Oh, look out for a surprise, says Toyota Motor Philippines President Atsuhiro Okamoto. We love surprises here. Now, in the background, you can see we're getting ready to start off. Let's say a little prayer, of course, for all our races, our race officials, our stewards, and, of course, for Toyota Motor Philippines, safe and healthy. Health is the most important thing, whether there's a race or not. So let's say a little prayer. Also, for perfect weather today, James and Aubrey, back to you.
I don't know about you. I'm praying for the other kind of weather. That's always exciting for us as commentators when it rains. So we have a conflict of interest here. Boom.
Yes, I would like, of course, to thank Mr. Okamoto-san, Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. The celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry in cooperation with Bridgestone. Of course, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner supported by Motul, Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Twazon Racing, and of course Rota, and also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy Philippines. We don't want to prolong the anticipation of everyone. I think this is the time to meet the racers. Let's start with the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021 promotional class.
Number 73, Mylan. Number 21, Giro Garbes. Number 27, Roy Sarmiento. Number 61, Julia de Los Angeles. Number 20, Rich Lib. Number 66, Jason Lau. Number 98, Fall An. Number 19, Elaine Alzona. Number 86, Teddy Javides. Number 5, Fabio Ide. Number 7, Daniel Matsunaga. Number 6, Troy Montero.
And that was your promotional class racers. We now introduce the competitors for Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021 Sporting Class.
Number 63, Joaquin Garrido. Number 28, Julian Tan. Number 76, Daryl Garbes. Number 13, Elise Menorca. Number 17, Jacob Ang. Number 33, Inigo Anton. Number 45, Miguel Quiñones.
We now introduce the racers of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021 Super Sporting Class.
Number 81, Red Diwa. Number 88, Holland Dumlao. Number 23, Estefano Rivera. Number 99, Gerard Loy. Number 77, Mark Suog. Number 55, Brian Cole.
Ladies and gentlemen, the racers competing for the champion title Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. Let's all give them a round of applause and send them away with your well wishes as well. All right, so let's check out who is where in terms of the grid. Let's just a recap of this is race number 1, leg number 2, not to confuse with leg number 1. Okay, so this happened yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And they'll start off with the promotional class. We'll start off with third place. It's Giro Garbes, and second place is Fabio Ide, and first place is Girl Power,
Julia de los Angeles. Oh.
All right, let's move over to the sporting class, and let's start off again with third place. It is Julian Tang, and Julian's having a great run into this season. Second place, it's Inigo Young Gun Anton, and he's got also some great momentum coming into this second leg. And then, of course, first place is Jacob Ang. Wonderful stuff there from Jacob. Let's check out now your super sporting class, and this was the results from yesterday, and also the results is where they will be placed in the starting grid for this race.
For today.
That's correct.
Okay.
So it's like their qualifying position. Third place is Brian Ko. Second place is Estefano Rivera. And then in first place, taking pole position for this race is Red Diwa.
Yes, I missed this, guys. Oh my God. I can't wait to watch it, James.
Yes, I know Aubrey's been fangirling over one particular racer, Troy Montero, all morning, so we're going to have to try and get her attention divided to the other races, but I'm sure being a professional, you can divide that attention
I
up.
cannot have favorites today, I think. So.
All right, well, this celebration of the Vios Driving Excellence is made possible, of course, by Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and the most reputable names in the automotive industry. Aubrey, these guys have been with us since the beginning. They're not just names on the side of the car. These are technical partners that ensure we have the best racing series possible. People like Bridgestone, they provide the tires. We've got Petron XES, who's our official fuel partner, and we're, of course, supported by Motul, which is the oil that runs through the engines. Our other sponsors, Brembo Brakes, we've got Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuason Racing, and the wheels are Rota, proudly Filipino made, and I don't think enough is said what Mr. Okamoto also said about the Vios being a Philippine-made vehicle, proudly made here under the CARS program supporting our local economy. So there's so much win that's happening here with the Vios Cup.
You're right, James. And good luck to our racers. At this point, everything is quite hectic on the track. Exciting chaos. Let's take a look. Boom. Or, you know what? I really appreciate all the sponsors because I know them. You know, they always have this special awards and always get something.
Yes, that's so true. That's so true.
So, you know, I think for the autocross, they're probably somehow looking forward to this because somehow this is their reward for something that you never done, and then now they're a little bit scared because I've talked to some of the autocross influencers, and they said, "Oh my God, it's so fast." I'm like, you know what? They said, you know, there's this one car is better. I'm like, there's no better car because all the cars are the same. It's just better driver, or you just practice and practice.
It's
right?
not the Indian, it's the Pana. What's that word? The Pana or the Indian?
Yeah.
There's an old saying.
Yeah, they said, oh, that number something 8 car is better than this car. I'm like, no, it's
This is what I love about the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. Ever since the inception of this series, it really created this perfect formula for racing because you can take that out of the equation, that he has a better car, he has a better budget, he has a bigger checkbook. That doesn't apply here, and this is what makes it so fair. It's because as a driver, if you're getting into racing, I think, and you can probably comment from first-hand experience, it can be very disheartening to get in and then realize, oh man, I'm nowhere near these guys. And then you have to wonder whether it's the car, whether it's the budget, whether it's, no, here they've equalized everything. So it gives you that room to grow. And you mentioned about the sponsor special prizes. I think that's also really cool because they give you encouragement in different areas. You may not have won the race because it's your first time out there, but they'll give you the, what are some of the funny awards you've won before?
Wait, I get the female driver of the day. I think I got some of the, I think everything.
Yeah, you've got, I remember there was one time where you guys were like walking away, you and Troy, with all these wonderful prizes, but most of them are encouragement awards as well, just to get people the feeling of what it's like to achieve something with, you don't necessarily have to win, they'll encourage you for, let's say, the most places made up. They'll also give you a reward for the safest driver, stuff like that.
Actually, for me, as my first year, second year, I think I got a special award. It actually pushed me. I'm like, hey, you know what? I want to do better. I want more, right? Not just the special awards, but I want to go out there in the podium. So for the autocross influencers, it's something that you should think about. Like, you know what? You want to step it up. I always hear that they want to try the circuit category. That I'm like, hey, you know what, you should probably practice more, because that's the beginning actually. To take the racing school and to be a racer, you have to take that racing school, right? And these are the lessons that you'll take.
These are the basics, and also what they do give you that you won't get anywhere else. Like you can do these basics in a car park and stuff like that. That's all right, that you'll get the skill, but to get that competitive feeling, once you're there and there's a stopwatch, there's a prize, there's a host, there's somebody talking about it, there's Boom Gonzalez shoving the microphone in your mouth. I mean, this all adds to the excitement, and you go, if there's one story that repeats itself every single year with the Vios Cup, it's people who come in, and I love seeing this. I saw that also with you and Troy. You come in thinking, oh, this is all fun. I'm just going to participate and have fun. And then I see that look in your eyes change when you realize, I can be competitive.
Yep.
When did that happen for you, Aubrey?
It's probably my second year. I was like, you know what? I'm okay with the special. I like to go to the podium. It's more like you drive to win, right? So, but of course, everyone's better. There's someone better than you, but you know what? You get inspired by that. Even with Troy, I know he came like the second year. He's actually a better driver than me, but I was the first one with Toyota, and I was like, you know what? Let's teach me.
You know, a good wife will always let the husband think he won. So I think that's wonderful. Keep that strategy. I won't blow your cover. You just gave him the path, and that's okay. You know, you got to make him feel like the king.
But he's a good driver.
He's a great driver. But what I really appreciate about Troy, I'm not saying this just because you're next to me, is because I love how he, in the same way that Sam YG, Fabio Ida, Femela Baranda, we got them first as celebrities. They came in to, I guess, experience it, and it was supposed to be just, I don't want to devalue it, but in some ways a little bit of eye candy. But what I really was impressed with, and what Toyota Philippines, Motor Philippines knew when they invited each and every one of you, is each and every one of you are going to get bitten by the bug. There was nothing random about this. There was nothing accidental about this. We've been doing this long enough to know that when we put celebrities in the car, yes, in the beginning, it is probably, get some eyeballs in the car, etc. But there's a deeper reason behind this. It's because we want to empower people to show them that anyone, given the correct training and the proper environment, can really excel in this. I need to ask you a question before we go on to the main straight. I've noticed that we keep getting more and more girls and women, and they're not just participating; they're winning. We see Julia de Los Angeles, we see
Elise,
Malia.
Malia.
And we've seen Famela.
Yes.
Do you think this is the great equalizer in sport, that there is no gender advantage whatsoever?
Oh, of course,
Good.
yes. Because you know what? It's a car, and it's you sit there. There's size are different. Size are all the same. You don't like because of the female. You're softer. Actually, the girls here are so feisty. They're especially Myla. Myla is someone like, oh my God, she will fight you. So I mean, like in the track, I mean, she will fight because she's so passionate about it. She's more passionate about her driving skills are more than like I'm not gonna say like a guy, but she drives like a guy. So you won't even know just being outside a car. You won't even know if it's a girl or a guy driver.
And this is another reason why the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup is so important, is because it doesn't matter as Filipinos, like if we're going to look at, let's say, basketball, which is one of probably our national sport. You could sort of make an argument that we are not necessarily born with the advantage in terms of our size. So this one actually gives the advantage to a smaller frame.
Yes.
Because the lighter you are, the less weight you carry in the car.
And they said women are more focused. I don't know if that's real, right?
That's why I'm asking you.
They said they're more disciplined, but you know, I think all the guys are so great. But the girls are also like, they're probably like, okay, there's more guys, so they're more into that competitiveness. So they're like double the thing. They want to really prove something. But I think all the girls here, even from the past years, all the girls are awesome. I follow them, and then I saw their races. I'm like, oh my God. Especially Rian, and they all started from what, 0, and then now they're like racing from I don't know where, but she's also good.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so many amazing stories that we could share with you, but I want to also ask you, because it's great to have Aubrey here as a co-host, because Aubrey's been racing since what year did you start with us?
Like 4 years ago.
4 years. That's 4 years of seat time in a race car. We're talking about competitiveness, etc. You have the unique story of being able to say that you race against your husband or your partner, and when you put that visor down, is he still your husband, your father if you're a child, or is he just another competitor?
Just another competitor.
So this is honestly, you don't see him as like, if you see a gap, you just take it.
No, but you know what? He's also like that. You know, we talk about it, and he'll say, you know what, do good, I'll do good, and then I'll see you there. But he knows he's going to go first. So he'll know it's like, I'll see you there, okay? I'm like, okay, I'll stay behind you? No. I'm like, I'll go. There's actually one time, the first turn, I saw a car. He was new, I think, the second year. My second year, and it was his first year. And then he was turning left. I'm like, who's this guy? You know, I think Racing 101, you should know the number, right? The number of the car. So I was like, who's this guy going in the back and then trying to pass me? And like, so we're fighting. And then I realized it's Troy. So I'm like, oh, you know what? You know, okay, I'll let you. But I didn't let him go. He's just good.
Well, that I guess answers my question. It's just once you put that visor down, it's very. You just become a racer. You just become a competitor in that car. And this is where I see the transformation of people, is because they got to dig deep there. It's only them. I mean, once you're behind that wheel, that's it. You know, you've left your coaches, you've left everything. And while we're on that, let's go over live and check out the racers there. Boom is on standby. Boom! What you got for us?
Hey, James, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Good. Well, first of all, we're right here with the formation lap. I just want to, if you can get a shot, our safety car right now is the GR Supra.
Oh, wow.
It is the GR Supra that is our safety car. All right. Woohoo! 2 things I wanted to say. First of all, James, when I said perfect weather conditions, that's all relative to people, right? I didn't mean it's sunny. I mean rainy. The more exciting it is, the better. I'm looking for wet and muggy. Why not? So whatever's perfect to anyone, that's what we want. But we want safety, of course, more than anything else for Toyota Motor Philippines and for the Vios Cup. The other thing is you know, here in the Vios Cup, we don't talk about female drivers anymore, men racers. They're all racers, right?
Good point.
That has been the practice from the get-go. There's no more distinction, really. It's them racing against each other. And Aubrey, you're allowed to be every, and that's okay. It's allowed. Nobody's gonna
I'll try not to.
get on your case. I bet you once we get started today, you're gonna be itching to get back here on the track. There's also
You're on mute.
I get nervous every time I see this grid, like a nervous excitement.
I don't blame you.
Okay.
We're losing you a little
okay,
bit there.
Sorry, James.
Go
can
ahead.
you hear me
Go
now?
ahead. Yes,
now,
we can.
I don't know if you guys can see at the back of the formation, and if we have a camera.
We can.
You can? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So what we're seeing for the very first time is the GRS Toyota Hilux and the GRS Toyota Fortuner. For the very first time, they're going to see this online. It's going to be officially launched on the 23rd, so we're going to give you more details later on as we go along, but you're getting a sneak peek of the beautiful-looking Hilux and Fortuner GRS. The GR badge, you know this, James and Aubrey. Yeah. It evokes excitement. It evokes performance. So we're excited about this one, and we'll get more, and we'll tell you more, and we'll get a closer look a little later on. In the meantime, back to you, James and Aubrey, as we get ready here.
Yeah, that GR sign there on the car is your guarantee of a Waku Doki drive anywhere you go. You could be just picking up groceries, you could just be going to your appointments, but you'll get the Waku Doki experience with the GR badge. All right, speaking of that, let's check out the Toyota Facebook page, facebook.com, Toyota Gazoo Racing PH, and their Instagram page if you're one of those types of people who likes it in a sort of visual look. Just you can go to the Instagram Toyota Gazoo Racing PH. Also, we would love to check out your posts about this race. So please let us know. And the only way that you can let us know where we can sort of collate all of your responses and stuff like that is by using the hashtag TGR Vios Cup 2021. When you do that, we'll find them all in one place, and that way we can share your comments as well. We'd love to see what you're thinking.
We can actually share it too. You know that feeling of you're starting. You know, I know there's all different categories: sporting, super sporting, promotional. But there's only one thing that they have in common. Like the first starting, they calculate. That's what I noticed. You know, I asked friends from sporting, super sporting. They always say, okay, before you start, you see that five red lights, and then they look. Okay, is the aircon off? Is the handbrake down? Oh, some drivers, they do have the handbrakes up, and then they put it down. And how's the steering wheel? How's the side mirrors? And who's right beside you? Who's in your level of clock? Who's in front of you? Who's the back of you? So it's all like so much going on. So for me, I'm just imagining it now, like looking at, oh my God, my heart is beating fast. And what will I do first? Should I check my RPM, and then you know that feeling.
I'm feeling everything that you're saying, Aubrey, because it's like this never-ending checklist, and then you need like this M1 processor in your head because you're trying to evaluate so many different. You're simulating so many different possible scenarios. Well, if this guy comes over here, should I push him out over there? Right? So you're always trying to second guess, and it's pretty much impossible to be able to work out a scenario for each, but that's human nature. This is what keeps you up. This is what the Waku Doki is all about. We're speaking about this word. For those who've just joined us that may not be familiar with the term, Waku Doki is a Japanese term which is loosely translated of this excitement plus nervousness plus nausea.
Everything. Oh, here we go.
Well, this is the formation lap. I've made that error before of getting all excited about the formation lap, but this is just how we go racing. The cars, and maybe you can walk us through this, Aubrey, because you've been racing a lot more recently than I have. This is to get your car, all the fluids all warmed up, your tires warmed up. How important is this?
Well, for me, you just have to go to your line and know that you can't pass, and then you just follow who's in front of you, and just be nice first.
What are you doing, though? Are you trying to get some heat in your tires? Are you trying to see where the traction is? I don't know if the track is a little damp today, but what are you looking for?
Yeah, you want to feel the track. You want to try the wheels, the steering whel, and then just feel the weather, and then everything else, and then the turns, if your car is still the same. And for me, just looking at all the cars, who's going to be, you have to really know who's right beside you. Just because, this guy always wants to go out, and this guy just want to go straight. So if this guy is gonna go straight, I'm gonna go to the left. So those, in my mind, before even we go back to the grid. So this one, every time we go around, I'm thinking, what's my pace strategy? Wow, race pace strategy. What's my? It's always my. I'm always in the celebrity class, by the way. But you know, like thinking what to do. What will I? Who will I? Sometimes, you know, I do also follow.
Do you visualize? Do you
Yes.
visualize yourself passing somebody? Do you run that thing through your head?
I always think of who's in front of me. If is this driver gonna stop, or will he have or she has a good start? Because if she has a bad start, then I will maybe, because I'll be in behind her or behind him. So
Okay, and what are you feeling at this time? Are you numb, or are you getting the excitement, or are you just too many things going on?
oh, too much. First, I'm nervous. Nervous that I will want to do good. More than like I'm scared. You know what? I'm done with scared.
Yeah.
In the first 2 years, maybe I was scared of driving, but now because on my second year, I was
Scared of losing.
yes, maybe that one too. But this right here, right now, going there to the grid. Oh my God! I'm like, this is it, and then I'll pray.
Okay.
I'll do pray.
And then do you, at any point, do the nerves go away, or are the nerves with you throughout the entire race?
I think the whole time, yeah.
Okay.
But when I do pass someone, and then then that's the one I'm like, oh my God, I can't embarrass myself. I have to, what do you call this? Like, sustain it. You know, it's hard. These drivers are so good. You know, they won't let you. They just do good every time.
All right, and then when you since you've been driving for 4 years competitively in the celebrity class, and you've done very well, you've been on the podium so many times, how has this helped you on day-to-day driving? Does it make you a better, safer driver on the road, or are you like a faster, wanting to race everyone on the road?
Well, definitely a better driver. You know, when I feel like it's so frustrating. People drivers are like this. You know what? I have nothing to prove. I don't have to be fast. You know, I just want to get to my place. I just want to go to my work. So I'm actually more chill.
I'm glad you said that,
Yeah.
because that's exactly how we all see it here at Toyota Motor Philippines, is that these do breed better drivers, safer drivers. All right, so where the cars are all ready for their start, and we see the last of the cars ending the back of the grid. Look how long that grid is.
Yes.
This is really one of the biggest grids in actually the Toyota Vios Cup in general. It does hold the record as the biggest grid in Philippine motor racing history, at least for a circuit championship. And we can see them all there. They're all ready to go. The safety marshals are doing the final checks. This is where they make sure that everybody's in the right spot, everything's okay. They're going to get a green flag at the end of the race from the back car. And here we go with the starting grid lineup. Let's take a look at some of our graphics here to see who is up front. We should have Red Diwa up there in front. And let's check out, this is how they start, ladies and gentlemen, with Red Diwa in first place after winning the first race yesterday. We have Estefano Rivera second, Brian Co, Paulo Dumlao in fourth. We have fifth, Gerard Loy, sixth, Jacob Ang, and Inigo Anton in seventh, and eighth, Mark Sung. That's what the top 8 look like. Let's look a little further down. In ninth, we've got Julian Tang and Julia de Los Angeles in 10th. Let's go now to the action, and I can hear the
Here
wheels
we
racing.
go!
And they're off. Let's get a wider shot so we can see what happens in turn number 1 as they all come in and they funnel into that one curve. We know from basic math that 4 does not go well into 1. But let's see what happened with car 86.
And this 86 is Teddy Javines. So I think a bad start, but hope he can catch up.
All right, we lost a little bit of the feed there for a while, but let's check them out as they're coming out of turn number 1 already. So we don't seem to have any incidents going in there. We didn't see if there were any place swaps, but we'll get a result very, very soon. Some updates from the race director in just a little while on who is where. But look at them, 3 abreast going into that corner. That's down the corkscrew. This is where the car gets kind of unsettled, doesn't it? Because you're turning and it's going downhill and you're losing the balance.
That's actually the most crucial turn for me. And everyone's just going, because when you pass that, that's it. That will be probably your position when you pass that corkscrew.
So then it becomes a sort of, well, not a procession, because we see a lot of overtaking, but I think what you're getting at, Aubrey, is that it's all free for all up until that coming out of the corkscrew. Anything can happen between the first corner and the exit of the corkscrew, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. You can divide that up into 4 corners.
Yes, but you know what? Basically, their start is good. Somehow, no incident. Everyone's good, racing good.
We see the green flags. That means there's no incidents at all.
Yes, and smooth. I can see. Okay, this is number.
Is it 23? That's Estefano.
Estefano.
So Estefano has taken the lead in this race. We didn't get to see that happen live, but maybe the replay will show us how he got that from car number 88, which is, I think that's Brian Core, Red Diwa.
Behind Estefano?
Is
it
car 83. If you have your list, is that Red Diwa or is that car number... Oh, wait, it's 88. Sorry, that's Paul and Dumlao.
Oh, yes. From Toyota San Fernando.
Okay, let's see if we can get the... as they cross the line, we are going to get a... at least where they are in terms of positions, and that's the only way we can get that is once they cross that start-finish line. The average lap here is around about the 2-minute mark. 2 minutes...
About 20...
2:20?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great...
That's good.
What's a great lap here?
That's a super sporting, I think. For 2:20, I think the promotional could be, what, 25?
Yeah, about 2:30, yeah.
Wow, that's 25, 26.
Well, remember, this is a standing start, so 2:37 is because they have a standing start, not a flying lap. So now they're all crossing the line, and we can see the name. It is Paul and Dumlao in second place. What a great run that he had. But he's right behind Estefano Rivera. Paul and Dumlao was one of our very first racers that we had in season number 1. And we used to give him a name, Barangay Dumlao, because he used to travel with this whole barangay. Unfortunately, in a pandemic, we can't do that. But I'm sure Barangay Dumlao is in full force online. So a big shout out to you guys if you're all watching. Make some noise in the comment section because it makes just it's the same result, right? You make noise at the track. Now you make noise in the comment
They're
section.
actually from San Fernando for sure.
Exactly. So he's a local boy. That's why he got so much support. And while there's no major action happening on the track, one big memory of Paul and Dumlao was when he proposed to his wife during the ceremony of the Vios Cup.
Is that right?
Yes, he did. And I was the host of the time, and he pulled out this surprise in front of everybody, and he got down on one knee as he was being on the podium there, and he proposed to his wife, and now they're married and they have a baby.
Oh, cool. Is that the first here?
Well, it's the first of the marriage proposals. You see, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup is more than just a race. It's a race all on its own, like creating its own human race. Okay, that's my Tito pun. That was a real stretch, but I think you get what I'm trying to say.
Actually, this Vios racing for me is actually a history. It's something like, it's like a highlight in my life, you know, and with my kids, so deep, right? But with my kids, I'm like, hey, you know what? I was once a racer.
You know, there's nothing. I think what you're saying is very important, Aubrey, and a lot of people, if they haven't been racing or into major sports, won't really understand it. When you create moments like this, this is what we're doing: is we're creating moments. Moments are irreplaceable, and you can only set up a set of circumstances that's fair that give birth to these moments. Nothing will take that away from you. We're all about the human experience here. So when you tell us about that, and you tell us about all those milestones and stuff like that, there's a lot of realness for that.
Yes.
Because you're forging these memories and these moments under the most immense pressure, just like how diamonds are made. Wow, that's bigatsi.
I know.
We can get really philosophical here, but this is what makes it so memorable. Is because you forged this human experience, created a moment that is absolutely pure because it's done with the perfect set of circumstances. You've got equal machinery. You've given them the same set of rules. You give them the same set of circumstances, and humans triumph from there, and that's what's celebrated.
Exactly. It's like, for me, it's like empowering, you know? It's for me, as a woman, I'm like, oh, as a mom, you know, it's my strongest moment of my life. Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Racing.
Wow. And
I just wow myself.
And that's how you race your kids. Get it? But that's also, you bring up another wonderful point. I mean, you're as a parent, you know, your children get to see this, and they get to see dad and mom go out there, compete equally, and mom sometimes get the better of dad, and it just sends a powerful message.
There's actually a lot of drivers, our racers, the kids are here, their family is here, and they're actually my friends too. Like Maya, we always message each other about workout. And speaking of Myla is now in what? Is she number what?
I need my glasses for this because they are
They're kind of little.
Yeah. Myla Olivia is, yep, it's a little too far for me to read that.
Yes. And I'm looking for Troy, but it's fine. So still first is
Estefano
and Dumlao.
Loy, then Diwa. So that's first to fourth. And so Red Diwa unfortunately had a difficult start to the race. We didn't get to see that, but has dropped down to fourth place. And Estefano Rivera is now in first place. Estefano was also one of our earlier drivers in the Vios Cup, one of the younger ones, also coming from karting. But look at him now, dominating in the full production series. And this is another example of how the stepping stones work here. Okay, we got some action. Car number 6 versus 73.
73.
Car number 673. Come on, we can do it. We can.
That's Myla.
That's Myla.
From
We were just
Toyota
talking about her.
Isabela. Exactly.
And car number 6 is?
Number 6 is Troy Montero.
We were just talking about both. That's fate for you. And so it was Myla that was able to take Troy?
Yep, I think so. Yeah, because it's number 73.
There you go. And there's Estefano's car number 23. This is the Toyota Balintawak car, and the Avengers racing team. Also, another incredible story with the Avengers, Oben Group of companies, of course, is how they got their name. And when the Avengers were very, very popular at the time, the series, the franchise was becoming, everything everyone was talking about. It was back then the Squid Games of that time. Can you imagine me comparing Marvel to Squid Games? But that's where we are, 2021. It's a very weird time. And the Avengers, they got their name there because they also traveled, just like with Barangay Dumlao, they traveled with their full force. And it was also incredible to see this level of support. This is another thing that the Vios Cup does, is it creates this corporate culture within their own group of companies. And it creates this winning environment for them, something for all of them to get behind. This has created an even better business model. So even outside the track, I've spoken to the Oben Group. I've hosted some of their openings of their new branches, like the one in Del Monte, Bulacan, as well. They're expanding, and they tell me that this program is a big part of it. It creates a lot of motivation for their team.
I'm glad to know that, because all Avengers drivers are my friends too. I don't know. I just like the Avenger team too. The Avengers
the culture, right?
The Avengers are very, they're also, just because I know them from before, even before the racing. So I always root for them. But of course, I root for the celebrity too, and the promotional now. So let's
check out the action. Let's go back to the track. And right now we still have, let's wait for that to refresh so we can give you the top 3 or 4 at least. In terms of position, but last time we checked, it was Estefano Rivera.
I think, and Dumlao from San Fernando. I think we have 3. Are we in 4 laps right now?
We are now in
fourth
the,
or the fifth.
Yes, we're hard to see from here, but yes, we look like we are now in the 3rd lap.
Sometimes when you're really driving, sometimes you just don't know. You just drive.
Many times, yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely, and there's
you just
also
don't count.
There's a phenomenon, right? If you are in the lead, they're just, are you kidding? Another lap?
Yeah.
Right? It's like, no way. But when you're trailing behind, you're like, oh, that finished so fast.
Yeah.
So it depends where you are in the track on what the laps feel like. When you're leading, it feels like it lasts forever and that they keep adding laps.
Yes.
You think, what is this? Are they hyperinflating the laps? I think that race director is distracted. He might be on Facebook or something, and he's not counting the laps, but it's just the way you feel because you just want to win. But then there's never enough time when you're trying to catch up.
Yeah, that's true. And also the feel of, oh my God, this is the 7th lap. So you'll feel it. You actually, if you don't know the counting, but you know in your body, in your mind, in your eyes, actually, when you focus, I'm like, okay, this is the 7th lap, I think, or 8th lap. But you still need to focus. And then, for me, when time is going by, you always look at that that, what do you call this?
The
Yes, it's like, there's the checkered flag right
This is when your pit crew put out the lap, or you're looking for the flag
The
itself?
flag.
Oh,
I'm
you're
like,
looking for the flag.
it's too long now. It's like going on forever.
Now, Aubrey, you're also very well known outside of the track for several things. One of them is fitness. How important is fitness here when you're racing? A lot of people think that this is a mechanical sport and anyone can drive. You don't need to be physically fit. Is that true?
Oh no, that's not true. Oh my God, I've seen and watched racers. Oh my God, their workout is unbelievable. It's something that you don't even do. Like they work out their neck.
Yes.
They do this
With the rubber band, right?
Exactly, and they're all. You know what? They're all fit. For me, racers. It all depends also if what's your lifestyle. For me, and then you. Actually, Troy tried to lose weight for this. He just wants to do better, and I think everyone else I know they tried, losing weight. It's because you just need that cardio, and when you sweat, it really affects you.
What does it affect? Does it affect your concentration? Or is it a physical deterioration after about 10 laps or so? You feel physically haggard.
Yeah, that's why workout
mentally.
is you just have to get used to sweating. Your heart pumping, your cardio. Because driving, thinking, I think racing, it's everything. It's not just your mind, your body. It's everything. Not just working out. It's just physical, right? This one, everything else is working. Your hands, your feet.
And the consistency, right? You're trying to remain as consistent as possible.
And
hitting
the focused,
same braking point, same turn-in point, same gear shifts at the same time.
It's almost like you want to be like a robot. It's
Yes.
almost the same. Oh, who's this?
There's something hanging off that car.
Yep.
But yes, that's nothing.
Is that a blue car? Let's see.
Nothing unusual here to see parts hanging off cars, because there's always a little bit of rubbing there. That's another thing.
That's still okay, right?
It's
Like
still
the same
okay. Everything is usually investigated, because I think what we're trying to create here is this is a grassroots series that Toyota have invested in for the last 8 years. This is the 8th season now of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. And what they're trying to create here is it's not just a marketing exercise. They're really providing grassroots racing to provide a stepping stone, a career path to develop the sport for Filipinos to excel internationally. This is why they tied up with Gazoo.
Yeah.
So it doesn't just remain local. It doesn't just remain here. They're giving you the stepping stone. And part of what's very important there is setting the discipline from the beginning. You are not allowed to be bumping and rubbing, because it sets very bad habits. This is supposed to be about skill, about timing, about all of those things, not necessarily who can intimidate the other guy on the track by rubbing. This is why we're so strict. So yes, it's okay when you rub a little bit, but the stewards still look at every incident.
Yeah. They have to review it. But I think this one, you can still move. I think it's raining. Is it raining?
I
No.
hope so,
Okay.
but I'm sitting here comfortable in air-conditioned
not.
comfort under the lights. But for these guys, what happens? What goes through your mind when you start seeing that
Rain.
little spit on your windscreen? Do you start thinking, okay, this is...
Oh, for me, I'm like, I need to finish this lap. But right now is the perfect weather for me. Not too sunny,
Yes.
not too hot, not too, wet and rainy. But this is perfect. Not too hot inside. You can actually just close your windows. Some probably they open their windows just for air, but for us, we don't actually.
You're only allowed to open a little bit of your window just to get a little, but it cannot be any more than about an inch or so, or 2 inches, because the reasoning behind that is because if the car for any reason flips over, your limbs could end up flying out.
That's true.
This is why you see a lot of cars. Oh, we have a car number 5.
So number 5, is it Mark Soong from Avengers Racing Team? Am I right?
Car number 5 is Fabio Ide
Oh,
from the Toyota
sorry,
Gazoo
sorry.
Racing Philippines. That's okay. Fabio is also an original racer
Fabio.
here. We don't know exactly how he ended up facing the other way on the track, but no doubt he's physically fine. But of course, this is going to be a big dent in his championship.
Once this happened, your momentum, your car is a little bit different. You drive a little bit different. I hope he recovers. I hope they allow him to back or just go around.
This is also I think what a lot of newcomers, people who are watching the sport, don't necessarily see. Yes, it's an individual sport in the way that once the lights go out, you're alone steering the car, braking. Nobody can help you there. But getting up to the car, getting up to that point, Aubrey, it's a team sport, and there's also a lot of mental strategy going into this. So your brain has to operate in that way where you're thinking it's not just, whoever's got the bigger car or more courage and dives into the first corner because you're thinking about a championship.
Yeah.
You're thinking about points. Like in the case of Fabio, we don't know what happened, but if you wipe out a potential 25 points, you got to build that up again. It's better to sometimes hold back a little bit, get that second spot, rather than risk it all. So you're thinking all the time.
It's always like thinking of your future, right?
Yes.
Like thinking of now. But some people, some drivers, they like to be in the now. They're like, hey, I want to go up there. But most importantly is the future, right? You think of the points of your team, of your points.
Yes.
And I think I remember last year before, before everything else, I actually got second overall. Troy, then me, and then Gretchen Haw. So that time I was so proud because it was like, hey, I'm going to think of that. I was chilling, relaxing, and driving because I'm thinking of the future points. That's true.
Yes, and then that also goes towards the discipline that we keep talking about. And this is why it's so important, and this is why I encourage anyone who has the opportunity to bring your children into this sport, because contrary to what some might believe, it is not as dangerous as people think. In fact, it gives you a level of safety that you can take to the roads later on. You learn discipline, you learn sportsmanship, you learn patience, you learn so much in this car, and you learn about yourself.
That's true. And also calmness. After this, you just want to be calm. That's true.
Yes, right?
You just want to have a massage.
Yeah.
You want to watch a movie with your family.
Uh-huh.
It's all now it's like the other side of you.
Because you've literally, everything that you need to prove has been proven out there on the track. And we're not really, I'm not trying to be corny here because I've been through this myself. I've experienced it and I've seen countless others because I've been doing this for about 8 years now. And I've seen every single person share the same type of story. Once you leave this track, you do not want to go out and be silly on the road. You just don't. It's the last thing you think of because one, you've proved everything you need to prove here. There's no point trying to race somebody who doesn't know you're racing them on the street, right? Plus, there's that major danger that you have. UFC fighters or professional fighters would do the same thing. They keep it in the ring and not on the outside in bars. For racing, you do it on the track and never on the streets. And anyone will tell you that's raced out there, that you just let it all out here, and by the time you're finished, you're exhausted. You got nothing left to give out there.
That's true. And it's not worth it to really fight on the street like this. Yeah, it's actually just let it out, everything here. This is actually the fun part. The street, the city driving is just a normal,
It's a commute. It's a commute, and it should be treated like that and respected like that because it is a shared responsibility we have on the roads because it's public. Another thing that we also learn about when we race is you learn to push the limits not just of yourself, but you understand and learn to respect speed. Would you agree?
Yes, exactly.
Because when you don't have experience with speed, you get your experience from the movies. You get your experience from Fast and the Furious, where they never run out of gear changes. You're like, how many gears does this car have? He keeps changing. He keeps going up shifts. He's like 20 speeds already. But you don't learn to respect that speed because it's artificial. But when you spin out, when you lose control of the car, you lose traction, you build up a respect for that speed and you understand limits.
Yes. I know exactly what you mean. It happened to us so many times. I remember I had an incident. I went three spins. Mm-hmm. And then after that, it was raining, I remember, for the last turn. I did 3 spins in the middle going out, but I recovered and I was like, hey, you know what? I survived. It's good. This car is so safe. I feel I didn't move. I was just spinning and just, following the rhythm of the car. It's so, I cannot forget that.
And then you also, I guess, if you're anything like me, you put a mental note and go, okay, well, that's the limit of the traction because there are physics involved in this. And until you reach those limits and break them, you won't really understand them and you won't have that emotional memory to be able to draw on. So when you're on the street later on, there's 2 things that happen. One, you know the limitations because you know at this speed, turning at this corner, what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You already know what's going to happen. Another thing is if it ever does happen where you lose control, it's not so much an alien feeling anymore because you've just told us that you remember what happened. So you don't panic as much. Whereas somebody without experience, once you lose traction, you start going into a skid in a real road, you start panicking, you just let go of the wheel. But with racing experience, you don't do that. You learn to steer into the skid, look where you want to go, and then you don't panic.
It's so true. You panic, and then your car panics too. It's like because you're driving and you're just all over the place. You're pressing and you're steering the steering wheel with the panic mode. So everything will just go everywhere. So for me, really focus. Even though something happened for me that time, I remember. I remember Troy when something happened with Troy. I was like, you know what? I talked to him. He's like, no, I was there. I was focused. I remembered what happened. But you know what? He said he felt secure. He felt safe.
Because Troy had a very one of our bigger incidents happened to Troy, and he walked out perfectly fine. Right? We did take him to hospital for precautionary measures, but no physical injuries.
No.
See, this is another thing. Okay, look at this.
Here we go.
Car 27. Is
Sarmiento.
Okay.
Is that right?
It looks like Roy Sarmiento, and
Roy Sarmiento.
I guess there are things hanging off that car that should be bolted on.
He's from RMS Cars Racing Team.
RMS Car Racing Team. He's got some parts hanging off his car. Once again, it's difficult to say where that happened, but this is just part of racing.
But I think it's still okay to drive like that as long as your bumper is not hanging, your tires are not, disaligned.
Well, we have people, professionals on the course who have a job to do just that. They'll tell you when your car is unsafe. They will fly.
Ooh! And who is this? 81?
Red Diwa.
Oh, Red Diwa. And who is that? Oh my God.
That was really nice. He really hugged the curb. Whoever that was hugging the curb, taking a very tight line to make sure that Red Diwa doesn't jump in on the inside line there.
Oh my God.
This is very exciting stuff. Red Diwa, of course, no stranger to the top spot of the podium, so everyone knows what he's capable of, and you cannot drop your guard around a guy like that. Wow, we got some smoke. Looks like we got some smoke coming out there, or is that just my camera angle?
No, I saw a 60. No, is this a 63? No.
That's from the Avengers. Car number 63 is Joaquin Garrido, and looks like we saw a little bit of smoke coming out of the car. But once again, this is all par for the course for racing. Nothing unusual about this. So everyone's pushing themselves to the absolute limit, but in a controlled environment. And this is what we keep on repeating to everybody, is that you can push yourself to the absolute limit if you've taken control of the environment and made sure all of the safety features were incorporated from the beginning. And this is at the heart of everything that Toyota does, not just on the track, but even off the track. You can see with our health and safety, the protocols that we go just to be able to go broadcast this race, they really take no chances. They cut no corners, no pun intended.
For our viewers, if it's smoking, it's probably possible from the tires or from the brakes or just from the track. Just probably.
Yeah, you could have we didn't see what happened before. You could have just locked up the brakes there.
Yeah.
But these cars are fitted with ABS, but you could sort of slide the car, the back end.
I can see 99. Did you see that? He's just shaking. Oh, sorry.
That's Jared Loy, right?
Yeah, that's
Jared Loy, and he's in third spot right now, car number 99. It looks like he is, and Red Diwa in fourth place. So it looks like our top four have not really changed much since the little shuffle in the first corner. Red Diwa did start in pole position, but is now in fourth place. But we've got Estefano Rivera, another from the Avengers team, leading this race. Paul Dumlao still in a very impressive second spot with Jared Loy in third.
It's still Dumlao in the second place?
Yes, Barangay Dumlao is in full fan mode right now.
And we are in a 7 lap or 8 laps right now?
Yes, we are into the 8th lap, 9th actually, for 10th if you consider the leaders. Last 2 laps, should I say.
2 laps.
10th lap for the leaders, 9 for some of the ones still catching up. We have 12 laps in this race, and we've already passed 25 minutes of racing.
How's the promotional doing right now? Myla is on the... I just want to know. I just want to hey,
It's very difficult for us to see because we've mixed up the grids right now. So we have to go through our manual sheets to be able to tell you who's leading in the promotional and the sporting class as well as the super sporting. But right now, if we do in absolute terms, well, it's now Estefano Rivera leading. But in the promotional class or the sporting class, let's see if we can see who's up front. We've got, if you can show us, there we go, Red Diwa,
This.
Brian Ko, Inigo Anton. I think it's Inigo Anton.
I remember
It's
Inigo.
provisional. It's provisional, but that's what my 48-year-old eyes are telling me.
Oh, I
It's-
can't see either. So
Oh,
it's
good.
fine.
Okay, we're not alone, right? So, I mean, the font is really small, but
Yeah.
it looks like Inigo Anton is leading the
sporting class.
Yes, because he's right behind Brian Ko, and
Yeah.
that Brian Ko is in the super sporting class. So Young Gun Anton, car number where were we? Inigo Anton, car number 33, seems to be leading in the sporting class. And in the promotional class, can you spot who is there? Is Mila? Where is Mila in the promotional class? Down to the last lap. This is it.
I remember Inigo at the MOA autocross.
Mhm.
He was so good. I was like, this is the future.
I rode
Yeah.
with Inigo when he was 10 years old. He drove me around this track in his dad's car. And I've never been so frightened in my life. But that guy was already faster than most racers at 10 years old. Around this
10
very track.
years
At 10 years old, he's been racing since he was 8. I had the pleasure of riding with him in the car that he had just set the lap record in one of the car. I think it was a Honda. I'm not sure which one he set it in, but he is a very, very gifted driver. Very, very gifted. And now we have the pleasure of him racing here in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. What a great story.
I can see, sorry. I can see that car is missing a bumper. Let's see. Is that right? Okay, I want to see.
It's all fun. It's all fun and games.
I-
Don't worry. Let's not let a bumper get in between the friendship.
So-
But we are now in the final lap.
Final lap.
So we're heading towards it. As you can see, we raced for about 30 minutes here. 30 minutes behind the wheel where you're just doing non-stop pressure is a lot to go through. But what comes out on the other side is what makes champions, right?
This is actually the time that last lap, and then you look who's behind you. Are you alone or who's in front of you? Like, okay, Inigo is in front of me. I'm probably the second. If you know you, this one is number 6. Is that
Yes.
number 6?
I'm looking for my. That's Troy Montero.
That's
your.
Troy. What happened?
What happened is he can hear us probably, and he
Yeah.
doesn't want to let you down,
Yeah.
Aubrey. You know, you've been fangirling since even before he started the engine of that car. So he's got a lot of pressure too to live up to. But where is he in terms? Can you see his position? Can you see Troy's position there?
This is, I think, the sporting class.
There he's at the, he's.
But this is
15.
the super sporting
He's 15.
class, so we need.
He's 15 overall.
So 15.
Overall, but then his class that would make him. Oh well, there's a lot of
Because
computations we have to do
yeah.
here, and we've only got one lap to go before we find out provisionally at least who is where in terms of position, and we'll be reading that out to you shortly. And of course, crossing over to Boom Gonzalez, who will be interviewing some of our drivers. This is another new element of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup that we really do appreciate, is all of the production values really increase. We get our roadside court, our pit lane reporter, and we get to see, and which is wonderful, you get to capture that emotion as they pull up.
Yes, I want to see that. And then, of course, you know, Troy talked to me about what happened yesterday. You know, I know if Troy did good, he will text me right away. He'll be like, you know what, I did good, but yesterday he didn't text me.
Oh, okay. And
I was like, But I think he did okay.
Here we go.
Okay, we
looks like Paul and Dumlao take second
Okay.
spot, and then it is. Wait, no, yeah, Dumlao, yeah. Then Jared Loy in third, and then Red Diwa in fourth. Brian Ko in fifth. Wow, this was an exceptional race from Estefano Rivera, who jumped the gun. Well, I don't want to say jump the gun because that has negative connotations. But he was second place. He overtook, and he is now the winner provisionally, at least, because. We always say provisionally because we do not, until the stewards sign off on it and the race director, those become official results. So what we see here is provisional. Most cases it is the same, but there are of course some exceptions, but we didn't see anything happen. But we are not the ones who make that decision.
Yeah, we'll know maybe after a few minutes and hours, after another. I think we still have the autocross. We still have another race.
We absolutely do, but for those who are wondering what the difference is or why we have provisional versus official is because as we spoke about earlier on in the race, the stewards will investigate anything. Not that we're saying that anything happened in this particular race, but I do see a missing bumper, and they may require an explanation for that. Not to say that that's an automatic penalty, not at all. This is all part of the sport. They just want to make sure that everyone's following the rules and being sportsmanlike.
Exactly. They have to review all the cameras. Because from here, we just saw a missing bumper. We don't really know what happened, but later on we'll know, and we'll probably announce it for after another race and maybe after the autocross.
Yeah, so many variables to consider here for race stewards. I mean, you have jump starts that you may or may not see. Again, we're not implying that anyone did, because I didn't see anything at all. But you know, we don't always get the same angle of views that our race stewards have. But I think Estefano Rivera, from at least our perspective, had a very clean and very fair race, and I think he dominated here because he was able to soak up that pressure. Now, you've been in that spot where you're maintaining a podium finish. Like you said, you finished second before. How much are you just trying to protect that spot? How much pressure is there knowing that, wait, I'm second place?
You just want to maintain it. That energy, you just want to be a robot. Just do the same thing. It's like, I'm doing the right thing here, so I'll just do the same thing, and then no pressure. As long as, you know, what makes really everything is the pressure is the one in front of you and the one behind you. So you don't want that, but somehow it actually gives you a little bit of push.
I know there's probably too many to list, but before we cross over to Boom. Okay, well, we'll cross over the first to Boom, because I was going to ask you about if you have a single highlight that stands out for you in your experience with Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup.
It's probably my spin when it was raining, I remember, and I had 3 spins, and I went back right away. I'm like, oh, what just happened? I was like, it's just really controlled. I was just so focused, and I really want to win, and I said, you know what, don't panic. I can see everything. It wasn't really crazy for me, but they said, oh, you look like you're going everywhere. But I'm like, hey, that moment, I cannot forget that.
That's wonderful, because it's a moment that you turn into a learning experience that I think will serve you very well, whether you're on the track or off the track as well. Another thing I might have to ask you, I know that it's going to be Troy's experience you're going to be commenting on, but do you think that after what Troy went through in one of the races, did it give you a newfound respect for what the manufacturers put in to safety for the car?
Of course, you know, I have driven the cars, and everything there, of course, it's not your fault. Everything is in the incident, and then I trust the car. You know, when you trust the car, then you drive good.
Because a lot of people don't see this, and I don't blame them. It's not, how can we expect people to see it? I've been in the industry for over 20 years, so I've had the pleasure of being able to visit these factories, speaking to engineers, going to the Toyota plants in Tokyo, in the Philippines, and other regions as well. And you get to appreciate what goes behind the safety structures of the cars, because this is the stuff that nobody gets to see. It's a thankless job until you need them. So thank you to all the Toyota engineers who keep these cars perfectly safe, so that in the worst case scenario, you can still rest easy knowing that you're in good hands.
Yes, actually, Troy is always thankful with all his, the boys behind. You know, the guys behind his cars, he always posts them. He's like, you know what, guys, thank you so much. You know, after this, we can party a little bit, you know, like celebration more for them, because his winning is their winning.
It is.
Yes, they're cheering outside the railing or right in the corner. They're like, go try, you know.
And rightfully so, because in racing, like we talked about a team sport before, it is really a team sport because each and every person plays an equal part in the race. You could be the world's greatest racer, and then if your wheel comes off because somebody forgot to put that on properly, you are only as good as your weakest link in racing. Yes. So this is why every team member plays an equal role in the team, and this is why you were mentioning with Troy celebrating his win and treating it all. I think they look at the Inigo Anton.
Yes.
That looks like, is that Estefano Rivera, I think? No, so that's Estefano.
That's Estefano.
I tell you, you know, you really feel old in this. Well, I do. I feel really old, especially when you go out there, you interview them, they call you Tito, and they mean it. But I've seen
and they mean it.
And they mean it because, you know, sometimes it's just a formality, but you know that this kid grew up. Well, I saw this kid grow up. I saw a lot of these kids grow up.
I think you've seen a lot of, you know, drivers here. Yeah.
A lot of them. Estefano Rivera in karting. I've seen Inigo Anton, like I said, at 10 years old driving me around. Our first Vios Cup champion was Luis Gono at 15 years old.
And also, Daryl Garbus has a son here, right? Yeah.
Giro Garbus?
Yes.
I know, it's second generation
Second
stuff.
generation.
In fact, even in the media ourselves, we first did the inaugural Vios Cup, which was 2013, but was eventually pushed. Here's a little trivia for you. We did the first Vios Cup for the media, inaugural round, 2013, but we were ready to race,
yeah.
but then we had to move to 2014
Yeah.
because of a storm. Now let's cross over to Boom, trackside with Estefano Rivera. Boom!
Hey James, hey Aubrey, you want to say hi to Tito James? He's like,
Oh, come on, Boom.
shouting you out.
Tito
A little...
Hi Tito.
Oh!
We got you. We got you. All right, little fun moment here, but how fun was it outside there, and how fun was it to finish first? As if provisionally that's what we're looking at. And tell me about that the first part of the race.
Well, first of all, I want to thank God, of course. We've been through a lot in the past weeks from the last race with our car. I want to thank my boss, the mechanics, our manager, our coach, everyone in the team. It's really like what James said about Tito James said a while ago. It starts with the team, so the car was perfect today. And yeah, regarding the race, it was just a good start. And after that first lap, it just kept on pushing, stayed focused, and yeah, it was fun. It was really fun, and I'm really happy we got the result.
Oh, can you tell me what was because a lot happened in that first turn, right? And I guess from there on, obviously, I wouldn't say you were cruising. That would be the wrong word to use, but you set the pace already from then on. So what was the strategy from that start?
Well, yeah, of course, the strategy was to get a good start because people behind me in my class, they're really fast. They're really experienced, good drivers. That was the plan. Become first in the first lap. Then after that, I was just pushing, keep on pushing, because if you lose focus, it's easy to make a mistake, especially with how hot it was. It was really hot in the track. But yeah, I just kept on pushing. Then when I had a comfortable gap, I just conserved the car a bit, and yeah, just keep my focus until the checkered flag.
If you don't mind me asking, I want to ask some of the issues that you said prior to the race with the car. Has all of that been resolved? And if you want to talk about that real quick.
Yeah, it's a lot of things. It's not just the engine or whatever. It's a lot. It's an overall, not an overall change, but we checked. Basically, it's like a new car. We took out everything, made sure everything was new and not broken. And yeah, it's a lot of work for the team.
Well, the only reason why I'm asking that is to also put into perspective what you've done here so far. And we're just starting year to date. Congratulations. Anything you want to say at the start?
Well, I want to say is thank you again to my team. Thank you to God. Thank you to my family. And yeah, looking forward to race 3. And hopefully we can get that first place again.
All right, rest up, and I'll see you, my man, a little later. James, Aubrey, I think we're going to go back to you, and we'll try to hunt down some more racers for you guys trackside.
Oh, thank you very much, Tito Boom. And
got me. You got me. I deserve that.
No, it's
Walked
all
into
good.
it.
It's all good. It's all good. We're already into the second generation, as we said. Congratulations, Estefano Rivera. And wow, what a great start to his campaign. He already had some good runs in the first leg, and he's building on that momentum. Remember, this is all about a championship. And I think a lot of people don't realize how deep this championship goes. Yeah. It's not just 8 years, ladies and gentlemen, or 8 seasons. This championship goes all the way back to the Corolla Cup in the 90s, because we still have some of the same team leaders competing, and they still bring up those stories of the Corolla Cup like it was last week.
Yeah. With Stefano, what's so nice about him, we're just talking about the team, thinking, like, of course, he said that his father, his teammates, he prayed, and what's so nice, he stayed. Mm-hmm. Imagine how hard to stay for a longest time and just driving around for just him not fighting for everyone. Like, he's not fighting, he's just like chilling, driving, and he's just having his own pace, which is very impressive.
Well, that's absolutely true, and it was also a very exciting race. And we will be back shortly, ladies and gentlemen, for the recap and awarding. Stay tuned at Toyota Motor Philippines Facebook page for the new link. All right, simply click that link to continue watching the second leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. We'll see you after the break.
Yeah.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry Apo, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy it feels with Toyota Sure Advantage. All Toyota cars are made with the utmost attention to quality, which makes Toyotas not only durable, but also reliable. Safe to say, it's easy to make your car last for generations. Take it easy, it's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry Apo, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being, your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. Thanks to eco-friendly and fuel-efficient hybrid technologies, it's easy to be one with nature and drive sustainably. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy it feels with Toyota Sure Advantage. All Toyota cars are made with the utmost attention to quality, which makes Toyotas not only durable, but also reliable. Safe to say, it's easy to make your car last for generations. Take it easy, it's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being, your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
And we are back, baby. That concludes the first race of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. And now we're on to our second race. I'm James Deacon still.
And my name is Aubrey Miles.
It's a pleasure to be with you as we accompany you out every single corner, every single gear change of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. We had a great first race. We saw Estefano Rivera get the provisional win there. We do suspect that he's going to get the official win, right?
He's very consistent.
Absolutely. We also saw Paul and Dumlao get a very impressive second place as well as in third spot it was,
third,
Jared Lloyd.
Yeah, that's for the super sporting.
Mm-hmm.
So for our sporting, this is not the final result. We'll just for the people know, but later on we'll announce the final. For the sporting class, our first is. Do we have the result?
Well, we saw Inigo Anton. To the best of our knowledge, provisionally, it was Inigo Anton who got that, and we weren't able to see if Myla was able to get the top spot of the promotional class. But once race director gives us the results, we'll be reading them out for you. But what we're here to do is make sure you don't miss any of the action, because there's just so much going around. Sometimes you blink and it's gone, right?
Yes, for sure we'll have a recap for later. But for now, I think Boom is ready to present the winners of the second race. Take it away, Boom.
Hey, Aubrey.
Yes.
Hey, James. Well, we'll get to the winners in a bit. First, as James said, there's so much going on here trackside. So we're going to be talking to a lot of people, the racers. I'm trying to convince a couple of parents. Yeah, I know you can hear me. I've got a couple of parents who don't want to go on cam, but I'm going to get to them. You know I'm very persistent. But first, let's talk to some other friends here at the Vios Cup. We have Glyza Tabangay, the marketing specialist from Bridgestone. Bridgestone, of course, supporting us again here for leg number 2 of the Vios Cup. How are you?
Hello, Boom. I'm fine. Great. I'm actually enjoying the event right now.
That's good. So, in general, I just want to ask an overview. How are you experiencing the TGR Vios Cup so far?
Actually, I'm happy that the sun is finally out. I'm expecting a kind of...
Don't talk too soon.
Yeah. I hope not naman. Yeah.
Yeah, okay lang yan. I think the racers are ready regardless of the weather conditions for today. Speaking of racers, or maybe even teams, who do you think? Who are your, I wouldn't say bets, but you think yung mga llamado dito in this leg number 2?
Okay, I'm not gonna say a specific name.
Right, okay.
All right, but I'm gonna be observant to the leg 1 winners and see if they can actually retain their ranks, given that we might have a different weather today.
Okay, that is a very safe answer. Let's see if that changes a little later on. All right, how is Bridgestone, of course, helping the Vios Cup and the racers most specifically here for leg number 2?
Yeah, it is actually our pleasure to be a vital part of this racing competition. And Bridgestone, from the very beginning, we are very happy to be Toyota's partner in ensuring that the racers are safe and making sure, actually, this is the important part, making sure that they are getting the perfect tire for their racing experience.
And that's what I've been saying, and James and Avi have been preaching the whole morning. Safety, of course, is the priority for Toyota and for Bridgestone. Why is motorsports development important to you guys?
Yeah, well, we all know that motorsports is anything automotive tested.
Okay.
And it's a state-of-the-art technologies that we think that is decade ahead of its time. And Bridgestone actually and Toyota are both brands that wish to continue its old age tradition, and both brands are both committed to excellence.
Okay. For people who are watching on Facebook, Glyza, what do you want to tell people, especially the fans of Bridgestone?
Yeah. I know this one is kind of different experience this year, but I hope everyone is actually enjoying the kind of streaming and chill racing experience, which is very different. I know. And I hope you guys, for those who are aspiring to be a racer, I hope this is an inspiration for everyone. And Boom, if I may, I would like to invite them actually to please like and follow Bridgestone Philippines and Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And I actually assure you guys that we have very highly informative content there that is very beneficial for everyone.
All right. I think James and Aubrey have also mentioned many times that, once you get that itch and you're bitten by the bug, you won't be able to shake it off. It's going to be really tough. Thank you very much, Glyza.
Thank you.
Glyza Tabangay here with us, the trackside of the Vios Cup. All right, James and Aubrey, just give me a few seconds because I know I'm going to have to convince, I'm going to be very persistent to convince some people to talk to. They're all shying away from me. So I'll turn it back to you real quick, and I'll get to you with a guest in just a second.
All right, a shout out to all the stage moms and stage dads out there. You better go running because Boom is after you.
Is he going for the appearance of the racers?
I think so. I think he's got a mission. He seems to be zooming in on the parents of the racers.
I'm guessing it's for promotional. I think sporting class. I think Julia. Wait, I'm sorry for the promotional. Julia de los Angeles. She has her family here.
Yes, I think most of them do. Usually the Anton family travel with Inigo. I haven't seen them yet. I'm sure Estevano's probably got his family here as well. And I'm sure they won't be shy to talk to Boom. Come on, especially if he's done very well. But I really appreciate also Boom talking to Liza from Bridgestone, because I don't think that they really get... I mean, of course, we give them credit where credit is due, but to be able to understand what our sponsors do, I can't express it any better than this. It's just, they are technical sponsors. These are people who we work with, because this is their fastest R&D on the planet, meaning when you get involved in racing, you can develop a product a lot faster. And this is what Bridgestone's been known for. I mean, they have multiple world championships in like Formula One, etc. And now they're doing it locally. But let's turn over to Boom and see if he was able to catch somebody. Boom!
Hey, James, we will. I promise you that. This day's not going to end.
Who did you corner?
But we cornered the winners. That's what we did. So it's now time to award the winners of the Bridgestone Super Sporting class. Yes, I will hunt down some friends and parents and VIPs and guests in a bit. We will continue to do that throughout the day. But first, let's give credit where credit is due. After our first race here in leg number 2, our 3 big winners for the Bridgestone Super Sporting class races. In third place, number 99, Gerard Lloyd. Woo! In second place, number 88, Holland Dublon.
Go Poland! Woo, woo, woo! Barangay Dublao!
And it's official now. We talked to him earlier. Number 23, Estefano Rivera.
He's still focused, like what?
All right, let's show those trophies. Let's show that check. Let's lift them up just for a picture, Gerard, if you may. Just for a nice little picture to make it official. And then we will quickly talk to our winners. Guys who are very much used to being on the podium. Thank you very much. All right, Gerard, how are you doing?
Doing good.
Okay, so tell me about this race. How are you feeling after a couple of months? And then how did the whole race end up for you?
Bali wala kaming practice eh. So kahapon lang, happy naman with the results. We did not expect na kaabot pa. Pero thank you. May naka-points pa rin.
Meron bang konting challenges dito sa first race na gusto mong kumbaga magamot mamaya?
Marami pa.
Marami pa, ha? Sige, wag na natin. Mamaya na lang natin pag-usapan. Gerard Lloyd, third place for the Bridgestone Super Sporting class. Paul Dumlao now with me. Congratulations, man. How are you feeling?
Sarap. Good to be back. Tagal kong nawala sa Vios Cup. Ang last race ko, I think 2016. And then, I think, 6 years. 6 years since my last race.
Okay, so how is it different for you? Like in almost 5 years, were there any things that you felt different about, and then there are other things naman na parang iniisip mo, parang it's like riding a bike?
If there's one thing, it's the age. Ang tanda ko na para dito. Ayun. But aside from that, ang pagkakaiba is, syempre, iba yung kotse ng season 1, 2, and 3. So, the car feels very different. Slightly, may comparison naman, may pagkakaiba, meron din pareho. Pero, in terms of driving it, pareho pa rin. So, it feels like riding a bike. Sabi mo nga na after a few practices, bumabalik din.
Alam mo kung ano pa yung pareho? The feeling of winning, I suppose.
Yeah, oo nga. This is dedicated pala to our coach, Tetsuya Omura. If you remember, he died na yun. Namatay na siya. So, yun. I dedicate this to him. Kung nasan man siya, sana proud siya sa amin, sa tinuturuan niya. Yeah.
Nice one. Congratulations. We'll see more of you. And when speaking of winning, another win for you. We talked to you already earlier, Stefano, but you had a really nice exchange with Poland right after when we were just about to talk to Poland. If there's something that you could share about that exchange, because that seemed really, really good. It's a good moment.
Secret.
Oh, come on.
No, it's just, we were talking about the start. Poland had a good start, and if there was more space, I believe he was going to also jump me. But we were talking that how we kind of helped each other to get 1 and 2. And yeah, that was a good start, which made a clean race for both of us.
Si James tsaka si Aubrey lang naman yung nakikinig eh. So okay lang yan. We're just spilling secrets to them. Hey, congratulations! Congratulations, Gerard! Congratulations, Poland! And of course, Stefano Rivera, the Bridgestone Super Sporting Class winners. Back to you, James and Aubrey.
It's great to see the return of the comeback.
I know, I heard.
Poland Dumlao.
You know what? I didn't win, but genuinely, I'm so happy for them. I
How
don't
can you
know. Yeah, I know that feeling of being in the podium after everything that's happened, and then now you're back, and then you're gaining your strength, your skills, but it's still there.
It's contagious, isn't it?
Yes.
It's the right kind of contagious that we want to spread here. When you see something so pure, when you see an emotion so raw and pure, and that's what you get from racing. This is why I was talking about moments before, creating moments, building up to it by making it fair, putting people under pressure, so what comes out on the other side is truly magical and precious. Just like the diamond analogy. And I'm just so happy to see somebody like Poland come back and also be able to experience it, straight away. Because, we had some terrific memories with Poland.
2016?
Yeah.
He stopped 2016.
I was trying to remember. I think he had one race with us in between. There was a casual race. But to actually, join a championship, etc., yes, it was like that. And for him to get that spot, obviously losing a coach in the meantime, that's got to be a motivator. It's got to be something that's driven him into giving him that extra gear, so to speak.
And he mentioned about the age. I think he's done well. He's saying that
he can speak for himself. I don't know.
He's like, oh my God. He's saying that I'm getting old. I'm like, oh, you're good. That's congratulations for that.
You're just getting wiser, Paul, and that's it.
That's true.
And I think you did an awesome job there. Also, we cannot also can't forget Stefano Rivera, because that the top spot of the podium. He soaked up a lot of pressure. I like what he said about him helping Paul and helping him. This is what we were also kind of talking about before. It's like you can go and risk everything just to get that top spot, or you could sort of play it smart. So, congratulations to the winners. We'd like to remind everyone that the winners earlier are, once again, provisional winners, and meaning that they are the first 3 to finish the race. Of course, as with any other race, we still wait for the stewards to give their final decision, because we don't know what goes on there, but we're only just preparing you. Most likely, it's going to be the same result, but just to be fair, we want to make sure that we put that out there just in case it's something that we haven't seen. Until the officials sign off on it, it is still considered a provisional result.
True. And I remember, I also want to congratulate Gerard Roy. He's been there forever.
Without practice.
Without practice.
Absolutely.
That's what you call without practice. What more if he has practice?
Absolutely. Well, let's see what happens over there with Boom. I think he's got the next set of winners. Boom!
Yes, James and Aubrey, nothing provisional about the 3 people who are with us right now here atop the podium. We are talking about the big winners for the sporting class. We begin with the 3rd placer, car number 17, Jacob Ang. In 2nd place, car number 28, Julian Tang. And the champion for the sporting class, number 33, Inigo Anton. Okay, can everybody raise their trophies and their checks, and just so we can have a really nice picture, please? Yes? Just a good time to immortalize this moment. Thank you very much. All right, Jacob, can we chat with you real quick? How are you feeling today? How do you feel about that just concluded race?
I'm okay about it. I made a lot of mistakes again, but it's fine.
Anything that surprised you about today? And how happy are you with, you're saying a lot of mistakes, you're still in number 3?
I'm not surprised because they're really fast, so there's no problem.
I'll just try again next race.
And there's always a chance to get better in the next race as we go to Julian Tang. Hello, Julian. Welcome back to this side. And you always break down some stuff for us really well. So tell us about this one.
Well, this race was a bit of damage control for me because during practice the other day, I damaged my car, so the chassis isn't where it is right now. So these 3 races is going to be damage control and just to maintain position, basically. But yeah, Jacob and Inigo are so fast. They've improved so much since last race.
Okay, but even with those challenges, how did you get to this spot, do you think?
First off, I have to thank the mechanics. They worked overtime. They worked overnight to fix my car. It was such big damage, and yet they were able to do it. So big props to the mechanics, to the team. And honestly, I owe these wins to them, for sure.
The guys who work behind the scenes, of course, don't get a lot of credit a lot of times, but they should. Congratulations for the win. Inigo, welcome back. This spot is always uncomfortable for me because you're way up there, but that for you, no, please don't. But for you, it's good because it means you're on top, you're number 1. How does this feel? And give us your assessment of the race.
Yeah, it was just amazing. I just want to first thank the Lord for keeping us all safe and, giving this win to me. Also like to thank the team, Avengers, and our boss, Costco Aven. His birthday was just some days ago, and his birthday wish was for us to get podiums and wins, and hopefully we made him proud here. And yeah, it's just been a great race. I was able to just control my lead from the start. I was always pressured by Julian there. He was really quick also with Jacob, so I just had to keep on focusing ahead and just try to pull a gap, and at the end I was able to maintain it and hold on to my first place.
Anything that, other than, of course, these 2 gentlemen here beside you, anything else that gave you, problems today or challenges today?
Well, I wouldn't say there were that many problems, but I would say that my start wasn't up to par compared to the other guys. We actually went 4 wide into the first corner, which was pretty scary. But, I managed to keep safe. Some people passed me at the start, but I was able to get past them right away. So, yeah, from there, I'll just focus on my starts. Hopefully, it'll be a cleaner start for me and keep my race going.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not the last time I'm going to be talking to you 3 gentlemen. Congratulations, Jacob Ang, Julian Tang, and Inigo Anton, our big winners for the sporting class. Let's go back to Media Center with James and Aubrey.
Now that is one polished racer. I mean, it's not just the way he races. Look and listen to the way he talks.
Yes, and I like the lineup. That this lineup of our sporting class is legit. I think they're like the ones that really gonna fight for the top. These 3. Anyway, thank you, Boom. Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. The celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry, in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, and the official fuel partner, supported by Motul, Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuazon Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy Philippines. And of course, don't forget, James, Facebook.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH. And of course, their Instagram.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH. And don't forget, of course, the hashtag TGR Vios Cup 2021. It's very important to actually join that hashtag.
Absolutely.
It's almost like an album. You'll see yourself, you see the other one. It's like actually a connection.
That's
You
it.
connect from all over the world, actually.
Absolutely. It's just the one way to sort of centralize all those comments and keep them, as you said, in one little spot and get that conversation going as well online. So if you've just joined us, welcome. This is the leg number 2 of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, and we are with you all the way until the racing stops. And that's usually at the end of the day. We have absolutely jam-packed. I like to say we packed the days tighter than a balikbayan box. And we have now to cross over to Boom to get the latest on the results from race number 2.
Yeah, James and Aubrey, we're here to announce the big winners for the promotional class this time. All right, while the engines are roaring in the background, let's give you the big winners. At 3rd place, car number 21, Giro Garbes. Woo! Second place for the promotional class, Myla Olivia.
Girl power!
Yeah. And our champion, car number 61, Julia de Los Angeles. Congratulations.
Sorry, Boom, but
Yes.
I just wanted to say...
No, please.
I can actually see Julia's smile even behind the mask.
Definitely.
That is a big smile when you can see it behind the mask, and that's a K95.
Actually, the three of them are smiling ear to ear right now, including Jiro right here. How you feeling, buddy? Hopefully there are no issues today. If you guys forgot, or maybe we could tell Aubrey, in leg one, you had like a bathroom problem or something like that during the race. Hopefully none of that today.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have to go to the bathroom this time, and we found no issues on the car, and it felt amazing to drive. I don't know how the car managed to do that. I honestly didn't even feel like I was driving. I felt Tetsuya's spirit throughout, and I'm sure he would have loved to see this. But if I have something to say, today's podium, my podium isn't for me. It's for these two over here. Because we have this common misconception that racing is a man-dominated sport, and it's a male sport when it's not. This podium lineup shows us that women are not only equally as capable, but they're even more capable of men in doing this.
Nobody could have said it better than you, but yes, James and Aubrey were saying, you know, here at the Vios Cup, it's always been about just racers, right? It's not men or women, it's just racers. And you are one fine racer. Congratulations, man. Let's move on to our second placer, Myla Olivia. Hello again.
Hello again.
How are you? I saw you I don't know if you were smiling when you entered and I was getting ready for an interview. And you were flashing, I don't know, was it a smile that you were happy? Were you kind of disappointed? Medyo bitin ba? Can you explain that to me, that reaction earlier?
It's a great day today. Okay, yeah, because coming from a bad race yesterday, I'm so happy to be able to join the podium with these two great drivers also. Yeah, I'm just happy that I was able to recover from the back and hopefully make it again on the next race.
So it was a legitimate smile that I was looking at. That's good. A good, positive smile. What was the difference from your troubles yesterday and today, if you can just summarize it for us?
Parang kunyon, opposite. The smiling and the crying. Ganun na lang kasi. It's a long story actually.
Okay, let's keep it like that.
It's a bad day yesterday for me.
Okay, let's focus on the one today. Yesterday, you know, sabi nga nila, diba, you're as good as your last race. So this is the last race.
It's another day. So this is a new day.
And we love it. And we love seeing you smile, Myla. Congratulations. Congratulations, Julia. I was so disappointed in leg one. I didn't get to interview you. We were scrambling all over the place. But we're going to make sure about that today. And you're going to help me with your mom, convince your mom. And we got to talk to her later, okay? Promise? Promise? All right, Julia, how are you feeling being the champion right now?
It's so crazy. Even from the race yesterday, I still couldn't believe it. It's so surreal. This is my first time stepping on the podium. And I just can't believe it.
That's raw emotion right there. You can't fake it. Well, we believe it. You can't believe it, but everybody believes it, and everybody is loving it. You were disappointed about a few things in leg one, right? You are on record in saying that. What has turned it around? What has changed in the last couple of months, regardless of whether it's tactically or maybe emotionally or mentally? What has changed, and why are you the champion right now?
So in the last race, in the last leg, unfortunately, I got into an accident. And at first, I was kind of down about it. But then I learned to get up on my feet and use that to be where I am now. I used it to make me stronger and really fight for what I want.
This is a sign of things to come, right, Julia? Yes? Yes? Say yes!
Yes.
Yes, there you go, our champion, Julia de Los Angeles. Let's get your trophies up so we can get a picture just for everybody. Smile, enjoy, congratulations. Awesome, these winners. All our winners for the promotional class, our sporting class, and our Bridgestone Super Sporting class earlier. Yeah, for the TGR Racing Vios Cup 2021. We feel the emotion here on the ground for sure, James. It's permeating through the camera to you and Aubrey.
We are here tearing up. Both Aubrey and I are just tearing up. We were actually talking about it while you were on the air, Boom, that Julia de Los Angeles and Myla, we were just talking about the backstories and how emotional.
Yeah.
Maybe, Aubrey, you might want to share some of what we talked about.
Yeah, Myla is so passionate about this race. When I started, she's already there. And she shared and she really fought her place. I think she deserved really to be in that podium, in that place. And she actually bought her own simulator. And I see her, she's working out. And I think she deserves this year is for her.
Mm-hmm.
Before she's always like wants to be like, hey, that's the girl that you have to watch out, which is true because she's so good. And Julia, on the other side, she's so young when she started. She's always the champion in go-karting. She started from the go-karting, and then now she did the promotional again. She's up and down, but she's still her downs are still good.
Her downs are still good, and
yeah.
now this is her first time on the top spot of the podium.
I'm actually surprised.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah, she's.
So am I. She's always figuring there on the, but she just said to us that this is the first time top spot at the podium, and you don't forget your first win, and that first win turns into many other wins if you got the right mindset. And we certainly know that Julia has the right kind of mindset. She's very committed. So are the rest. I also like what Hiro said about. Is it Hiro or Jiro? I call him Hiro.
Jiro,
because it sounds like he's a hero on the track, especially after what he said about the girls over there. I thought that was really nice.
That's respect. Thank you, Jiro. That's actually empower, and it's like for me seeing two girls there, and that they're actually my friends, and I'm like, yay! And of course, Jiro's. He's also an awesome driver, and I think he had an incident with Troy a little bit, and it was so much fun. And then Troy's like, yeah, remember Garbes, the son? You were kind of like, anyway.
Well, that's the thing, these things. You have incidents with other drivers, but then you learn how to either work it out, and there's so much that goes on. I mean, what you see and what I see are usually what happens on the racetrack, but in the paddock itself, there's a huge culture there, right?
Yeah, but they said sorry to each other. Not even sorry, just said hi, hello, because it happens.
It happens, but you build on that, on those relationships. It strengthens, is what I'm saying. It strengthens relationships because you got to go this together. Let's check out some of the highlights, in case you missed it, of race number 2.
This is,
Is that the moment when Troy was passed by? Yes, Myla.
Yes.
Is that Myla, 73?
This is the promotional class.
Yes.
Myla from Toyota Isabela and Troy Montero from Toyota Gazoo Racing PH.
Troy Montero from Aubrey Miles Racing.
I'm about to say that, but thank you.
Okay, let's look at some more of the action that unfolded on the track. Car number 81.
Number 81 is Red Diwa from Toyota Isabela.
And this is the moment where I think he was passed by, that might have been Jared Loy over there.
The one in front of him.
Yes. And so those are some of the highlights that we saw in the earlier race. Remember, we're in leg number 2, and that was race number 1 for leg number 2. But we still have a whole championship to get through. Still a lot of points up for grabs. We also still have the autocross coming up. We also have the media class. We have some influencers. That's another thing that Toyota have recently included, is some influencers. We understand, obviously, there are many different reasons for this. One, influencers have become a whole new space in itself, which is great. I think it's a sign of the times. Also, it's another thing, Toyota like to reach out to people to give them this experience. Aubrey being a perfect classic example, myself also being one of the early graduates of this. So I'm always supportive to see new people come in that get to experience racing and get bitten by that bug.
Yes, actually this autocross is something that actually good to show people that, hey, this is the one that you're going to take when you want to race. This is actually some of the lessons that you'll take in a racing school. So you cannot ignore and, just let it go of all the, like the cones. It will teach you actually how to just turn the left and right. You know, when we drive, we usually drive with like, you know,
Instinct and
but
what,
this
what we're comfortable with.
yes, but this one it will teach you how to do like at different breaks. You know, also different breaks. Because when we brake in the city driving, we actually just
feather
tap
it. Yeah.
This one, it's like you just press the gas and flat out, and then you just one big one. So it's very different, and it really applies when you race. So you really have to learn this autocross. What do you call this? Obstacle or challenges?
Course, yeah. I would say, or challenge or obstacle course. But what I think I get out of this a lot, because it can get very frustrating, especially if you're either watching or doing it. You think, come on, I want to race wheel to wheel. It's like, first, there's a saying in racing, in order to go fast, first you must go slow. Yeah. A lot of people don't understand this, and this autocross actually teaches you a lot about patience.
Yes.
Because you're always gigil, is I guess the local word that you get, I want to just go fast. But yes, you have to understand the science of speed. You have to understand the balance of the car, and you do this in a very controlled environment. When you're doing those obstacle courses, it teaches you you have to change the weight balance of the car, and you have to go slow. It's hard to go slow because the instinct is to just want to go fast, especially when you're not wheel to wheel, and the only thing you're going to hit is a orange cone.
Yeah.
But it teaches you, no, I have to be patient, I have to be disciplined.
Yeah.
Because if you turn in a little too much and you've got your foot on the gas, car is just going to go forward.
Yeah.
So it's like when you go into Gran Turismo, if you've ever done your license on Gran Turismo, it's so frustrating, but you learn skills there that you just can't learn later on.
Yes.
Once you're doing 180 kilometers an hour on the main straight, you don't want to be learning those basics anymore. You want to have that instilled, and that's what the autocross does.
Yes, autocross is not about just speed. It's really
Discipline and patience.
Yeah, I've been there, and I'm like, okay, I want instructor will say just go 60. I'm like,
yes.
Really?
Exactly.
It's 6, okay, and then you just first gear, second gear, but I can go 80. No,
Yes.
because in the 60, you just have to brake and then turn. I'm like, oh, it's bitin.
Yeah.
But you have to listen.
You have to listen because you realize when you do 80 and you turn, now the car understeers a little bit, and you're like, wait, I thought I was faster because I'm 80. No, you're now breaking the rules of physics here.
Yep.
So we're trying to teach you the rules of physics in a very slow speed, something that most people are very comfortable with, but that's why they want to go faster. But when you go faster, you learn about physics and you make mistakes. So it's a very interesting thing because yun na nga, your natural instinct is just to go faster, but that's where you make mistakes.
And
so.
you know what's so funny also? We tried this, the celebrity and the promotional. What's so funny, I noticed that the racers make more mistakes than the newbies because they think they have so much input, they have so much there in their mind. Oh, I can do this, I just go fast. They're like, oh, I can do this. And then later on, they just want to go fast, right? But it's like, oh, not everyone. But I notice, I'm like, hey, because they want to just go fast and they know what they're doing, right? But here, you got to go back to the basics. Which is, it's like, okay, you have to focus again and be patient, That's why it's very important to actually embrace this autocross lesson. I like this, actually.
There's a lot of people out there who are probably watching for the first time or are very kind of new to racing. And I sometimes like to use the same analogy for like boxing because it's a more popular sport here in the Philippines. It's a sweet science. You don't go in brawling, right? That's not how you win a boxing match. Even though that's how we would think you would win a boxing match if you're not trained, is just keep on swinging because that's how the movies do it. Same thing with racing. You got to learn the sweet science. You have to learn about the momentum, the balance of your car. Because sometimes it's not just about muscling your way through. You got to understand when this person brakes, when they're weak. That's when you take advantage. And balance is so important. I remember when Aubrey first started, they're talking about keeping the car planted. But for a plantita like that,
That's a different one.
it's a different one. She's like putting pot plants in the back. No, that's not what we meant by planted, Aubrey.
But when you have plants, you go slow. Because you don't want to shake that plant.
Yes, that's true. Well, that's another thing, how sometimes people we used to get training before, they would put a glass of water on the dashboard, and you're not supposed to spill that. So there you go.
I like that. I like that training.
It is. It teaches you.
That.
Yeah, we used to. That's how we were trained before, and you couldn't spill the cup, no matter how fast you went, and it teaches you about that. So, let's cross over live. Let's get a few words from our sponsors, and for that, Yes.
Oh, congratulations to all the winners of Super Sporting Class, and Promotional Class for the race 2 of our second leg, Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. The celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron, XCS, official fuel partners, supported by Moto, Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Twazon Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy Philippines. And now we are featuring something very special. I like this.
I'm excited about this.
We are now...
Let's just hear from our sponsors first.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo Racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy it feels with Toyota Sure Advantage. All Toyota cars are made with the utmost attention to quality, which makes Toyotas not only durable, but also reliable. Safe to say, it's easy to make your car last for generations. Take it easy, it's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being, your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. Thanks to eco-friendly and fuel-efficient hybrid technologies, it's easy to be one with nature and drive sustainably. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system, it's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy it feels with Toyota Sure Advantage. All Toyota cars are made with the utmost attention to quality, which makes Toyotas not only durable, but also reliable. Safe to say, it's easy to make your car last for generations. Take it easy, it's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being, your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. Thanks to eco-friendly and fuel-efficient hybrid technologies, it's easy to be one with nature and drive sustainably. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system, it's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy it feels with Toyota Sure Advantage. All Toyota cars are made with the utmost attention to quality, which makes Toyotas not only durable, but also reliable. Safe to say, it's easy to make your car last for generations. Take it easy, it's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being, your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. Thanks to eco-friendly and fuel-efficient hybrid technologies, it's easy to be one with nature and drive sustainably. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system, it's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy it feels with Toyota Sure Advantage. All Toyota cars are made with the utmost attention to quality, which makes Toyotas not only durable, but also reliable. Safe to say, it's easy to make your car last for generations. Take it easy, it's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being, your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. Thanks to eco-friendly and fuel-efficient hybrid technologies, it's easy to be one with nature and drive sustainably. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy it feels with Toyota Sure Advantage. All Toyota cars are made with the utmost attention to quality, which makes Toyotas not only durable, but also reliable. Safe to say, it's easy to make your car last for generations. Take it easy, it's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being, your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. Thanks to eco-friendly and fuel-efficient hybrid technologies, it's easy to be one with nature and drive sustainably. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system, it's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy it feels with Toyota Sure Advantage. All Toyota cars are made with the utmost attention to quality, which makes Toyotas not only durable, but also reliable. Safe to say, it's easy to make your car last for generations. Take it easy, it's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
That is your Kasabay sa Lakbay. We are your Kasabay sa Carrera. Ah, see, that's Tagalog for you.
Yes, I like that. Kasabay sa carrera. I miss racing, actually.
I know it's your first time to sort of sit behind the desk. I'm grateful for it, but you must be looking at this completely different. You must be getting a little FOMO.
Yes.
You
But
are?
you know, I'm still enjoying this.
It is something
Yeah.
new, but you know, when you come from the excitement and the adrenaline of that driver's seat and being able to do that, and then seeing the people you were raced with, just how long ago was your last race, Aubrey?
Like a year, 2 years ago.
2 years ago. So it's still somewhat fresh because you can
Yeah.
you're surrounded by all of it. But you know what? Why don't we not just get surrounded? Why don't we go right into the heart of it? And for that, we need Boom! Boom! What you got there, Boom?
Hey James, hey Aubrey, we're back here and we're trackside now. We're inside now as we are getting ready for the Vios Autocross Challenge Round 2. Of course, you've been talking about it the whole day. There is a batch of influencers who are joining the autocross, and of course there's also the media class. And we are seconds away from the start. You can see that's car number 2 and number 3, Ian Magbanwa and Jose Altoveros, getting ready to kick us off here for the Autocross Challenge for this year's Vios Cup TGR 2021. Back to you guys.
All right, there we are going to see the autocross that we were talking about a little bit before, Aubrey, where we were talking about patience, we were talking about training and learning the basics under a more controlled environment. Of course, wheel-to-wheel racing is a little hard to get straight into without this training.
I actually want I want to know what are the obstacles and the challenges today, because the last time I think it's different. It's shorter and it's a different way, I think. And this one is actually longer, and they said it's harder a little bit for the influencers.
And again, if you've just joined us, when we say longer and harder, and you know, it might not look when you're watching it from this kind of footage or this angle, you might be thinking, okay, I don't really see the excitement like a wheel-to-wheel race. Well, it's not so much about that, although let me tell you, once you put a stopwatch, it becomes exciting because you're competing.
Yes.
But for the audience, what we're getting from this is you are learning the basics of racing with this. If you don't get this right, you will not be a successful racer out on the track, because this is learning how to rein yourself in more than anything else.
I'm pretty sure all our influencers are aspiring racers. You know, I can feel that, hey, I want to do that. I want to do this. They're talking to Troy actually when I went to our what do you call this, like food area. And they're like, oh, they're so like excited to hear what happened. So I think they like that adrenaline and they like that story to have it one day.
Yes, and I think one of these things about racing is it's such an easy sport to understand because it's so primal. It's whoever gets in front of the guy in front. So you don't need a lot of sort of understanding of the sport to know how you win. It's as simple as just beating the other guys. So anyone that you bring in fresh will understand this concept, and it will bring the natural competitive spirit out of them. And this is why we also invite influencers and media so that they can tell this story. Because this is something that, you know, unless you're in that seat, you will never really be able to fully understand. But these people, being their craft is to communicate and to share their stories with their audiences. And that's what we want them to do, is to be able to give the audience something to aspire to, because
Yes.
this will definitely make you a better driver.
We started already, right? So this is number 3.
It's very difficult with the autocross because, you know, the car is not assigned to one person.
Yeah.
They change the drivers in the same car. So it's very difficult to annotate when you're not sure who's inside the car. Also, we don't see the timers live, but what we can comment on or show you is the behavior of the car, what they're doing, what they're trying to compete for. And believe me, there is a lot up for grabs here too.
You know, I don't know why my favorite is the cones. I like the turns because the turns are very important. It's the one that's sharp and you know, it's big and it's very important when you race. So when you have that one turn, and then you just don't turn. You know, that one I learned from, I think, the second year. I was like, I was doing something wrong, and then they said because you're turning your wheel so many times. That's why the cones are 4. It's like you 1, 2. Right?
And understand that when you turn, you have to get off the gas. If you're turning and you're pushing the gas forward, you will get that understeer, especially in this kind of corner or this kind of circuit that we're training you on. So it does give you a complete understanding of the car. It makes you understand the behavior of the car, because this is another thing that people who have never raced before find it hard to grasp the concept of. When we talk about balance, they're like, balance? Teka, that's 4 wheels. I understand balance on a bike. Why are you talking about balance on a car? Because of weight distribution. Weight distribution is so important in racing because it determines pretty much everything. As Aubrey said, in the corners, that's where everything is gained and lost in racing. And almost anyone can just in a straight line go the same speed, right? But that's where you win or lose, is in the corners.
Yeah, the balance makes you slower or faster. So you got to know your balance. And also in this autocross, you have to listen. You have to listen. You cannot just do your own thing because everyone's doing the same thing. And you just have to do better. You know, you're not actually competing and you're not racing with anyone here. You're just really competing with yourself and the other influencers, of course. But you just have to do better for yourself. So you probably end up winning because you don't have to. You know, sometimes the pressure. Oh my God, you know, he has a better car. It's not true.
No,
so, yes,
it's not true. I mean, we used the Tuason Racing group used to do this to us all the time. Okay, it's like that. Okay, swap cars.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's not in the race itself, right?
Yeah.
But swap cars and see if you get a better time. If you get a better time, you can keep the car.
But it does happen, right? Oh, that one is very.
It's psychological.
Psychological.
It's very psychological. And you know what? It's not exactly. You can't blame some people because in other series it is the case. I mean, if you have different cars, different setups, different rules, then yes, you can feel, rightfully so, and you'll be justified to think that maybe if I had that guy's budget, that guy's car, that guy's tires, I might do as well as that guy. And that haunts a person. This is why Toyota eliminated all of that. They leveled the playing field. Everybody gets a fresh set of Bridgestones. Everybody gets Brembos. Everybody gets a Toyota Vios, made in the Philippines, proudly made in the Philippines. And everybody gets the same set of rules. So you can jack and poi over these cars and you'll still get the same result.
That's true. Okay, I think Boom is ready. Any updates out there, Boom?
Hi, Aubrey. Well, we have one better than an update. We actually have an interview because we have from Top Gear Ian Magbanwa here, who just finished his run at the autocross. Actually, they were the first two, Ian, and then we'll talk to Jose a little later on. So, Ian, tell me how did it feel, and compare it also to Leg 1. I hear there are some changes. Tell me if that's true.
Okay. Yeah. So there are a lot of changes. The track now is a bit longer, and we're using the back part of the course, the pit entry, which doesn't get as much tire time as the rest of the circuit. So, given the weather, it's a bit slippery. So we're hoping that the weather stays this way so that the track is just dry. Other than that, it's fun. It's a little harder than the first leg autocross track. But with that, it's a great track to run on.
Okay, so the question is, how did you think you did out there? And well, I didn't get to see you, but was there anything in your way here in this autocross challenge?
To be honest, I realized that the only thing in my way was my head, because during the practice sessions, the more I thought about what I was doing, the more I would, fumble things up. So yeah, I'll just try to keep it chill, get the times down. I'm thankful for the sun because the braking points are a little bit farther at the moment. Yeah, because it's dry. When it was wet this morning, it was shorter because you had to brake earlier to get and lots of slippage this morning. So now I just want to keep it chill and just enjoy the thing.
So was it okay? Was it a good run? How would you consider it?
I felt like it was a good run. Okay, yeah. Good, so good. Hoping for the best.
We'll find out officially a little later on. Thank you very much, Ian. And stay safe out there again. All right, Jose Altaveros with us from Auto Industria this time. And I guess I'll ask the same questions about the track, about the run, your own personal run. Pwede ka lumapit sa akin ng konti. Okay, go. Yeah.
So, really well.
I think so, yeah. I think they can hear you. Yeah.
All right, so the run itself was very fun, especially compared to the last leg. This one's a lot longer. As Ian said, we used the pit entry, which is not usually used. So, yesterday it was very slippery, and all of us experienced that because to be honest, some of us even almost spun out.
I heard.
Yeah, it's a fun track, and I'm thankful for Tuason and Toyota for setting up this kind of course, because last leg it was just this section only, and a lap was like 30 seconds. Now it's a lot more technical. Everyone gets to practice their driving style a bit more and practice better. So yeah, it's fun and complicated, especially if it rains.
We like that.
Yeah.
We like complicated when we're talking about autocross. It was simpler last time, you're saying. And that's what we do also, obviously, here with the Vios Cup. We try to get things better every leg, every year, and take it up a notch. And that's what's going to happen for the autocross challenge. Now, I ask you from an individual standpoint, how did you feel you did out there?
So first run, I kind of screwed up because I didn't know I hit the cone. So at the back section, it's very, very tight. So I tried going flat out because I wanted to set a faster time.
Right.
So I hit the cone that I didn't know. And yeah, hopefully I managed to pick it up in the second run because one cone is 2 seconds. So 2 seconds, even though you think it's like, ganyan lang yan, maliit lang yan. But given how fast everyone is, it can make or break the qualifying session for me.
Yeah, when it comes to motor racing, split seconds, makes the difference. Not 2 seconds is an eternity, as you would put it. Thank you very much. Good luck. Good luck. And we'll see what happens later on. All right, we have... Please introduce yourself. They're giving me the wrong one here.
Yeah. I'm Paulo de Borja from C Magazine.
Yes, there you go. Paulo. Let's get that right next time. Okay. Paulo, I'll ask you about the conditions, first of all, because it's different from yesterday, obviously. Like night and day, if I'm not mistaken, Paulo. And also the longer track, the longer run. How did you feel? How confident were you? And just give us your general impression.
You know, it was very unpredictable the past 2 days. Every practice was either dry or wet. And I guess I'm kind of lucky that it was dry today. So I'm happy about that, and I'm happy with my run. I've been learning a lot like the past day and a half in terms of like the track. Because last leg was a shorter track, and now we're back to the longer one. So it was a good run, and hopefully I get up to time sheets.
I assume you like this better.
Yes, I like this one better.
The conditions, though, what do you like better?
Definitely wet is more fun, but I'm more confident driving in the dry.
Okay, and that's what happened today. How did you think you did for that last run?
Yeah, I think my first heat I was better. But yeah, I would like to see the timesheets in a little while.
Well, me too. All of us, actually. Paul, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Rest and recover. Ron, my friend, is with us. Ron De Los Reyes. Okay, now we were right there earlier chilling and getting ready for this. How do you, and before I get to this one, what do you do to prepare for something like this? Because I wouldn't know. So if you would explain it to me, how would you prepare yourself? Do you think about it at all? Do you don't want to overthink these things? What's the deal?
Well, yeah, actually, it's my first time to race again after 2 years, since the pandemic, and I'm just glad that I'm racing back. I'm back racing again, and in terms of setting the mood or perhaps psyching myself up, I just relax there and chill and think about positive thoughts. And for the past few days, I've been watching racing videos. So so it kind of gives me the drive, and it gives you that motivation to really go fast.
Completely different. I was eating my heart out while you were zoning in earlier inside the room where we were all cooped up in. Okay, tell me about your run. How did you think you did today?
Well, yeah, I've been absent for the past 2 years, and autocross is a different kind of animal in terms compared to circuit and karting. I'm more of a karting guy, but autocross it gives you the challenge. You have to be precise and you have to be accurate with your brake and your speed. So that's the difference with autocross compared to other disciplines.
Okay, but now that you bring it up, and I'm sorry to keep you longer here, is there anything that comes into play from your previous experience in the other, like let's say karting? Does anything apply though?
Well, the love for speed. But now you have to control skill. You have to really be precise. In karting, you're free to go over some strip, no. But here, you can't go over the cone. So you have plus 2 seconds for you. So so it's more precision and braking.
Okay, so generally, how did you think? I mean, just overall, bird's eye view. Are you good? Was it a good run for you?
Well, good, but it could be better.
Worse.
I just hit the cone, so yeah.
Always. That's why we keep doing it again, right? Yeah. Ron, thank you very much. All right. Stay safe out there. Thank you again, Ron, to Paolo, of course, to Ian and Jose, lending some of their time and their thoughts after their run for the Autocross Challenge. James and Aubrey, back to you.
They weren't just lending their time and thoughts. He also lent me his iPhone charger. Thank you, Jose Altaveros. I'm serious. He really did. I was out of a charger. Nice. So, maraming salamat po. Although I can do nothing for you in terms of results, Jose. I can fake news it. I can say you won. That's about all I can do for you in exchange for the cord. But everything else has to be done on your own accord and on your own skill level and, of course, work that you put in. You just witnessed the autocross qualifying and the semifinals. But next up will be an exciting segment with your favorite celebrity influencers, so you wouldn't want to miss out on that. So stay tuned at the Toyota Motor Philippines Facebook page, where you are right now, for the new link. And simply click that link to continue watching the second leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. And we'll be back.
Welcome back here to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021 at the Clark International Speedway. My name is Boom Gonzalez, and we just got done with the media class for our autocross challenge. We had some guys to talk about their runs earlier. Now, two other media friends will be joining us. First, let me begin with Dylan Afuang from Zig Wheels, Philippines. If I remember correctly, Dylan, nung leg one, may camera kayo, di ba, while you were doing your runs?
Yeah.
Was that true? So, did you do the same here?
I think
You caught everything? Okay, so tell me about your run. How was it?
Well, I try to be relaxed as I can because they say, the racing experts say that the more relaxed you are, the faster you go. So I try to do that.
So, comparing to what you did nung leg one, because I know you guys caught that on video, right? And you put out a video for that. I think I saw that on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. How did you do here? How were you able to adjust? What was the major difference, other than this track being longer?
But the major difference is I'm a bit more confident now because. So I think I hope my confidence, my little confidence that I had today, translates into a good position today.
Yeah, that's always good, you know. Then the more you do it, the more confident you are, and hopefully the results are better. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
How about that? What do you think? What is your guess as compared to leg one?
I just hope I don't finish last. That's all.
Don't we all? Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate the time. All right. Talking to more of our media friends. This time we have Sam Serla from Visor. Now this time, Sam, okay, I'm pretty much asking everybody the same question because everybody's got a different take on the track, the weather. What's your assessment of your personal run for this autocross challenge?
Well, let's just say that the track today, at this time, we were expecting it to be wet yesterday based on the forecast and stuff. But as you see now, it's sunny, mixed clouds conditions. We don't know about later, but there was lots of rubber on the track. The grip was great. You could brake late. Lots of tire tread to go around, if you can say that. Right. But conditions were generally better. Led to a more favorable run, if I can say.
Okay, if the conditions were generally better, in your opinion, did you do better?
First run, I did hit a cone. Okay. Second run, I had a clean run, but I can guess yes, maybe no. It's too early for me to tell. It was focused.
Okay, personal question. Do you like these conditions better or the one yesterday, when it was like wet and wild?
I liked it personally a bit more when it was slightly damp because the car's tail could slide out a bit more because we're dealing with a front-wheel drive car. But here, you just have so much grip, so you just have to calculate when to brake, what line you have to go in, how tight the corner is, the entry and exit points. It's just all pretty much that.
Okay, all right. Well, good luck, and hopefully we'll get to talk to you again after the next run for you. All right, congratulations and good luck. Okay, we're talking to more of our media friends. Correct me if I'm wrong. Please tell me if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, right? Is it Jether or Jether?
Actually, it's Jether.
Jether, okay. I want to get the names right. Miole? Yes. Jether Miole, all right. The champion of the GRGT Tour Philippines. Okay, tell me about your autocross experience.
At first, I was learning the car, but I have to go slower because, well, of course, I'm still learning the car. But from practice to practice, practice 2, then the practice that just happened a while ago, I still keep thinking that I am slow enough to keep up with the big boys, especially. I believe Jose Altaveros is in here in the media class. Yeah. He's probably going to be dominating the media class and probably, potentially, the whole in the finals of this autocross. So yeah, I even practiced the wet conditions of the track when the road is wet.
Yesterday?
No, a while ago.
Earlier?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very hard actually because of the grip of the track. I can't get a hold. I can't get the flow of the track. I have to brake earlier. Also, I recorded my onboard footage of myself using my action cam. But I saw there that I was braking too early. And I'm not sure how I fare well today because I don't know my time yet.
So you're already self-evaluating with the camera right after your run. You're already checking it out, okay? But just as an overall assessment, was it a good experience for you? We can always do better. That's always, the case. But were you pleased, at least satisfied with your run today?
So far, I'm still not satisfied, but I want to do more laps around the autocross track to get more feel of the track, and of course, I believe in myself that I can be on par with the top boys when I get more practice around the track and more time around the track.
And hopefully you'll get it. Thank you very much. Congratulations, and we'll talk to you soon. All right, let's move on with our other friends. Roy Robles, also from Zig Wheels Philippines. I was talking about how I saw that video of the recap that you made from leg number 1, because you had all of the... Yeah, I did. Yeah. I saw. So, did you do the same? Are you documenting leg number 2 for Zig Wheels?
I sure did, and the video is gonna be made available on our YouTube channel and our Facebook page. So you guys watch out for that. But of course, I look forward to the video that Toyota will be releasing, to Gazoo will be releasing, because we'll be seeing everyone in that video.
All right. So you recorded yourself, I assume. Have you seen it right away? Did you guys see it? No, or haven't checked it out? Okay, but self-assessment. How is this track compared to leg 1, and compared to yesterday's conditions and all that? And how did you think? Did you do here today?
This particular track is actually kind of exciting, because compared to the first leg, it felt like pretty much just dipping your toes into the pool, getting yourself familiar with autocross racing. And this time, they upped the ante a little bit, and it's definitely more competitive. Everyone's really feeling this track, and I'm glad that the weather conditions is just perfect for today.
Were you expecting the same obstacles today, or were you already told prior that, okay, guys, we're just gonna, as you said, up the ante for leg number 2?
No, we were actually told, and we were shown a video of how it was going to look like. But
when?
Just yesterday.
Okay, so coming into the weekend, you didn't know?
No, we didn't know. But even if you know the track through a video, you never really know for sure until you experience it. So all the other guys out there, if you want to get into autocross racing, don't just watch videos. Of course, videos are going to help you out, but experience it. Head over to the track, do it legally, and you're going to have a lot of fun. And thank you to Toyota Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing for letting us experience this and letting us share these experiences with all of our fans.
Awesome. Cannot end this interview any better. Thank you very much, Roy, for your time. And good luck. Good luck. All right, I think now everybody's talking about how things have changed. I heard that from one of our friends from the influencer group, who, by the way, they're all up right now for their own autocross challenge. So let's hit the track.
Well, thank you there, Boom. So we're going to check out the trackside action of our influencers as they go out to make their mark on today's autocross event. Now, this is, of course, just the beginning. It's like a little whet your appetite for racing. Once these guys get bitten by the bug, there is a series that they can graduate to. We've seen already, we've got the promotional class, sporting class, and super sporting class. So this is what it's all about. For those of you who have just joined this new stream, welcome. I'm James Deacon alongside.
This is Aubrey Miles. And you know what? I'm very actually excited to see who's going to do good, and watching them, actually the influencers and the media class, hearing their comments actually brings me back to when I started with this challenges. I was like, oh my God, it's very detailed. You really calculate everything. You really see your mistakes. Of course, you're the ones that you do good. Okay, this one I have a better time. I didn't hit the cone. So I like that they're very detailed.
They are. Mm-hmm. They're very detailed and they're very thorough because, again, at the risk of repeating myself, this is foundation. You're setting a solid foundation. You want to develop these good habits as early as now, and once you do develop these habits, you can build on that later and it can become a faster and safer and eventually a champion driver. Aubrey, before you joined the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, what was your experience like behind the wheel?
We were just talking about it. It's so I don't want to talk about it.
no,
But
me
yes,
too.
yes. No, I want to talk
Oh,
about
you
it.
do? Okay, go.
Well, I'm not sure if you guys remember the greenhouse, the Libis, and I think the EDSA.
And I think there's
and
also a
Alab-
harbor.
Yeah,
A
it's
harbor
like
version of that.
The midnight drag racing.
Yeah, okay. We're not saying that you should. Don't do that because
That's-
one, they don't have them anymore,
Oh,
which
no
is good.
more,
Which is
yeah.
good. Which is good.
You know,
But
you'll know the age if you remember. Oh my God, yes, that was. Well, I would not. I'm so embarrassed to say I enjoyed it. That was like when I was 16 or 18.
Okay.
And in Greenhouse, what I live around there. So every midnight we'll meet up at 10 in the evening, and then we'll just do the dragging. It's so much fun. I think some of the probably racers here know what I'm talking about.
except, of course, just like what Aubrey's saying, is that yes, back in the day, that was, I guess, what was maybe tolerated as the world, but. No longer. That doesn't happen. And it shouldn't happen anymore. And this is why we put these things into a very controlled environment. And then you obviously had that little bug inside. You obviously got that little speed demon sort of genetic bug.
I know. Just like it. I remember I saw Fem there. We were so
Ooh.
young. And then Fem was like, "Oh, there's another girl." But she was also like, I think, a model when she started.
Wow. And look at Fem now. I mean, Fem is a
Yeah.
great success story of the Tio de Gazoo Racing Vios Cup because she was also one of the original celebrity racers. But man, did she?
Yeah.
She didn't just go toe to toe with the boys. She would really have us. Wow, she would smash them.
Yeah.
She was really, really good. And then she actually ended up with Jason Choa Chui,
I know.
who was almost our champion at the Vios Cup on the first 2014. I mean, he was so close. I've told that story many times because I think it's a great story. It was the first season, and he was winning. He was dominating. If you know Jason, he was signed, sealed, and delivered practically. The final race was simply a formality. And just the strangest thing happened. It was the most bizarre situation when he went and he had an accident in qualifying when he didn't even need to he didn't need to push. He just needed to be present in the race, and all he needed to score, I think, was 1 or 2 points, and that's it. He would have been champion. But because of his qualifying, he hit Alan Uy, and that pushed him out of the qualifying, which meant he had he couldn't better his position in the championship, and he had to watch Luis Gona take it. Anyway, that's a short backstory to that, but it shows how this Vios Cup ended up, making families because now they're together with a baby.
A lot of connections. I know a lot actually now that they end up together, like also celebrities. And what's nice about it is I met Jason and I'm like, oh, this guy is intense.
He's intense.
Yes.
He's intense.
That's why I'm like, oh, I can see him driving with a car, intense and doing all his best. And actually, he worked with Troy, and Troy said, yeah, that's the guy. I want to learn from him. He advised him to do this.
He's
and
a very,
that.
very focused
Yeah.
guy, and he absolutely loves racing. And so, now we talk about this, and it's almost like a generation ago. In fact, as we're seeing now in our autocross, we're seeing second-generation drivers already, like people within the media alone. Like these are the children of the people I would race with before when we were kids.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like
This?
Dylan Afuang is one of them.
Okay.
Ronald De Los Reyes is a second generation in the media, in motoring media. We've had people like Manny De Los Reyes' son, Enzo De Los Reyes. So you know what it's like you grow up together, racing in the Vios Cup, also just, growing up as young adults, and now our children are racing against each other. It's making us feel, well, I won't use the word old. What I'll say is an established series.
Yeah. It's... Wait, how old are they?
Okay, well, I'm not sure exactly how old Dylan Afuang is, but Brian Afuang is around my age. Around.
And you know what I like? They still like to do this autocross because
course.
it's fun.
Of course.
It's not like, oh, it's pretty easy for me, but no, but they're like, I like that adrenaline. They're looking for that feel, that energy when you're on the track.
Absolutely. And once again, we keep on saying it because it's true. It's in a safe environment. Because it's one thing to push yourself to the limit, but if the limits aren't controlled, then that can be a problem. But here, Toyota Motor Philippines, of course, with all the groups that they work with, they fly in stewards for this. They have international stewards. They have safety is just, I remember when we had the street circuit, they built the street circuit, F1 level of safety. Like we
Yes.
had the proper Armco barriers, none of these parang boxes and no, it was the proper racing Armco barriers, and they just don't know how to do it any other way because they have the Toyota standards. So this is what's happening now. They've created a very safe environment, and this allows you to just go for goal and find
And
your
you
own
can
limit.
see there's a lot of people, marshals, instructors, and just them guiding everyone. And what's nice about this, everyone's having fun. I know, I can see it. And I just wonder, can I read all the influencers'
gold.
names now? Okay. The influencers, it's Gab Lagman. I'm not sure which one car, but I'll just say Jack Yu.
Yay!
Aaron Villaflor. Oh, he's a friend of mine. Bianca Yao. Gino Guillamor. Carla Lizardo. John Manalo. Julius Aquino. Lexi Mendiola. Winwin Marquez. Enzo Pineda. And Laura Lehman.
Win-Win's got a perfect name for this, hasn't it?
I know, right? If she wins everything out, like the win-win-win.
It's a win-win
Win-win-win.
situation. All right, I can see the puns already writing themselves, but let's take a look at right now what's going on here. Well, we can't actually tell you, well that's Gab Lagman in the car. We can't really tell you the times because we don't have that information right now, but you can sort of, at least we can tell you the behavior of the car. That's Jack.
That's Jack Yu. You know, a trivia, she's my best friend.
I knew that from you starred together in a very popular series before, and that you remain best friends forever.
I know, it's been like about 2 decades now.
Oh my gosh.
I actually asked her, I said, you know what, if you like to drive, you can try the autocross. She's like, I wanna do the circuit. I'm like, hold on. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I told her to join, and then finally, actually, 2 years ago when I started join this autocross when they started, and then now she's here. I'm like, I'm so proud of you.
This academy has really, it's trained quite a lot of people. I mean, through the years, through the last 8 seasons, we can say that this academy has trained so many different personalities, and that's what it's all about. It's about elevating the experience and all that, and I think these are, like I said, you can take this to the road, become a safer driver on the road and understand the limits of cars, etc. So what we're doing here right now is it's like an eliminating process. So people are going to race against the clock, and then we go into a knockout format. So
I think they have to pick 8. Am I right? From down
Yeah.
to 8 from the influencers and media class. Am I right?
yeah, so we're going to go from like 8. We're going to divide them 4 and 4, and then they go head to head. So if it's if we were together you're on one side of the 4, I'm one side of the 4. Whoever gets knocked out between us, okay, I'm out. So then you will go now. It'll be 2 against 2, and that's how we do the knockout system until we get to the end where, we have the last 2 drivers fighting for first and second place. Interestingly enough, of course, everything is wiped clean every time that you get to the new starting line. So it doesn't matter what you did before. So long as you made it through, that's all that
It's
counts.
like you
You start again from
zero.
zero.
Yeah,
So there's nothing cumulative with it. You don't sort of have your times from the previous round added. And it just gives you a winner-takes-all approach.
Then you still have a chance,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Squid Games, but without the violence.
I know
right?
you still love Squid Game. Yeah, everyone
I think
loves
everybody,
Squid Game,
everybody. This is the red light, green light, but without the violence, with complete safety, and without the weirdness of it all. This is just it taps into your in everyone's primal, I think, need to compete. This is just so primal with human beings. Since the beginning of time, man has always tried to outrun the other guy.
It's nature. I don't know. It's instinct.
It's instinct.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get a bit of a clearer picture of what's happening on the ground, and for that, we need the inside man there on the inside lane. It is none other than Boom Gonzalez. Boom, what you got?
Thanks, James. Thanks, Aubrey. Well, I'm a little bit outside of the lane now, here in the shade with Lexi Mendiola. As we said earlier, we started the autocross already earlier with the media friends of ours, and now we are with our personalities and our influencers. Lexi Mendy is with us. Lex, what a life. Leg 1, you're here, we were chatting, leg 1, and then we celebrated after that night with everybody else, and then you left the country, toured the States, came back, leg 2. Wow, look at you.
I actually came back for the leg 2. Can't miss this.
So are you leaving again?
Maybe. No, I'm kidding. Staying here for now.
Okay, which brings me to the question of comparisons. Talk about the difference of what you went through leg 1 and leg 2, not just for the course itself, but just you, maybe from a confidence standpoint, maybe from a skill standpoint.
Okay. Well, definitely the nerves were so much higher in leg one because that was the first time I've ever even entered a race car. So like that was just insane. That had a lot of nerves, a lot of things in the way, but I think I did okay. But this one, I feel like the nerves are a lot less, so I'm able to focus and concentrate a lot more. So like, I hope it just keeps getting better and better from here, right?
Right. And where does the confidence come from the second leg? Was it just purely because you went through what you went through in leg one, or was there some sort of maybe a little bit of preparation maybe that we don't know that happened prior to leg number two that you might want to tell everybody?
It's definitely not the preparation, but I think that might even be the key, because for some, I don't know, with some things, if I do it like the first few times, it's just so much more exciting, So like the excitement, the adrenaline, I think that's literally like where the confidence comes from. It's the adrenaline for me.
Right. So your approach was not to overthink for going into this today.
Blank out, feel the adrenaline, just run the course. That's it.
And that's why when I bumped into you last night, I didn't mention anything about this. It was something else. Okay, last one. How did you think you performed today? I mean, just did you bump into anything? Were there anything like that?
Not that I know of, but
That's not always a good thing, but in this case, yes, in this context, yeah.
but I'm pretty confident about this one. I feel like that was a good run for myself. Personal development wise, I feel that was a good run for me. Yeah.
Well,
hopefully it's enough.
yeah, and you sound a lot different from talking about it in leg one, and that's always a good thing. So it can translate to something else. Lex, it's good to see you, and stay safe out there, and good luck. All right? No problem. Lexi Mendiola joining us, of course, one of our influencers here. And then we have Jules Aquino now, hulking beside me. All right. How does physical conditioning, unahin natin yun, ano? Let's get into that right away. How does physical conditioning factor in to the autocross challenge, or racing in your experience at least?
I think it does a lot for you because obviously, when you're more fit, you have more of a mind-body connection. Your nervous system is intact, kind of thing. You're just healthier overall in the body, and you hear a lot of the experienced drivers say like, "Oh, you got to be one with the car," kind of thing. So like, the more I feel myself, the more I feel the car. So I definitely think that's the key there in fitness.
Okay, but
it's a sport for some. This is a sport.
Yeah, that's right. So I wanted to touch on that in terms of fitness. You train, obviously, but you train for something else, right? You train for whatever it is that you train for. And now this is a very specific, sport, and obviously you're targeting different muscles, targeting different parts of your body, and generally you are fit, and that helps. But did you notice though that there are certain things? Man, this is tough. This is not what I expected. Just from a physical standpoint.
Physical, not really. I could imagine that you would need good core strength because you're going to be twisting and turning from the torso and everything, and that's really where all the movement comes from. But I definitely think it's more of a mental game because I've done track and field, so I was a racer.
So from a mentality standpoint,
the nerves don't change. The nerves don't. I always get nervous before the gun starts. It goes away, so luckily we have the qualifiers, then the semis, and the finals. So it's just like I get to get rid of the nerves right away. So,
Okay, let's talk about the driving now. Yeah. Give me an assessment of how Jules did out there.
Awesome.
Yeah, really? That confident, huh?
I think I did my best run ever since the practice run and this morning's practice. It's really dry out.
It is.
Yesterday was kind of damp, so we were able to push it a lot harder. Yeah, it was fun.
I like it.
I enjoyed.
Well, that's the whole point anyway, right? You had to enjoy it, and hopefully the results, when we find out, are awesome for you too. Jules, thanks, man.
Right,
Take it easy. All right. Jules Aquino joining us. Okay, now, our good buddy Gino Killiamore with us. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Boom.
Talk to me about comparisons from leg one and leg two. I don't know if I'm remembering it correctly. You weren't pretty happy about what happened in leg one.
I mean,
I definitely had a lot of mistakes in the first one that we did. The sad part is I feel like I did a lot better in the qualifying round than the semifinals round of the first track. But just this is infinitely, in my opinion, like a better track just because you feel like you get to stretch the car's legs a little bit more. There's a little bit more long stretches of road where you can actually really step on the gas and everything. And yeah, I mean, I ended up learning a lot of things from the first track.
Like what?
Okay, like obviously a true nerd. I started Googling like the best ways to do autocross and whatever. And one of the things that it told me was sometimes a safe driver is better than an aggressive driver. So because you actually get essentially 2 laps per go, I decided to do 1 lap of a safe drive, and then the other one where I was aggressive. And on the aggressive lap, I ended up hitting a pylon. So that's obviously like 2 seconds off my time. So I feel like I actually did a lot better during the safe run, which is, you know, counter-programming to what you're thinking because it's a race, right? So pretty interesting stuff, man.
Yeah, it is. For me, talking to all of you guys, the media guys and the influencers, of course, and personalities, because you see the difference in terms of approach. Like she was talking about earlier, I'm coming in with an empty mind. I'm not, you're coming in Googling autocross and all of that. So it works for different people, right? Okay, overall, what do you think? How did today come out for you?
I feel like I did pretty all right, but I guess at the very end of it all, because I mean it's difficult because you got somebody else on the track with you, an amazing driver whose first time it is also, who you will actually get to talk to in just a little bit, and you can't really watch them, right? Because I mean if you end up watching them, then you end up making a mistake for yourself. So it's really more of like, I guess at this point it's like, okay, I'm gonna compete with myself and then just see where it goes after that.
Confidence level about this run for you?
I would put it at a nice 60. Let's not say 9. Let's just go with 70.
Okay. Thank you, Gino. All right, I'll see you. Good luck. Okay, Enzo Pineda. Gino was talking about him earlier. Hey, man.
Hey, bro.
Kamusta? How was it?
Okay naman, it's my first time.
I know.
And I'm just really thankful for Toyota for giving me this experience. And saya, nakakaba. Actually, earlier, I had my best run. Pero kaninang umaga, nag-training ako. I was always hitting the pylon, and surprisingly, itong round na to, I did had more presence of mind. So during the turns, mas aware ako. I guess maybe my short prayer worked. So yeah, I hope I get in the top 8, hopefully.
We always like the perspective of first-timers, obviously, because there are some who have already been doing it for quite a while. There's some who their second run. Yeah. What were your expectations coming in?
For me, of course, I just want to do my best. And siguro entering this round, I want to do my best, but I want to have a clean round. And hopefully, I get to be part of the top 8. Yeah.
For a first-timer, did you do any kind of preparation prior to today or this weekend? Did you watch videos? Did you talk to people? Did you read stuff?
I actually watched a lot of autocross videos on YouTube. And I actually saw one of Milo's videos. And hindi ko alam, siya palang race director for this event. So sabi ko, small world. Right. And I think naman nakatulong siya to get that knowledge in doing autocross.
All right, Gino spoke highly about you. How did you think did you do in the autocross today?
I think surprisingly I did my best round. I was probably 2 or 3 seconds faster, but sadly I hit 1 pylon. But I think it's a good sign. At least nakikita ko na yung development sa pagdadrive ko, and it's nothing to worry about. So I hope that makapasok ako sa top 8.
And sarap din, ano? Parang I'm sure you want to do this all over again, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. All right, Enzo. Good luck out there. Okay. All right. Thanks for talking to us. We're talking to more of our friends here, personalities, and our influencers. The best friend, Aubrey says, the best friend, Jack Yu, with us. How are you? We didn't
Hi, Jack.
Hey, hi daw, hi.
Hi.
How are you, Jack?
I'm done. Oh my God.
What does done mean?
Meaning, I like all the what do you call it? My nervousness and excitement. It's like now I can breathe finally.
Jack, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Was that an amazing race?
Amazing race.
Sorry.
Minus Aubrey. I was like, okay. I mean, Aubrey, I hope you were praying for me. This
yes,
time
I
I
did.
get to be on top 8. Because the last time I was like kulelat, but anyway.
I was rooting for you. I mentioned you so many times. I said you're a good driver.
You know it.
Got the whole backstory over here, Jack.
Oh gosh, ay, be quiet.
Sabi nga namin, kung bias siya today, okay lang. Bias kay Troy, bias sa'yo, okay lang din. Every now and then, it's fine. But she was saying earlier, when they were talking about your backstory, that you really wanted to hit the actual circuit and not the autocross, diba, the first leg. But now, okay, first leg, second leg done. Tell me about the differences, the comparisons from your first leg, yung experience mo noon, and then now, your first time. How does it feel?
Well, the first leg, because it was my first ever experience with autocross and like not hitting the cones and the obstacles. So it was like something new to me.
Right.
But this one, it's a different track, different route. But I mean, I like this better because it's harder and it's longer.
Okay.
So
Keep talking.
no intended,
It's a family
no pun
show.
intended. But the thing is,
knew she
I
gonna
feel
say
like
that.
I feel like I didn't hit any cone this time, so I'm happy about that. So let's see
Okay.
what will happen next.
What, to avoid any other thing to say here, how do you like it, dry or wet? The conditions in terms of the racing and the practices and all of that. Because you went through it yesterday and then this morning too, and then now all of a sudden it's like dry and hot out there. Which do you prefer?
Of course, wet, baby.
The courses, okay, we're talking. Yes,
The
yes.
courses, that's what I'm
Why?
talking
Why?
about. Because I feel like it's more dangerous, it's faster, it's slippery, so that's why. And dry, it's okay, but it's hot kasi inside
Yes.
when you're inside the car.
Okay, so having said that this is not what you prefer, how did you perform today?
I perform good, always.
We have.
Confidence is the key.
So you think you're up there, top 8?
Hopefully. If not, I mean, it's been fun, guys.
James, Aubrey, anything else?
I don't know. When you said hit the circuit, you should say hit the road, Jack.
But I'm coming back. Don't say no more, okay?
I think you did good. I saw it. Congratulations.
No, Jack.
Thank
I think you did awesome, and I'm glad that you were able to get some seat time. In the first round, it wasn't quite the same for you. You didn't get the seat time, did you?
Yes.
Well, what exactly happened there? Do you remember what went on?
I think I was just more focused on the race and like doing good and I didn't really relax but this time I was more relaxed, but it's like that's still I still on the prize, so that's why.
Awesome. And
That's
did
the
Aubrey give you any tips?
Aubrey? She's always inside my heart. No,
So no tips needed.
no tips needed. Alam na niya yun. She knows it.
I just
I
said-
know it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I told you to do good, focus, and listen to
Yeah.
your instructor. Don't hit the cone.
Yeah, don't hit the cone.
Don't
and
just go
enjoy.
fast. You have to really
Yeah, because
focus.
I always want to go fast, so that's why she was like, relax.
All right.
Thanks, Jack.
As always entertaining. Thank you very much, Jack, for your time. And good luck. Oo nga. Good luck. Ito lang, ganyan na lang. Yeah. Good luck. Right. All right. We're talking to our influencers here who have just finished the autocross. Gab Lagman joins us naman. All right, Gab. How did today feel out there? What are your general thoughts of the course and everything else?
Just first of all, what's up, brother? What's up, everyone? It felt really great. I was happy that it's not raining today. It was pretty dry, and I really like the racetrack because it's longer. Like what Jackie said, it's longer and harder, and it was pretty good. I like what I did today.
Okay, and having said that, how was your performance, your self-assessment?
I think I did pretty good, but the drivers are pretty great here, so it's a really good. They're really good competitors, so hopefully I can make it to top 8.
Who are you worried about? You all are competitors. Yes, I know you're all influencers and friends, but when you looked at the group, who were you thinking? I gotta beat him. I gotta beat her.
Definitely Jules, because this is his second year, I think, and the last time I think he went third, and also John. I think John went second. For the girls, Lexi is pretty fast. And I think Enzo is pretty good too as well. And I think they're saying the results now, who's going to make the top 8.
All right, Gab, go ahead and check it out. Hopefully you end up in top 8. All right, before we let go of everybody, Carla Lizardo with us. Okay, they're seeing the results, so What do you think? Okay, I remember we were talking in leg one. You were pretty happy. You were complaining about certain things about yourself, about what happened. So give me now your courtside assessment of yourself. Give us a report, Carla.
Oh, Boom, I feel really good about today because the last time I talked about it was more of my mentality heading into the race since it was my first time. So I felt a lot of fear. I had a lot of anxiety. But today, I think I was able to let go of being scared and I just went out there and enjoyed the track. It's super fun because the straights are longer now, so you can really enjoy and really feel the speed of the cars. So I just went out there. I didn't want to put too much pressure on myself anymore, and I just wanted to kind of compete against myself. And I think I did a good job today.
Okay, did you enjoy the conditions, the weather this one?
Yes, I actually got to practice earlier and the track was wet. So I was a little worried about that. But then, this is what we're used to because it's the same as the last leg. Yeah, so I think it worked out.
So are we making top 8, Carla? What's your bold prediction here as people are trying to get the results?
I don't want to make a bold prediction, but I'm really hoping that I make the top 8. But if not, I hope I was able to place a little bit higher this time.
Improve from the last, which is the most important thing. And no, the most important thing is to stay safe and to have fun. Did you?
I did. I always have fun here.
Carla, I know. Okay, you want to get and find out the stuff. No problem. Thank you. Thank you for your time. James and Aubrey, back to you.
Thank you very much. Boom, always getting the inside scoop, even if he's on the outside lane. You see, that's the kind of guy he is.
Yes, it's totally normal to get nervous at your first, especially in your first autocross. For me, I remember I was like, okay, what to do before my circuit race. So I was like, what to do, what to listen to, what not to hit, what to hit. So when she was talking about, oh my God, I was scared, it's totally normal. I totally get her. I'm like, oh yeah, that's true. I can feel you.
I think Gino Killamore had a very nice insight when he said that he was nerding out and Googling about the autocross, and he said that he learned that a safer driver normally does better than an aggressive driver. That's exactly what we've been saying. So thank you, Gino, for noticing that, because that is exactly the point we were trying to make earlier, is that in this lower speed foundational setup, you learn that being aggressive actually works against you.
Yes.
So you need to first understand the limits, and then you can push. Because if you're pushing in the wrong direction, it's like going fast in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
You're just getting further and further away from the thing, no matter how fast you are. You got to apply it correctly, and that's what you learn here in spades in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup.
And of course, I read the influencer's name. I just want to read the media class. Of course, our drivers are Dylan Afuang, Brian Dacanay, Ronald De Los Reyes, Ian Magbanwa, Jose Ontiveros, Paulo De Borja, Roy Robles, Sam Serla, Jal Katuran, Mark Yonko, Irish Gonzalez, and Jether Miol.
Wow, wonderful.
Yes.
And you know what? These guys are going to be waiting with bated breath on who is going to get through, and all the results of that will be coming out in just a little while. We also still have some wheel-to-wheel racing coming up, so that's still very exciting. Yeah. One thing I wanted to tell people, I noticed while we were in between, I was checking out the new My Toyota app. Have you seen that? That's so cool.
Yes, yes.
What an app! It's an all-new app that you can get on the App Store, and it brings you right. I mean, you can get things you can book, of course, your servicing. You can get quotes. You can get anything that you need for your Toyota ownership. Check the app out. I just wanted to say that because I was just playing with it, and I thought it was wonderful.
And of course, don't forget to share this live to your friends, and just to spread the news that we have this. And also, we have the last leg on November.
Yes, it's so close, isn't it? I mean, it's like waiting for a bus. You can wait for a while, and then two come at the same time, practically.
I know, in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. So we have to wait. Obviously, the pandemic makes these things very difficult, but the nice thing is with Toyota, it doesn't make it impossible, because they don't really have that in their vocabulary. At least in their corporate dictionary, it's not there. I looked. I checked. Impossible. It's not there. So this is just how they think over there. Where there's a will, there's always going to be a way, so long as they have at the very heart of it safety. If you can tick that box, Toyota's going to get it done.
That's true. That's why Facebook.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH. And don't forget also to follow Instagram.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH. And we'd love to check out your post about this race. So please let us know your thoughts by using the hashtag, guys. Don't forget it. Hashtag TGR Vios Cup 2021.
All right, there's still plenty more action coming your way, and we will be bringing it to you blow by blow, so you won't miss a single thing. If you've just joined us, you've missed a incredible race in the beginning. Let's do a little slight recap of it. From what we can remember, it was Inigo Anton in the sporting class. In the super sporting class,
Stefano,
Rivera.
of course.
These young guns are really dominating this whole series, and then we had the girl power. Let's not forget
promotional,
that.
yes.
We had a very smiley Julia de Los Angeles there, who was smiling so bright you could see it under her mask.
I'm actually so proud of her. Yeah, she's been through a lot the past few years, you know, from racing, and then she stopped, I think, for a bit, and then she started again. And she's also from go-karting.
Yes.
And she was doing well there. She's one of my inspiration.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because she's so young. I'm like, hey, you know, I should have started young.
Yeah,
Right?
I know, right? Because it just teaches you so much more than just racing. I mean, you learn, like I said, I don't want to sound corny or anything, but you learn so much about yourself. Because as much as you're competing with everyone else, Aubrey brought it up earlier, you're as much competing with everyone else as yourself. So it's the kind of thing that even if you win the race, if you know you made a few mistakes, what keeps you up at night is, what if I downshifted at this point, right? Don't you visualize that when you go to bed? You're like, I think if I dropped into the gear and I just
It never stops.
It never stops.
Oh my God, yes. As long as this weekend, the whole night, we were thinking about it. Even I'm not even racing, and I'm still thinking about it. I'm like, just in the car, you know, just imagining it. And Troy even say, you know what, like this. We're in the bed and then talking about where I'm like this, I'm shifting, and then like this, and all of a sudden I got hit. I'm like,
yeah,
it happens.
And this is what makes it so wildly addicting, is because even if you reach the level of, let's say, Formula One, even some of I remember Lewis Hamilton saying recently that he's never done a perfect lap, something along those lines, because there is no such thing as the perfect lap. They'll get close to it, but this is what keeps you up at night, and this is what keeps you going. It's a never-ending moving target, because it's almost, with all the variables out there, it's just about impossible to get that perfect lap. And thankfully, we're with Toyota, who doesn't understand the word impossible, so we keep pushing.
And that's what's nice, you know, being not perfect is actually good, because you want to do better. For me, just making mistakes, I'm like, okay, I can do this, I can do better, and actually much better. So it's okay. You know, by watching F1 every weekend, it actually teaches me, I'm like, oh my God, look at those. They're so disciplined, they're so like this, they're so calm, and like, you know, every time they start, they look. Daniel Ricciardo, just listen to his music. You know, I'm like looking at. I actually can't wait for the Formula One Drive to Survive.
Oh, from Netflix, yes.
From Netflix, yeah.
That gets a lot of mainstreamers into the sport, and that's the kind of thing that we need, is to be able to have a platform like Netflix, to be able to bring you that in sort of mainstream bite-sized pieces so that people understand it. And this is also the goal that we have here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, is to be able to also bring to you in bite-sized pieces a mainstream version so that people understand it. Going back to the racing, and that you'll never be able to achieve that perfect lap. It's in fact what makes it so special is this is also in the corporate DNA of Toyota, because I remember Lexus used to use that relentless pursuit of perfection as their tagline, and it's in that because they know that you'll never really achieve it, because perfection is something that is a goal, but really if you're driven, you're never going to reach it, because you're never going to be happy, because you're always going to see something better. But it's in the relentless pursuit of it where all of the magic happens.
I like what you said, yes.
There you go. I made that up on the fly.
Yeah. No, I'm realizing that's true, you know. You always have a goal, but when you reach your goal, then you have another one.
Yes.
It's never really...
But what we're appreciating and watching, and you can apply this to other sports, is that relentless pursuit of it.
Yeah.
That's where all the action is happening. because we're not expecting humans by our very design are imperfect, right? So whatever we create also has that level of vulnerability that could be an imperfect thing, but it's in the relentless pursuit and desire to completely always chase perfection that you get the best out of anything.
And I think it applies to everyone actually. And with the racers, oh my God, it's never ending. They always think of like this. Even let's talk about the cars. They always want to get their car better, faster. So it's always like that. It's never like, okay, that's enough. No, it's always like we
never.
want to get this car better, like this or that, And then they're like, I want to be a better driver. I want to have a better speed. I want to have a better drive, a run.
Yes, having a moving target like this, and with racing, you're just dealing with so many variables. That's why it becomes impossible to really achieve that perfect lap, is because you might, let's just say, you are unbelievable and you're able to string together that perfect lap. You've shifted the exact, but then the weather wasn't perfect. So maybe if the temperature was just a little, maybe 2 degrees less, you could have shaved off 1/10 of a second. That will drive you wild. So this is why it's so many variables, and then for you to adapt to those variables is what you're always continuously honing as a sports person.
You can just say it's perfect for you, but it's really in your mind, I want to do better. But for now, it's good, right?
It's good.
Yeah.
It's absolutely
I'm happy with this one. I'm contented then, but I'll do better.
And then, obviously, on a broader scale, when you look at it, you might think, okay, well, what's this all leading to? Well, what this all leads to is better products coming out of Toyota, Bridgestone, Petron. This is what people go racing for. So it's not just purely entertainment. It's not just purely sport. This is an R&D factory on wheels.
Yes, I believe that, actually, Bridgestone is Bridgestone. They always say, like, which one is the better tires. For me, I'm like, you know what? I've been with Bridgestone for 4 years. They're so good. And looking at this now,
I think Michael Schumacher was with them for like 5
Really?
championships, I think.
Oh,
5
nice.
world championships by memory.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's our thanks, Bridgestone.
Bridgestone.
You guys are solid. You guys. I think all our sponsors are very supportive.
If you notice something about the sponsors too, I've been noticing this ever since. They're all the top of their game. Because Toyota don't like to do any, they just won't team up with anyone else.
Yeah.
They're the top of the game. They are the leaders in the market. They hold almost 50% of market share in this country from one manufacturer. They're not going to partner with people who are not of that same level. So Bridgestone is a leader in their field. Petron is the number one fuel and oil company in the country.
They
so
actually, build a solid relationship for how many years? It's actually nice.
It's by design, yeah.
Yeah, it's not, you say it's sponsored, but it's actually a friendship connection, and it's actually a good relationship for everyone.
And you notice, once again, that all the sponsors are technical sponsors as well. We need them. We need them to go racing. We need them to get this series to what it is today. So it's not just, like I said, a sticker on a car. It is the tires that actually perform. It's the fuel that we put into the car. It's the oil that we put into the car, the brakes that we put on the car. So every partnership is individually evaluated and nurtured.
I just want to ask, for circuit, we have that certain limit of fuel. For autocross, do we have something like that? Or we don't have to put a limit because it's lighter or it's heavier? No.
I don't think, it's not, they're not going to be on as specific as that. When it comes down to autocross, really, I think there's no limit on the fuel per se, because it's a super short track.
Yeah.
You're not going to be burning half a tank or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, it doesn't really affect and also with with the way it's done up, you're not really going to get that value of, let's say, the weight. If you're talking about the weight,
you're not really using the fuel so much, like when you race.
Not when you're racing 30 minutes and you're maxing out every gear, you're redlining every gear. You're going to use that's a lot of gas. But if you're just doing 2 time laps of what I think we're in the 20 plus seconds of lap, it's negligible. Especially if you're using XCS Plus.
Of course.
There's a
So this is the media class now. Are we in our influencers?
We are now in the
media class. I'm actually so happy that they're here and they want to experience it and to share to their followers what they've experienced for driving for Toyota, and they're doing good, huh?
They're doing very, very good, and also it's part of the relationship building. I mean, I grew up as a Toyota baby in racing as well, so you never forget that. And it's a way of understanding the corporate DNA. You really do. Once you go racing with a company like this and you see what is involved to put up a weekend like this, you appreciate everything else. Because, like I said earlier, and I'm saying this for the benefit of those who haven't been tuned in for the last 4 hours or so, is that when you see a car being built, it's easy to just look at the car and go, you just see the outside, the cosmetic side. You don't see what goes into that. But yet what goes into that, especially when it comes to safety and engineering, that's what's going to save your life. That's what's going to spell the difference between a good car and a bad car. Just looking at it cosmetically, they all do the same thing. But when things go wrong, that's when you really appreciate the value of people like Toyota, who invest in that research development and do not compromise on safety.
That's true. That's why, you know what? It's actually a media class. I want to know if there are actually professional drivers there or anyone who has experience with racing, or they're all a beginner with racing, or they have a background.
They have a background. I would say not necessarily in the level of the super sporting, but in media, at least I can say for a few of the names here that I see, and also on my personal experience, you get given these opportunities as automotive media to drive in different tracks, get different type of training. So it's not an alien thing for us. We may not have raced championships, we may not hold professional racing licenses, but to say that these people have experience, definitely they do. They have exposure to it. But here's, I think, what's more important, Aubrey, is because when your living is dependent on it. I'm just speaking now from personal experience. When this is what you do, and people, the weight that is placed on your opinion about cars, the pressure for you to perform is different. Because in the back of your mind, you're thinking, why is somebody going to take my opinion about writing about a car if I don't know how to drive one? That's what you have to, that's the message that you're pressured under for your readers. At least, like I said, I'm speaking for myself here. I'm automotive media, I'm expected to know how to drive. So when they put me in a car and I'm competing with my competitor in another magazine, another website, etc., I have to beat that person. My career depends on it. It may all rest up here, but that's real. It's a very real thing. And this is why we see such competitiveness in media. I think it's wonderful because, I mean, I've had some of my greatest memories in the automotive media spent in a racetrack, spent in the behind the steering wheel of a Toyota.
You know, also, the media, do they apply for I just want to know, how do they apply for this? Like before they got offered?
They are selected usually
nice.
by, in at least 24, what I know is they were selected based on, obviously, Toyota know us already. So they've worked with us for many years and we've gone through many different events, test drives around the, whether local or international. So they kind of know already your skill level. So they know this guy has potential, this guy we would like to develop or we think would do well. So they invite you. You can't apply for this. You can't sort of buy your way into this for media. It's something that Toyota invite you. In the same way that they invited celebrities as well. I think they spot some potential. It's not just about your reach. I mean, because if it was about your reach, they would just go straight on who are the top whatever five and then invite them. No, there's many different variables that they're looking at. They're looking at how you represent the brand as well because, you know, Toyota there's no corner that they cut. So, I mean, I remember even one time recommending some celebrities before, saying, hey, have you tried this guy? And it's like, well, we're not 100% sure of how the guy might represent the brand. They'll do something silly. So they look at everything. They look at the attitude, they look at the safety, they look at the driving skill.
So at least as a media class, we have a little bit of advantage and background, and they know the feel, right? Being in the car, and they know what to look. They're like, okay, is it like this? So it's almost like they're doing a survey in that car. What this is better, this is good. So they're here to enjoy and actually have a good topic.
It's a good topic. You're right.
Yeah.
And I think what the word I would be looking for is appreciation, because if this is going to be your craft, this is your chosen field to do, and you're writing about cars, again, more than the average Joe, you're going to have to learn the extremities of it. You're going to have to really push that car to its limits to understand why it's important to have 6-speed instead of 5-speed, or why the steering ratio is like this. If you're driving day to day, you're not going to appreciate that. You're not going to also appreciate the, when you spin out and stuff like that, how the car handles under less favorable conditions, because that's going to separate the good cars from the bad cars. As I said, if you're all just sitting on 100 kilometers an hour on cruise control on the highway, almost every car is similar.
Yeah.
But what happens if you have to slam on the brakes at 100 kilometers an hour and swerve out of the way? Well, now you're separating the good ones from the bad ones.
So if ever we have other media aspiring to do autocross, can they still apply for this end of leg or no more, or can just apply for the next year or next race, right? Because for sure, by watching this live on Facebook, there's for sure a lot of 90% are into cars.
Yeah.
So media, fans, families.
I'm not part of the selection process, so
Yeah.
I can't tell you officially what Toyota's stand is here. But again, I'm only drawing on my personal experience. They like to keep things fair as
Yeah.
well, so they want to spread that love around and spread that experience around. So it's not something you can technically apply for, but if you're if you're there in the beat and they spot some potential there,
Yeah.
they're definitely going to invite you.
Oh, that's nice.
And if they haven't invited you yet, just don't worry. We're keeping this going. Toyota are committed to this program, and they will get to you eventually. So no problem with that. They want
that's
everyone.
good to know.
Their goal is to get as many people to experience it as possible. So if
That's
you're
true.
coming from that premise, then you know that you're going to get your chance very, very soon.
That's nice to know. For sure, there's a lot of media watching us right now and listening and just want to try it. And they're like, how do we try? How do I like this? Or maybe some are messaging Toyota, right?
Yeah. Well, you can always go on the website parinig.com.
Parinig.com. Is that real?
No, it's not real. But you could have a chance. I mean, maybe we can patent it, owned by the web URL already. But no, it's just go out there. I mean, Toyota, like I said, they're going around and they're making sure. I mean, I've seen so many names already in the media. So they're really trying to spread it fairly as possible. And they'll get to you if they haven't gotten to you already.
I'm actually excited for this. I know we're not done yet, but I'm actually excited for the next race. The last the third race.
I'm very excited, Aubrey, because almost always, and you know this racing here, Clark has a very fickle weather environment. And sometimes we could be sitting in a very hot day and boom, afternoon, the showers just come on like clockwork.
This track is very unpredictable. I
Very.
remember we were racing, and half of the track is a little bit sunny, wet, and half of the track is just raining. I was like, where are we?
Yeah.
Are we in a different state or a different, province? It's if they drive here, it's pretty not crazy, but it's wild.
It's wild. It's pretty
How could
wild.
that happen? It's like it's that half of it, it's dry, and then this one is raining.
It's really fickle. I mean,
Yeah.
like I've spent so much time here in Clark International Speedway, and I've just seen that, there are days where you look out and you go, there's absolutely no chance that it'll rain today. And boom, it rains only in the track.
Yeah. Like today, look at this. It's sunny, but earlier it was kind of gloomy and gray.
So if you're asking about excitement, you might want to do your rain dance, because that always guarantees some excitement and definitely
Brings you luck, they said,
it
when you do
definitely
the
brings you
rain.
luck. And here's another thing about the rain. It really does separate the drivers, because that's where they call that the great equalizer. So some people really look forward to it, because that's where they feel that they have an advantage, because they you can find grip where others don't. But anytime you change the conditions, it just makes it more challenging. And some people shine and some people don't. So
I believe that, yeah. Some people are like, oh, it's going to rain.
Yes.
Some drivers, I was like, some are like, no, please.
not so much in the Vios Cup, because the cars are all the same. But if you go, let's say, into Formula One, the cars down the back of the grid are always praying for rain or always praying for mayhem, because that's the only time that they get a level playing field or a fighting chance.
Yes.
Because all things being equal, because of the way the budgets, and that's a good example to use, is the top cars will always be where they are, and the bottom cars, that's just always where they'll be. Unless something crazy happens,
Yes.
like there's an accident, there's rain, there's a safety car.
Car issue. Yeah.
And this is where they get their one chance to sort of punch above their weight or get a better result. And so that's what equalizes the budgets. But as we mentioned before, with the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. It's not the case. We get that equal opportunity, rain, hail, or shine.
Yeah, this weather's good actually.
Good for them.
Yeah, good for them. But it's,
Not necessarily
I can
for the
feel it. It's pretty
commentators.
hot. Earlier was wet, and I think the third leg will be good for the racers. It's going to be a good weather.
And you know what else? Just slightly, changing lanes a little bit is. I don't think we've talked enough about how awesome those two Gazoo Racing special edition vehicles look. Did you notice the Fortuner and the Hilux as well?
Yes.
Gazoo Racing equipped. I mean, that's going to just like, wow, you can take this whole racing DNA and put it in your family SUV or your pickup.
Actually, after this, I want to get closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to take a look. It's actually, from afar, it looks solid, it looks quality, and the design, and the looks of it, the color, I like it. I'm like, you know what? We actually want to have something like that. I actually want a truck or a pickup for my plants.
Yes, and it's a pickup for your plants,
Yeah.
but with that memory of that DNA that you've gone racing with Toyota, and so you're carrying a little bit of that in your everyday drive.
Right.
And this just proves my point, or cements the point that I was just saying about before. When they race, it's not just for nothing. They're doing it to develop better products, and this Gazoo Racing editions of the Fortuner and the Hilux are perfect examples of that. But I think the best example would still be the GR Yaris. Have you seen that?
Yes, I think. Wait, did I? No, no, no.
Well,
that's not.
they just launched it in the. We got a sneak peek in the last leg, and it was just, this car is so in demand.
I saw it online.
I've never had so many new friends calling me up, going, "Hey, you know someone Toyota that we can get the ahead in the waiting list?" I'm like, look, if I could, I'd put myself on that
Yes,
waiting
for
list
sure.
and bump myself up. So no, it was one of the most in-demand cars I've ever seen.
I want to see that again. I think I've seen it online, and they've been advertising it, but not in person. Is it here?
It's an incredible car. They had Marlon Stockinger here, launched the car at this very racetrack. And it was one of those vehicles that they come along. I think the last one that got this much excitement, funnily enough, was also Toyota, was the 86. Because it's when they nail that recipe down, and the Toyota 86 was the old school rear wheel drive, and it brought back that whole bygone era of motoring, and it brought it into a modern package at an affordable price. So people went nuts over that. And then just when that started to sort of, get to the end of its life cycle, along comes a GR Yaris, and the same thing happens. And people are like, I'm talking people with high-end European cars, sports cars in the 20 million peso range, are calling me up, asking me if I can hook them up with Toyota for a GR Yaris. What does that tell you?
They never really stop. Toyota really keeps on improving. Not just improving, just new cars, new people wants it. Like everything is something that you want to look forward to, and like what you said, everyone wants it. Every new car, everyone wants that new car.
That's a very good point. And just to build on that, it's part of the reason also why Toyota went back at racing. And this is not just the GR Vios Cup. This is also, they also went back and they did some Formula One. They have Le Mans. They have their hybrids in Le Mans and all that. It's because what they were trying to do was inject the excitement back into the brand. Because Toyota they had become, in a way, and I'm just speaking on a personal level here, in a way, almost victims of their own success, in the fact that they were so reliable that they became a no-brainer, almost like an appliance. It's like, well, if you want your car to last and you want headache-free, trouble-free motoring, you get a Toyota. I'm sure I'm not the only one that thinks like that in this country. Over 50% of us bought a Toyota or have a Toyota right now. So it's reliability. What they wanted to inject or re-inject was desirability. It's like, it's not just something that you can rely on, it's something you want. It's something that gets you out of bed at night to take you for a drive in the middle of the night just for the sake of driving. The LFA was a great example of that with Lexus. They built a car that nobody said they could. It's everything you thought Lexus weren't, right?
And you know, car parts of Toyota are always readily available.
Readily available, but they already cemented that reputation so much that what they needed to do, or what the racing has done for them, is inject that excitement on top of that reliability, the desirability on top of reliability, and now you have a perfect formula.
I know, I want to see that car. You know what? There's so much cars that we were talking about. We're talking about here, and I want to see outside after this. I want to see the Hilux actually.
I want to see the Hilux too.
Yeah, even the color I like, and can we test drive that? No.
Well, you know, you can go to parinig.com right now. We can do the live version. So hi.
I actually requested. I said, hey, maybe next leg I want to ride in Cars Troy. I want to see how he drives. You know, I never rode on the passenger seat.
In what do you mean?
Like just the even autocross. I just want to see, and I just want to take a video of it, like how it feels to be inside.
So you've never taken a shotgun ride?
No.
In the track?
With any drive celebrity?
JP or anyone take you around, your instructors take you around?
Oh, with Ferdy, yes.
Ferdy shows you the hot lap.
Yes, but you know, with someone new, like a celebrity,
all right.
like, or Troy.
Okay, getcha.
It's just like, I'm like, how does it feel? Well, I remember Danielle Matsunaga had her girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, sorry. When I think in MOA we had the autocross, and she had so much fun. I'm like, I get that one.
I get what you. So you to invite somebody,
Yeah, I mean, Troy will drive, and I just want to see how he drives. You know.
And you're not going to backseat drive him. You're not going to.
Just a practice, not like the real
break,
race.
Break.
No.
Drop it down the gear. Drop it down.
No, I'll be in my seatbelt, hold.
Well, that's true. That would really be an awesome experience.
For sure, you have tried, like, you know, shotgun.
I've taken my wife does not enjoy. She just does not enjoy sitting next to me when it's like I've taken for a hot lap once, and that was first and last time. But the kids are always they've always like wanted to jump in, and I've taken them around in different types of, you know, I took them around once in the Vios as well. And yes, it is definitely a nice experience.
Yeah, right.
Because they're shocked. They're like, I didn't know Vios could do this.
I remember in MOA, we did that, and then like just picked an audience, like, hey, come here. But that was like, what, 2 years or 3 years ago. So that was fun too. And I remember the girl that rode in my car actually tagged me in posted.
Oh,
I
really?
said, thank you so much. It was so much fun. And then all of a sudden she dropped her phone. So it was fun though.
You never forget that. You really don't. Because like you said, a lot of people, I remember one thing that you said earlier about when you were learning about how to brake and a lot of people will never hit that brake the way it was designed to be hit in an emergency. So, you know, when you learn it like that on a track, you learn a lot about your car. And
yeah, the first timers for sure, it feels weird. Like, okay, so you're gonna brake like hard, not twice, just one big one. And you just go 60, or if you tell you to go flat out, it's like, what's flat out? You just go that's for the circuit, right? But for this one, just go 60, don't go over, and then you brakes, and then you turn. It's very specific, and actually I miss that. I miss doing that. Okay, control me, right? Not control, because when you do racing, it's all on you.
It is.
You just go for it because you think you know, and then you know, I think.
And a lot of this is feel, right? Yeah. A lot of it at the end is the seat of the pants feel that once you get in tune with your car and you understand what your car is doing, they call it the seat of the pants because you really feel it literally in your butt. You feel the traction of the car, you feel when it's braking out, where the limits of the traction are, and yeah, that feeling is just so exciting. Now I'm getting the memories coming flushing back. I'm like, oh, I want to go back out there and race again.
And then your car feels like your partner. You're like, oh, you okay?
It's a dance partner for sure.
Yes.
It is a dance partner.
And you always care for it. When after your race, can you check my side mirrors, my gear, my brakes, you know, stuff like that. That nobody really knows if you're not racing. It's the connection with your car.
Connection with your car.
You think that's your baby, or that's your like we're connected. That's true.
And if you feel connected to your car, and this is not just in racing, but once you establish that connection because you've gone through something like this, you will automatically know if there's something either wrong or about to go wrong with your car because you can already feel it because you're in tune with it. That's what also racing teaches you. It teaches you how to be an equal moving cog in the machinery. You're one of the moving parts in that car.
It's like you're one. That's
You
true.
are.
That's why I like my seatbelts really tight, just because I feel like we're in one puzzle. It's true.
And now that we're talking about seatbelts being really tight, I'll bring this up because I was just telling somebody just the other day that they couldn't understand about this is why when we race we have the 4-point or 3-point harnesses and they're tight.
Yes.
It's because it's that little gap. It's that little gap where you can get injured. And with 3-point seatbelts, although it was single-handedly the best safety development in a motor vehicle, if you're going to do pound for pound, it still has that, when you lock it, there's still that gap. And in this gap, this is when you can break a collarbone or something like that. This is why we have airbags. And airbags are not these fluffy pillows that we see in the movies. This is there called supplementary restraint systems because they are a supplement to your seatbelt. You do not have that as a replacement of it. You need both for them to work. And all the airbag does is push you in so that when you hit, you don't have this.
It's like you don't move. You just
You
stay
don't want to
there.
move.
Yeah.
Yeah, so more to your point, it's you don't want to move. And this is what keeps our race car drivers safe because if they hit something, there's no initial gap that they're going to bang against. And that's what keeps them
It's
safe.
actually good to, before you start, you tighten it. Because after, a 1 or 2 laps, it's going to get loose.
Yes.
And then you'll be like, oh, you don't want to move inside the car. Because you have one movement. If you are moving left to right, it's hard.
It's very
hard
hard.
to control. That's why I'm like, only the thing that moving is my hand and my foot. That's it. I don't want to move my body. That's what I remember every time I drive, I don't want to move.
All right, well, let's wrap up and check out what's happening there with the influencer media class. I think they've wrapped that up already. It's the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. Welcome back, everybody. Celebration of the Vios Cup and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry. Don't believe me? Well, how about some of these heavyweights like Bridgestone or Petron XES, our official fuel partner, supported by Motul and our other sponsors Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuason Racing, and Rota Wheels, also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy Philippines.
And of course, don't forget Facebook.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH and their Instagram.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH. And guys, don't forget the hashtag TGR Vios Cup 2021 hashtag. Thank you for joining this segment with us. Stay tuned at Toyota Motor Philippines Facebook page for the new link. Simply click that link to continue watching the second leg of Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2001. And next up is the third and final circuit race for the day.
We'll see you after the break. Bye. How long is this?
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With readily available Toyota genuine parts, highly trained technicians, and 1-hour express maintenance, it's easy to relax and have more time for yourself. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
All right, welcome back to those watching us on the Facebook page of Toyota Motor Philippines. We are right here at the Clark International Speedway for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. Again, my name is Boom Gonzalez. And earlier, when we started the race, we were talking about a little bit of a teaser at the back of all of the Vios cars ready for our races earlier. I was talking about the new Toyota Hilux GRS or GR Sport, which is where I am right now, right beside. The other one is the Toyota Fortuner GR Sport. I'll get to that in a bit. But this is it. So I promised a closer look on that Toyota Hilux GR Sport, which was at the back of our field earlier. And you see the differences, you know. The biggest, obviously, thing that you see is the GR badge, all right? Which, as I said, always evokes emotion of performance and sport. Gazoo Racing. So there's a lot of these GR badges around the car. If you look closer to this grille here, the Hilux, these are actually little G's, letter G's. I know that because I saw it on the 86, Toyota 86, the new one. So this one is the same grille, the little G's there. So you see the black accents. You come over here, 18-inch alloy wheels now for the Toyota Hilux. Red caliper brakes right there, looking really nice with these black accents. More GR badges here, Gazoo Racing, all over the Toyota Hilux. Even inside, you take a peek. You look at the black and red perforated seats. GR badge there. GR badge by the steering wheel too. You go all the way to the backs. It's the same thing. So the upgrades from a styling standpoint and suspension standpoint, you'll find out more about that on October 23 when they officially launch the Toyota Hilux. Also here, to my left side, is the Toyota Fortuner GRS, or the GR Sport. As I said, you'll see even inside, you take a look, there are GR badges in the steering wheel, in the seats. You see the difference. See the red caliper brakes. Then you see the front fascia, very different. Now, so these are the cars that we were talking about earlier at the start of the race that we were going to take a closer look at. The Toyota Fortuner GRS. and the Toyota Hilux GRS or GR Sport right here to my right. Now, I'm not going to give away too much about the vehicles because we want you to tune in to the Toyota Motor Philippines Facebook page on October 23 as both of these variants, both of these cars will be officially launched. All right, that's it from us here trackside. In the meantime, more of the Vios Cup. Get to know more about our Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup Circuit Championship racers, Red Diwa, Julia de Los Angeles, and Jacob Ang's motorsports journey in this next video that you're about to see. Check it out.
Nothing comes easy without hard work. I am Red Diwa, an architect and a businessman from Tugigaraw, Cagayan. I started racing from a different discipline in motorsports. So I spent around 10 years or more sa off-roading. In 2015, the dealership of Toyota Isabela were looking for local drivers who could represent their dealership. So I applied to be their race car driver. Yung buong journey ko sa Vios started noong 2016. That was my first season 6 years ago. So I started as a novice driver, promotional. I was challenged to join knowing that the Vios Cup is a platform of equal racing. Kasi as you know, yung ibang discipline ng racing, the more you spend, the faster you get. So the Vios Cup is a race that is from the grassroots of racing. We have equal car, in weight, in fuel, in tires. Driving skills talaga ang dinidevelop. During my first year, that was season 3 of the old Vios. It was a street race. That was my unforgettable race. Second race, Philinvest Alabang, I crashed my car and the race was almost stopped because of that incident. Nag-lock yung car ko, I went out of track, I went dun sa Commerce Road. Habang may traffic, lumabas yung sasakyan ko. May mga major accident during that race, pero dun sila sa mga talagang reinforced na area, dun sila tumama. Ako tumama ako sa hindi masyadong reinforced, kaya lumabas ako sa racetrack. After the race, I was asked to go back to level 1 and level 2. Among all the promotional class na dumaan dun, from what I know, ako lang ang bumalik sa level 1 and level 2. I didn't take it against me, but it motivated me to practice more and get better. The year after that was 2017. That was the year that I won the promotion. After winning the promotional class, I was promoted to sporting class. In 2018, I almost won the sporting class. Kaso I got into a major accident sa starting race pa lang. And nadamay ako. I was one of the collateral damage. I didn't finish that race. We lost the championship in 2018. Masama yung loob ko dahil dun sa race na yun. Dahil malaki yung chance na I could have won yung year na yun, pero it didn't happen. Every year, I try to get better as I go up the ladder dito sa class races. Nung nakuha ko yung sporting class, that was the highest class in 2019. Parang overall champion ng Vios Cup yan eh. I was so happy nung napanalunan ko yan. Kasi thinking back nung 2016, who could ever thought na mananalo ako ng 2019? I feel blessed that nung mga hard work and preparation na ginawa namin, nagbunga. I always challenge myself. I think it's preparation meets opportunity. I know that I am not as talented as the other driver kasi talagang may mga gifted na driver. Pero with hard work and determination, yun ang edge ko sa kanila. So I practice more than they practice. Full dedication and determination na bibigay ko lahat para manalo. The race doesn't stop on the first race. It's consistency to win the championship. My number one goal is to win again the overall championship. Nothing less.
My name is Julia de Los Angeles and I am a student and a race car driver. My karting journey started when I was 11 years old. I joined the karting clinic by Tuason Racing and it didn't really go as planned at first because I actually cried and I didn't want to go on with it because there was something I couldn't get and understand. In that karting clinic, there's this small oval that we had to go around. I would struggle turning in and balancing the gas and the brake because you're not supposed to step at the same time, but then it was my first time, so it was challenging for me, but then I was able to get through it. Naturally, just like every other racer, we want to level up and test new limits and boundaries. And I think that's the main reason why I wanted to go into circuit racing, because I wanted to try something new. I wanted to test my limits and see how far I can go. It might sound kind of cheesy, but I think it came to me naturally. Because when I was a kid, my dad and I would watch F1 races. And when I was about 5 years old, I was gifted an ATV and we had a farm and I would make my own racetrack. And now, I think that bond just solidified even more because I am now here. It's a different kind of bond that we have. But it's really funny because he gets really scared whenever I go on the track or whenever I get in the car because he never really expected any of this to happen. My mom's take on me competing in a male-dominated sport isn't so far from how my dad sees it. She's actually really supportive because whenever I go on track, she's always the one with me. She's also scared, but she's more a cheerleader. Whenever my mind isn't straight anymore or I'm overthinking, she's the one who would calm me down and tell me that I can do it. I actually joined Vios Cup about 2 or 3 years ago. I joined for 2 seasons and it was a learning experience because the transition from karting to cars is kind of different. So I had to adjust and adapt. Being in this sport, I also have some doubts and fears about myself. I didn't get the time that I wanted, and I wasn't performing the way that I wanted either. So I was really thinking really, really hard, what am I doing wrong? What are my competitors and what are the other racers doing that I'm doing wrong, or what are they doing that I can't possibly do? I just couldn't think straight. I noticed that the more I stress myself out, the more I can't perform, the more I can't drive well. So today, my goal is to just keep myself calm and relaxed, because I shouldn't focus on trying to beat my competitors. I should just focus on myself. Honestly, for me, I don't really find the need to prove myself to the male competitors. It's more of me proving it to myself that I can go against them, that I am just as good as them, and that I can do it as well. Being one of the 3 girls competing in the TGR Vios Cup Series, I feel very happy and fortunate to be in this position. Seeing all my fellow girl racers and even myself, it's a different kind of feeling being able to race against other good racers. My advice to everyone, most especially to the female racers, is to believe in yourself. In a society where there's so many stereotypes surrounding women, it's a different feeling, and it's so liberating to know that even if no one believes in you, at least you believe in yourself and that you can do it.
Welcome to the TGR Vios Cup 2021. My name is Jacob Ang. I started racing back in 2012, doing go-karts. I started with Tuason. I did the racing school, then I figured I was pretty fast, so we got our own team. Then we joined the national championship for karting. And then year by year, I just kept moving up the levels. 2012, I think I was cadet novice champion for national. Then for 2013, I was mini rock national karting champion. Then I started going internationally. 2014, I was Junior International Karter of the Year. 2015, I think I was still Junior International Karter of the Year and Junior Karter of the Year. 2016, I started going to Europe to train. So I've been getting top 10 finishes, sometimes top 6. But it's pretty hard since we're like 100 plus drivers. So I was Asia Cup Driver of the Year. 2017, I came back to Asia. I only raced 2 races. I lost the first one, but then won the second one in Macau. Some ups and downs, but I ended up with a good one. So I ended up as Asia Driver of the Year, then I qualified for the World Finals. Then I retired at 2018. I stopped racing 3 years ago in karting because of my school. So I focused on school, and then because of the pandemic, it's enabled me to have time to do this. We're not required to go to school physically, so I'm back here at Vios Cup 2021. I opted to go here to get out of the house, have some fun.
In terms of motorsports, it's not smooth sailing, I'd say. Be more confident when you race. Don't think twice. When you think twice, you'll cause an accident. My race was terrible yesterday. I got a jump start, so I didn't know what to do in the standing start because in karting we're actually used to rolling starts. So it was my first time doing it. I made a mistake, so my car crawled a few inches and then it messed up my whole race. So even if I finished third, I got a 15-second penalty for it. I mean, we're fast in the race, but then if the start keeps delaying us, then it's going to be really hard for us to get a win. It's my first time here, but then I can learn fast naman, adapt fast, like as usual. So if luck permits, I can hopefully beat my junior, Mr. Inigo Anton. He's really good though. It was kind of hard at first. I won some, I lost some. Go to a racing school. If you think you're fast enough, and if you think you're skilled enough and you have enough dedication, then try out in the karting scene first before going for cars. That's what I think is best.
We get to learn the best from each other and it brings out the best from each other. But when it comes to the racetrack, at the end of the day, everybody wants to win as badly as the other guy. So the team and the dealership behind the Obengers is our team principal, Cosco Oben, the namesake of the Oben group of companies. We operate from Toyota Balintawak, Toyota North EDSA, Toyota Otis, Toyota San Jose del Monte Bulacan, and Toyota Marilao.
So when Vios Cup started in 2012 or 2013, that was the time when the Avengers movie was played in the movies. I think that's where it all started. Someone just mentioned to us that, "Uy, Avengers!" And you're the Avengers.
We are the Avengers!
Toyota Motor Philippines invited us. We started, I think, around 4 or 5 cars, 4 or 5 drivers. All our drivers are very good. You know, they were handpicked by Coach Roland and Pao. Every one of them is very talented.
We always get the best and the ripest talent of Philippine motorsports. So, in terms of why the team was formed, it's the motorsports division of the Open Group as a way of supporting and nurturing young talents and drivers. So we have a team for the Toyota Vios Cup Championship, which we mainly operate on. It was meant to support local motorsports and as part of our dealer initiative for the Vios Cup series, which is a Asia-based series. We are the Philippine counterpart. So we want to support the Philippine motorsports as best as we can.
Avengers, especially our team principals, they want to win. But other than that, he wants to share or contribute what he can to the motorsports industry here in the Philippines. And he wants to impart our culture in the Oben Group of companies, like our core values, professionalism and integrity, loyalty, recognition and respect, communication, honesty, teamwork and unity, driven, and malasakit. These 8 core values, very important to our president. So, in-impart niya sa amin to, and then i-impart din namin sa mga drivers namin.
The team is actually a step ladder towards motorsports, and we've been developing great talents over the years. A lot of other former team members have gone racing abroad and have become very, very competitive based on what they learned with the team. We have Daniel Miranda, who used to drive for Avengers, and he was the 2017 champion. He went on to race in China and currently races now in TCR Cup Asia, and he's doing very, very well for himself. We also have Alex Brown, who he was supposed to drive for the team this year. He's based in Singapore, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to come due to COVID restrictions. But he is a very fast and intense driver, very highly talented, and he wants to go forward with his racing career. So it's really to develop talents and to nurture local talents in Philippine motorsports. So the skills that they learn here, they can take elsewhere abroad and be competitive as well.
I think for this year, one of our shining stars, aside from Estefano Rivera, I think Inigo Anton has a bright future ahead of him. He's only 18 years old. During the first race, he overtook two super sporting drivers. It's his first time to drive the Vios Cup. He's very confident and very young.
For this year, all the drivers are very young, so they're around the same age. We have a 14-year-old driver up, and the oldest driver up, it's 27.
This is the first time na we had this lineup. We have the youngest lineup ever since we started Vios Cup. With this, I can see na talagang ang racing is nagsa-start talaga sa young kids.
So we have 8 drivers currently. So for the super sporting class, we have Estefano Rivera driving for Toyota Balintawak, Mark Sung driving for Toyota Marilao. In the sporting class, we have Inigo Anton driving for Toyota Balintawak, Joaquin Garrido driving for Toyota Otis, Julian Tang driving for Toyota Marilao. We also have Miguel Quinones driving for Toyota North EDSA, Elise Menorca driving for Toyota North EDSA too. And in the promotional class, we have our lone female driver, which is Julia de Los Angeles. So on the track, expect great rivalries, but off the track, they're as close as friends and as family as we get. So we do have team dinners, we chat a lot, and we're all pretty much good friends outside of the track. If you ask our drivers, it's a privilege for them to be an Avengers driver. It's really, really hard to get into the team.
So ever since we've been hearing that other drivers want to join the Avengers team, ano ba meron sa Avengers? I think basically it's to be an Avenger is it's fun. We have our values. We are the winningest team. And siguro, I think the major reason is our principal. The drivers love him because he's very fun to be with. Like a cool kuya or a tito to our drivers. Our strength is, our closeness with each other, our core values. Yun yung talagang root ng lahat eh. Kasi our president thinks na if walang core values, wala kang guidance, so wala kang susundan. Having our core values is the biggest factor and the biggest difference between us and the other teams.
It's very hard. It's not easy to get into, I would admit that. But just keep on trying and just persistence. Try to learn from your mistakes. You will fall sometimes and it will be very, 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 very frustrating. But just keep on pushing and again, anything is possible.
We will really take them as far as we can. They will always have our 110 support.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system, It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. It felt like the first time we went on Zoom. You're on mute. It happens here too. Welcome back. I'm James Deacon. You're watching the Gazoo, the Gazoo Racing Vios Cup with me.
I'm Aubrey Miles, and you know we are live. That's why some things happen like that. So it's fine. We're good. We're back.
At least you know we're live, right?
Yes,
Because
exactly.
that's one of the dead giveaways there. But we are here all the way through till the final flag goes down and we announce all the winners. So no more breaks after this. Aubrey, we're going to take it all the way through to the checkered flag.
Yes, here we go. I'm excited, actually. Did you actually check the Fortuner GR outside? I saw you.
You saw me taking pictures. I was obsessed. I was like, wow, look at this. Look at the little grills, the different... I thought it was just grill. I thought it was just little color-coded things. The seats are different. They've got like a JBL sound system in there. Wow.
Okay.
A lot to look forward to there. But meanwhile, we'll talk about that later. We got to go to the grid because we've got our racers lining up. So let's cross over live. I think Boom Gonzalez is with us or over there.
Yep. Hi, James.
Hi, Boom.
Aubrey. Welcome back to everybody. Thanks for watching us on Facebook and thanks for checking us out, of course, at Toyota Motor Philippines. We're not anymore trackside. We're just a little bit outside because we don't want to get in the way of all our racers because as James and Aubrey and as all of you know, this is it. As they said, this is the last one. So it's time to either improve on what happened earlier or for those who did very well to maintain their spots. And we're going through a warm-up lap, of course. There's no more Hilux or Fortuner GR Sport or GRS at the back. James, you took a look at it earlier, and I did explain a little bit about it earlier also, and the differences of the GRS, of the Hilux, and the Fortuner. October 23, don't forget, on the Facebook page of the Toyota Motor Philippines to check out the official launch. But yes, we are minutes away from warm-up, and then the final race of the day. And then, of course, we also have a top 8 autocross media class and our influencer class. That will be settled a little later on. I've been talking to them, a lot of them very happy with how it turned out today and how some of them who did not place in leg 1 have now placed in leg 2. So you see the differences between the two legs. So we'll get to that in a bit and more from pit side and track side. But first, as we are warming up for our warm-up lap, back to you, James and Aubrey.
Thank you very much. Boom. All right. Yes. How come
Thank
everyone
you.
saw me checking out the GR?
Well, it's
Fortuner?
outside. It's so nice.
No,
It's big. The color is red and white. You know what? I like the exterior of it. Just up from the outside, I'm like, it looks different. It's black on top, white, and the interior. I saw the seats, the leather seats,
Leather
and
seats with the
with the red lines.
and the Alcantara leather.
Oh, is that
It's
what
yes,
you call it?
the Alcantara leather. It's just so nice.
Is it Alcantara? Nice.
Some say Alcantara. I mean,
Alcantara.
tomato. I mean, it's up to you, but no judgment. And then I noticed, it was a very quick, we're not even really, it's not officially launched yet. So, I'm doing all of this on the fly. I'm checking out, I saw the JBL badge on one of the speakers. I thought that's special. I love the look. Anyway, we'll talk more about that later, because I think October 23 is the official launch of that.
Yes.
Don't want to give too much away. I can hear, that means the guys and girls are out on the racetrack already waiting for those 5 lights to go out, and that will signify the next race. We've still got 3 grids on, or 3 different divisions on one grid.
We have the super sporting, the super sporting, and of course the promotional class. Here we go. This is just the warm up.
It better be because.
So, I just saw the green flag.
Yes, it's the warm-up lap, and it always gets us by surprise because you
I
hear
know.
them squeal their tires and you think, game na ba?
And the horns, I'm like, oh my God, my heart.
Yeah.
You know?
But right now, they're just doing the final warm-up before they do their, it's called a formation lap, basically. So
And it's also good for the driver to have that feel like, okay, it's like a trial and then you go for it, right?
yes, exactly. I mean, there are definitely functions for the formation lap, and because they're already on the grid at the time, so it's not to get their spot on the starting grid because they already had that.
Yeah.
What they're doing is usually they do a lot of preparation work, etc. They're on the grid super early, and then of course later on the car cools down. All the operating temperatures go down.
Yeah.
You don't want to go racing. It's like jumping out of bed and then doing a sprint. It doesn't work. You gotta have your coffee. You have to sort of do whatever your routine
Like what's
is.
that guy? What's 27's doing? Just doing
Exactly.
that,
He's just doing it for the cameras.
heating it up. Yes,
No,
you can
heating
do
it
that.
up.
Yeah, you
Heating
can
it
do
up.
that for the camera too. I'm just kidding.
Absolutely, but there is actually there's value to this because like we said, operating temperature. You're gonna go racing. You don't want to go racing on a cold tire, on the cold fluids, just like you wouldn't want to jump out of bed and run straight into a sprint. You'd have to stretch. You'd have to warm up, and then you build into it, and then you eventually go racing. Same for a car.
Yeah, that's true. And then you just listen. One lap, you listen to what's going on in your car. Did you leave anything?
Did you leave
Did
anything?
you leave a phone?
And you don't
know, right? Your water. I hope not.
Because there's so many things that you're thinking of, and you were telling us before about your ritual or what goes through your mind in the beginning of the race, and whether your handbrake's up or your aircon's on. There's so many things to think of, and an interesting piece of trivia that I not long ago learned was you cannot reverse a car on the grid, right? If you reverse on the grid, there's a penalty, and I'm like, why is that? Because sometimes you see the mechanics push the car back when it makes lampas. But the reason that you cannot engage reverse gear is because, for the same reason you said, people forget. You're so preoccupied. If you engage reverse and back up even like 6 inches or 10 inches, chances are you might even forget that. So you're whoom, 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 and then the lights go out.
Then you go
and
back
you go
and you reverse.
It's happened. It's happened before. Not in the Vios Cup, but it has happened. That's why there's a rule. A little bit of trivia, a little bit of
But
anecdote.
to be, I'm a little bit embarrassed. It happened to me, not the reverse part, but just
Handbrake?
no, because they said move, so I kind of did my own reverse, and I got a penalty. But my race was good that day. I remember.
So
nothing happened.
Were you confused of why you got a penalty?
Yes,
That's
because,
why.
Yeah, because they're saying like this, but of course.
Yes.
that was
So
my
I'm
fault.
glad I brought up because it is a very
Yeah.
even somebody who's been racing. Sometimes you just don't know, and you think why, and that's the reason why. Because stranger things have happened, and as we say in racing, anything can happen, and usually does. So we're about to witness exactly that unfold before our widescreen TVs over here. We hope you're comfortable wherever you are and safe, and you have your popcorn or whatever gets you going through an exciting viewing event. Because we are telling you right now, prepare yourselves. Anything can happen and usually does. This is racing. It ain't scripted.
Yeah.
We give you some guidelines. We give you some boundaries. But the rest is all just up to the racing gods.
My God, I can see the last car. I'm like, oh my God, I have goosebumps all the time. It never gets old. I always get goosebumps. Here we go, and the marshal will run out, and
He'll check. He'll do the 1 minute, last minute check there. Make sure everyone's in position. Then we should get a green flag at the end of the track, just to
Here we
signify
go.
it's all go. And,
And
then
everyone's checking their mirrors.
it's a mad dash to the first corner. This is where dreams are made of. I mean, it's what makes first corner so exciting is you can gain so many places, but as the saying goes in racing, you never win a race on the first corner, but you can lose it.
That's true. Yes.
So be careful because you can. This is the temptation. Now,
here we go.
Watch them as they go into their formation right now. We're going to see about 5
Good
or 6
start.
abreast as they come down here, but they're going to have to funnel into turn number 1. So far, it seems everybody's maintained their position. No major dramas here, but we expect the dramas to only start to happen as they squeeze in. You can see the cars rubbing fenders already as they come into turn number 1. Aubrey.
Here we go. First turn.
Two
Of course, you're anticipating, but you don't want anything to happen. But it's always exciting to see what's going to happen, right?
But can you see those 3 cars there that are 3 abreast, and the car sandwiched in the middle over there? Car number 81 has finally sort of pulled back a little bit, thinking this is a sticky situation. I don't want to get myself tangled up. But let's see if car number 81 was able to slip in and get behind. Looks like he lost a spot there, though. And as you were mentioning in race number 1, once they come out of this corner,
and now you find your position.
Now you find your position. Don't get comfortable with it because anyone can overtake, but still, you've gotten past, I guess, that first part.
Yes, that first confusing part. Which one and who? Are you going to be on the left or on the right? Are you going to take the inside or the outside? Sometimes you really just can't just take the right, what do you call this? The braking, what do you call it? Breaking point?
Breaking points, yes. And here's another interesting thing that I think we should tell people about. You see, Estefano Rivera is in the lead right there. Now, Estefano Rivera will be carrying a weight penalty now because of his win earlier. So this is something that is new to, it's not exclusive to the Vios Cup, but this is not done in every single race series. When you win a race over here, you are in some way penalized with a weight penalty, and people also generally don't understand this. And for good reason, too. It doesn't make a lot of sense if you don't race. But what Toyota are trying to do is look at that lead, by the way.
I know.
This is for a guy carrying a penalty.
And then I think the second and the third also has.
Yes, first, second, and third. And the weight is, I think, 50 kilos, 30 and 20, if I'm not mistaken. But those are designed there because, once again, being a grassroots series, they're trying to get people trained. So if you win, you have to carry more weight. Now you have to drive a car with more weight. It has different handling characteristics, and you learn how to overcome those. You also learn strategy.
Yes, and then they always say, I can feel it, but some they say, no, I don't feel it. Or it's probably psychological, but like I asked Troy one time, of course, he won, and then he had a weight on his car, and he said, I can feel it.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're sensitive and tuned into your car, which you should be if you're at that level of racing, you will feel it.
Yeah.
And it does make a difference. Remember, power to weight is the ratio that you're looking for. I mean, you can have an ultra powerful car, but if it's very heavy, it won't make the difference. It's always about power to weight. This is what makes these Vios Cup cars so great, because they've really gotten that formula down pat.
But imagine he's still on the lead with weights, and you know.
Not just any lead. Look at that lead.
I know,
That's
it's
a big
lead.
lead.
Okay,
He must
now,
have gotten a great start, but wow. Or the second, third, and fourth started tangling up. Not tangling up, but you know, when you're fighting wheel to wheel, you're not doing your fastest laps. You're generally slower.
Exactly. You know, there's no incident and accident. It's mostly, I think they gave respect to each other's spaces, which is very nice. You know, that's the professionalism and the racers. Oh, who's this? 61?
Car 61 is Julia
Car
de Los
Julia.
Angeles. Okay, that's going to be a bit of a setback for her. You know, it's very hard, again, to make up these spots because we are only in a 12-lap race with equally powered cars. So trying to get whatever disadvantage you lost or whatever time you lost, it's very difficult to get back.
I hope nothing major, so that her momentum will still be the same. You know, sometimes when you get hit, and then your momentum is different, your car is different, the weight is different, right?
The mindset's different sometimes. Remember, this is as much mental as it is physical, as it is mechanical.
To be honest, when you get hit, you don't know if you want to chase that guy at you, or you just want to go with your own race. But sometimes it's like, oh my God, I just don't want to do, right?
Yep. But you can't let the emotion get to you.
Exactly.
Just like in any other sport, you really have to be disciplined. You have to sort of you can't get road ragey out here.
Now, as we can see, now they're in the last, the last turn? Not yet, so.
This looks, well, some cars are at the last turn already because that's how big our grid is. So yes, this is what you call the final turnout to the main straight. This is a very, very fast corner, Aubrey. I mean, when you come out of the double A, as they say, you're hitting the apex of the corner leading into the main straight on the top of third gear, right?
Yes.
So that means by the time you clear that corner, you're starting the straight on fourth gear.
Yes.
It's
you're
a 1
preparing.
kilometer straight.
Yeah.
That's a lot of speed that you build up.
Yep.
How do you feel when you get to that breaking point? Are you like, do you start second guessing yourself, or does it just become routine to you?
There's some point that it's automatic,
Yeah.
and then there's some point that, of course, when someone's behind you, something's different. You know, it's like, okay, I have to do it earlier or do it later. You know, like the braking or the changing of gears. You know, going to the fourth. And you know, I had this incident with nothing major, but with Gretchen. He just went in. I'm like, we're gonna turn. This is like the most crucial like turn, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna just back
Which
off.
corner was this?
It's the last corner.
The last corner is
yeah.
very scary to
yeah.
be diving in or getting tangled up in. I remember also going side by side there with Fem Baranda, and it's the kind of corner that where you're topping out again in third gear, and it's a very, if you lose it there, it's disastrous.
Yeah.
And I was side by side with Fem, and I remember we locked eyes, and I was like, Fem, please, I'm trusting you.
I tell you, here there's no female male. It's the
None.
car. It's just driver, the racer.
There's no husband wife.
Yeah.
I mean, we've established that already. You could
Yeah.
share a bed and still, compete furiously on the track. It doesn't. Once that visor goes down on your helmet or the 5 lights go out, it's just it sets off something different in you. I mean, it's becomes all about doing your best and winning.
Yeah.
Well, check these out right now. I mean, these are. I think we finally found the groove already.
Yeah, this is like somehow are we in a lap 3, and then they're actually
They're coming into
getting
their third
positions
lap
now.
already,
Yeah,
and so they've completed 2. They're coming up for their third lap. Estefano Rivera still leads this race, even with a weight penalty, carrying a weight penalty on his car. I think that's Brian Coe over there, number 55. Hey, look, I saw Troy.
I think his bumper is good. It's fixed already. That's how Toyota's fast in just fixing everything. Actually the parts are just there.
That's right.
Yeah.
And again, this is what we talk about when you're competing as a team sport. Everybody gets better as a result. So, for the people who think this is just racing for our entertainment, we've already talked about the value that it has in research and development. But remember, there are mechanics there who are training under pressure. These mechanics become world-class mechanics later on because they're doing this under so much time pressure and, of course, with such high stakes that you just naturally become much, much better at your job a lot quicker than if you were just to do it in a normal casa because of the pressure of the
The
environment.
mechanics here is just...
They're great.
Oh my God. I'm like, oh my God, you guys are done? They're like, oh yes, we do this for,
I mean, imagine
every day.
imagine getting your bumper replaced, your tires straightened out, all your wheel, everything done like in an hour. It just wouldn't happen in any other sort of commercial facility. But here on a racetrack, it has to happen because it's all about how you compete as a team, and this is so important. But I'm still quite in awe with that lead that Estefano Rivera built up, and it's because of that extra weight. He had to dig deeper than everybody else to get that extra advantage.
So the second one is Dum Lao, am I right? Yes, and number 33.
No, I think it's Jared Loy.
That's Jared. Oh.
Jared Loy is number 2. I think Dum Lao is in 4th position, but we'll wait for that to refresh. Jared Loy is 2nd, and Dum Lao is in 4th. I think it's Brian Coe in 3rd. This is really, I'm really straining my eyes right now.
Yeah.
So we got Gerald Loy in 2nd, we got Brian Coe in,
yes.
and it's in white, right?
And
They
red.
write it white on white, so. But there you go. We're trying
I'm actually reading the promotional right now. Is it?
Red Diwa is in 6th place.
Okay. Is it Myla and then oh no, this is a super sporting.
Super sporting class, but of course we're reading the grid as without breaking up into categories. We're just seeing the overall results or the overall positions, and we have to go back to our notes here to say who's in what class. This is, of course, a lot of people are just joining us for the first time, so we always have to keep them up to date with why these things happen, because there are different levels on the grid, but they share one starting grid so that we have all the cars competing, but there's 3 different, basically, podiums here.
Yes, there's promotional class, we have the sporting class, and we have the super sporting class. But sometimes, you can see the promotional actually right beside a sporting class in this. But of course, they're not competing with each other. It's
They're
just
not.
that sometimes we just end up being beside that super sporting or sporting.
Absolutely, and in some cases, you get people from lower classes actually, winning overall, and that happens as well because sometimes, they just get better, and they're still in the class underneath, and before you know it, they're winning overall and punching way above their weight.
That's why this is the point that you should know the car that, okay, this is the promotional, this is the sporting, and then this
Yeah,
is
we should color code them, shouldn't we?
I know, right?
But it's very difficult because, of course, being in the Vios company, it's also about dealerships competing with each other. So, they want to put their corporate colors on it, their own branding, for obvious reasons. There's a great marketing strategy behind racing. The business of racing has been well established and fine-tuned over many decades. So we've seen how there is a racing model, a business model, marketing model, all of these things. And this is the first time, at least here in the Philippines, where you could actually, I wouldn't say make money out of racing, but, well, technically speaking, if you won every race of every round, and then at the end you win the brand new Vios, yeah, you could actually earn more than you spent, technically. It's very hard.
Yes.
But before that, Aubrey, we were racing for tokens.
Yeah.
So people were spending all their money to race just for tokens. The Toyota's professionalized that by making it actually giving a little bit of a business model to it. Again, you're not doing this to make money, but it's actually reducing your costs.
Well, because for them, I think these racers are just really passionate about this. It's not about the money. It's what, of course, they want to win.
Yes.
Of course, the winnings is good, but they just they just like this. They just
They like
in love with this feel and energy.
Absolutely, but I think what Toyota does that is really irreplaceable is they have made it sustainable.
And
Because you can love it and say it's not for the money, but reality is you just can't
Yeah.
keep going because it becomes a battle of the checkbooks, and this doesn't happen in the Vios Cup.
That's true. And sometimes I talk to some super sporting. They actually talk about like studying a driver. Like, okay, this driver might do this, or this driver is aggressive. I like to hear things like that from professional drivers, racers, and they talk about, okay, he's like this. I don't want to say him drive, but right, it's so good to listen. I'm like, that's true. Before you start, okay, he always has a bad start. Like when we talk about me and Troy, when we talk about F1 or Bottas will always have a bad start, right? But
Just as you said that, we had a little altercation there. Car 77, that's Mark Sung, and I think that is 81 is, if I'm not
81
mistaken, it's Red
is
Diwa.
Red Diwa.
So Mark Sung and Red Diwa almost going off track there. There was a mild T-bone. Okay, this is lap number 7 already? Wow.
Yes, so Red Diwa is from Toyota Isabela and Mark Sung from
Sorry.
Avengers Racing Team.
I think they meant 7 laps to
Oh,
go
7
because
laps,
it's 5 laps in and 7 laps to go. But that was an interesting tussle. Well, before we got interrupted, you were saying okay about driving styles and stuff. So
Right.
Bottas has a bad start.
Not always, but
More often than not.
Yes, but he's still a good driver and good racer, and he's still my favorite, right?
So you pick on those small things because you think, okay, well, this is where he's a little weak, and this is probably where I have a small advantage, and this is where people like to study other drivers because the level of competition becomes so close in the end that you need even those micro advantages. Another thing about racing is as much as it is you need to be consistent, and there's a little bit of a science behind the best line, the turn, and etc. There's more than one line around the track.
Yeah.
So even if you learn the perfect line, when you're competing with another person, you can have a later braking point, earlier braking point, late apex, early apex. You sacrifice the entry for the exit. There's so many different ways.
And even I remember like, hey, take that road. Don't turn so tight. Take it so you have a smoother. And You go out smoother. I was like, I never get it. Now I'm like, oh, that's like that.
And then don't you find yourself in some way, shape, or form even using that on the road? It's like, even though you're not racing, you're just like, you're using the maximum of the road.
That's exactly the word. Like, maximize the road. Like, go.
Because what you're trying to do in a situation, I think for those who are listening, what we're explaining is when you widen that arc, you can go faster. The sharper the angle of the turn, the slower you have to go to perfect it, right?
Yeah.
So if you can widen that arc by using all of the road and keeping that circular arc of the corner as wide as possible, you can carry more speed out of the corner.
Exactly, yes, that's true. If you force and kind of little tight, not in the right turn, right apex, then you get slower. That's true.
If you try to visualize it, you're trying to make a corner. Don't make it look like a V. You make it look like a C.
Yeah.
Right? So as much of a C as possible instead of a V where there are right angles in the turn. You just stay on the outside, and then you clip the apex on the inside, and then you exit using all of the road on the outside. But again, more than one way to skin a cat, as the expression goes, because when you're racing, if you follow that perfect line, right? If you're following, that's great for qualifying. There is a certain line that works perfectly for qualifying, but if you're racing with that line, you're leaving yourself open for others, right?
Yeah.
Because the wider you go, somebody dives you on the inside. Yeah, you might have a faster line, but somebody's right there. You can't turn into him or her.
It's like no choice. You just have to take that, it's not the right apex, it's not the right corner, but you just have to take this one because somebody's there beside you.
Yeah, drive a defensive line
Yes.
versus a fast line. But right now, I think Estefano's driving the Rivera line. That's his own line. He gets to call the shots, and that's what happens when you have a lot of clean air in front of you and a bit of a gap behind you. You can call the shots. This is why it's so important to build a gap, is because you're not driving, reacting to the car behind you. You drive a different line when you're defending, and a defending line is always going to be slower than your optimal line when you're driving all alone. And so the slower you go, the more the grid is catching up with you.
Yep.
But right now, it looks like I can't see exactly what the lead is of Estefano Rivera, but it was significant enough when we first saw it for him to just drive his perfect line, his perfect race, and just build them like qualifying laps.
He looks like he's just driving the same as before, like the second leg with weights. That's
With
very
weights.
impressive, yes. And this is,
And if he can remember before,
it's 23.
23, there he is. 1, 2,
Stefano.
3,
Yeah.
4. I was going to count. I think it's like 4 seconds to the next car. And what used to be interesting before, but we don't do it this particular race. We're not doing it or this leg. But before we used to do the reverse grid. Remember that?
Yes. That was crazy.
It's crazy, but it's fun for the crowd.
Yes.
I mean, and the objective or the idea behind the reverse grid is really for crowd purposes as well as giving our racers more to learn. Because, again, we have to put as much value on them learning and building good habits. So when you reverse the grid, if they finish first, they start in 8th.
Yes, actually, I was a bit scared that time. I'm like, wait, reverse. So if I'm last, I have to go in the
first?
middle.
Yeah.
And then everyone's just gonna pass me.
But that's great for the crowd,
right? But if you get that momentum, and then you just probably want to follow or just see who's the fastest right behind, in front of you, then you follow them. Sometimes it helps.
It does. It helps and mixes things up, gets you out of your comfort zone. The whole point is just to keep pushing forward. And the only way you can push forward is keep challenging yourself. Get yourself out of your comfort zone and do things differently. Be uncomfortable. And this is why things like that, the extra weight, the reverse grids, all of these, the very, very strict no bumping rule, all of these things, they force you to be disciplined. And then later on, when you move up the ladder and you're in international racing, you've got a great foundation to build on. It's hard to get rid of old bad habits, isn't it?
Yes. I'm just watching this and remembering how I drove. I'm like, you know what? I miss driving. I miss that corner. The most scariest corners, always the first corner.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh, I'm in a good position, and then later on, it's gone.
And they swarm around you like you feel like this. They're all buzzing around you, and everybody's going crazy. I mean, there's just the adrenaline, the focus, what's up for grab, what's up there for stake. It becomes just like this, almost hold your breath and just pray you make it on the other side. But of course, there's more to it than that. There's a lot of training involved.
Even when you start, everyone will think like, oh, I will go in the middle. I'll probably go on the outside, which is, I'm not sure if you can do that when you're on the left grid. Then you say, I'm just going to go on the outside left, right?
Well, it's not really the best way around. However, if you're confident, you think that you're going to be running a race of attrition where you stay on the outside so you stay out of trouble, let the people take themselves out in the inside line because that's where all the action is. It's a high-risk thing, but it's got high reward because sometimes when 2 people or 3 people take themselves out, you got to pick up 3 spaces like that because you're on the safe side.
Yeah, I've
But
seen it so many times.
when it doesn't happen, you lose 3 spots because that's not the fastest line. So much to think about.
Oh
And the
my
thing is,
God.
you're thinking about this at 180 kilometers an hour while you're trying to shift gears, while you're trying to make sure you heel and toe. You know, heel and toe is another technique that you don't normally use on the road. Can you explain a little bit about that? Did they teach you that as well?
Yes, actually, I've never tried it every corner, but I've tried it in just one corner. I think in the big sweeper, that's it. Because you know, I think you use this in every corners if you
You're
want to be
supposed to use
faster.
it in every corner, and this is advanced training. And the heel and toe is basically where you are using the ball of your foot, not necessarily your toe, on your brake pedal, and then you're spinning your heel to the right to try and dab the accelerator. The reason you do that, for those who are not new to, or fairly new to this, is because there's several reasons. You're protecting the gearbox because you're matching the engine revs by dabbing the accelerator to get the revs to match up with the gear shift. But you don't want to get off the brakes while you're doing that. So that's why you have to do it simultaneously. In a road car, you wouldn't need to do this. It doesn't matter. But when you're at this level of competition and every 1/10 of a second could be the difference between winning and losing, you want to be able to do that. Plus, it helps your car. It keeps the gearbox in good condition. And I think one last thing is it keeps your car balanced.
Yep.
Because if you're shifting gears without matching the revs, you're throwing weight around in the car, and that can be unsettling, especially in a corner.
But it's hard to learn.
Very.
But it's years. I'm not sure for others, but for me, it's almost like a 2 year to learn. And actually, I'm still not good at it.
And you know, the frustrating part is, I guess, if you're racing like this, you'll spend, let's say, 5 years to perfect it, and then now all the cars are automatic, including Formula One. And you're like, I don't need this anymore? Nope, you don't need it anymore. We have a computer to do that. And you're like, come on! Come on, man! But again, still good to know the basics because it still gives you... And theoretically, right, even if you learn the heel and toe and you don't use it, theoretically at least, that would free up your brain power to focus on other things that could make you faster.
But that's not a good thing to do if you're in a race, if you're still feeling it. I think you do it when you practice in your practice days. Because I tried that in a race. I'm like, nope, never again. Because you don't know, the pressure is different, you know, all the cars behind you is different. You just have to do it when you practice.
And if you're thinking about it, you're not yet, it's going to slow you down.
Yeah.
It should come already second nature. It's like now when you shift gears, you don't even think about what gear it is, right? It's a habit.
Yeah.
You just know. So you're not spending any brain power or time thinking about what gear you're going to go in. It's a habit. Same with the other techniques that you use in racing. It's got to become second nature to you. And this is why we talk about you being one with the car, because you are another moving piece in that car, in that machine. You are an equal cog that's moving around, and you have to play your role if you want it to be smooth.
I miss driving actually as a stick. I actually asked Rob, like, can we buy just a simple car? Because I just miss driving. Like, you know, it's just different. Different speed and different feel. You're always busy in the car.
It's making a comeback, you know. I mean, look, a lot of things are making, old school stuff are making a comeback. So who knows? I mean, they brought out the Toyota 86 with the manual gearbox as well, when everybody else is going DSG and all different types of automatic or semi-automatic cars. But, you know, there's still a niche of people that really appreciate the old school.
But of course, the new cars are like the cars that everyone would love to drive, especially the autocross ones, the cars that they're driving. I saw it inside. I'm like, oh, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, looks like we might see something brewing over here with car number 5 and car number 21, as they are just bumper to bumper coming into a very tricky section of the track. Not a lot of opportunities here for overtaking, but a good opportunity to set up.
That's Fabio Eden, number 5 from Toyota Gazoo Racing, and what's the other?
21, I think
21.
it was. So
It's Giro Garbis.
Okay, Giro Garbis in car number 21, battling it out with Fabio Ida as we look at the race leader and ride along with him right now. That's Estefano Rivera from the Avengers Racing Team. We saw them in our break. They were talking about the culture that we were talking about earlier, about how much fun it is to be part of a winning team. We have our last 2 laps here of this 12-lap race. 25 minutes on the clock already, so we're almost on a 30-minute, half-hour race. Sorry, we tend to be losing some of the sound here, but we're back. We're back. Okay, so we are now down to the last 1.5 laps, not even 2 full laps to go here before the checkered flag goes out.
That was fast.
It was super fast, wasn't it?
Well,
no pun intended.
Well, probably sitting here, it was fast, but driving there, oh my God. For me, I remember, I'm like, oh, is it like the 13th lap already? I'm just kidding.
Well, again, as we covered that in the first part of the race, where it depends on where you are in the race, because when you're leading the race, it feels like forever. You just want it to stop because you just want to get that prize already. But if you're catching up, you never seem to have enough laps. And it's always frustrating. But
hey, I'm loving the weather.
Well, I am too, and it's great for the drivers. Yes. But you know, if it started to rain in the last lap, I wouldn't complain. I would just be secretly very pleased with it because I think we would get some excitement. But if you're Estefano Rivera right now, you just want to run a perfect race right now. He has so far been flawless here. Yes. He's been running on his own. Jared Loy there in 2nd spot, and that's Brian Ko in 3rd. And in 4th spot, I believe that's still Paul and Dumlao, Barangay Dumlao. What a great comeback from that guy.
I know, right? It's something that he actually probably looking forward to. Hey, you know what? I know what I'm doing here. I want to do good. It's almost not the first time, but when you say your comeback, it's almost like your first time.
Yeah. And here they are coming down. That's lap 11 for Estefano Rivera. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm doing a manual count. 5. That's 6 or 7 seconds right there. That's a lot of seconds. Yeah. Unless something untoward happened, we won't give him the commentator's curse. We don't want to say anything like that. Who knows, right? But what a lead from Estefano Rivera, breaking out there even with the added weight on his car, which is about 50 kilograms.
Very consistent.
Yes, it's consistent, and it certainly shows his adaptability because, you know, with 50 kilos in your car, the car drives differently. You cannot just take the exact same line as you did in the previous race because the braking points are different, the turning load is different.
Yeah.
These things make a difference, and somebody like Estefano who's finely tuned will pick up on these things and adjust, and obviously is doing very, very well out of it.
Probably the 2nd and the 3rd is actually feeling it too.
Yeah. I think it's either that or those pink wheels. Look at that. Pink.
I like it. 23 is the... Oh, of course.
Rota come out with those pink wheels. Hot pink. They used to give that to Gino Ruffino. We used to give him a lot of grief over that. But, yep, it got him faster for some reason.
I remember Ella Cruz, too, with pink.
Yeah.
She requested for a pink one.
Well, you got to make your mark out there. You know, they're all similarly looking cars, and they are identical in every way, except the livery that they sport, which, of course, you get a choice in if you are running your own team. There are some mandatories as well, but, you know, generally speaking, this is their roving billboard.
Yes. I remember Ella requested us for a booster. Yeah, because she can't reach the brakes, and no, it's actually normal for maybe a racer who's a little bit shorter.
Yeah.
Then they have to reach the gas and the brakes, so they have to a little bit put the seat higher. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've heard of it happen, but yes, of course. I mean,
it's like customized for you.
Yes, and you know the physique of a racing car driver. It's not too far off a jockey of a horse. The smaller, the better. So it's not uncommon. It's either they put the booster, but if you're in real professional racing, like you're racing internationally, and you would probably have a seat designed for that.
Yeah.
Not necessarily putting pillows, etc., because you don't want anything moving around in the car. Obviously.
But I think they put it high, the seat.
Okay,
not
so
the
they
booster.
adjusted.
Sorry.
I was gonna say a child seat.
Sorry, because I have a child, so I'm like booster is always in my mind.
In this day and age, I was thinking the first thing I thought was vaccine. I was like, why would you need a booster shot?
Sorry.
Even before the pandemic, but. okay, that's just the frame of mind. Takes on a different connotation. There's a checkered flag.
Oh,
and
here we go.
Estefano Rivera, flawless race, and he's just outdone himself, I think, with this one. I think we can safely say, well, it's still provisional, but it's probably as close to official as you can get because unless he hit a leaf or something, he didn't have contact with anything else that we could see.
Everything's clean. I think that's it. And I can't wait to use the second and the third, and also for sporting, for promotional. Here we go. Who's next?
And there we see
Adieu,
Troy Montero in
Troy.
15th place. I don't know what that means in terms of promotional, but we'll find out sooner rather than later as soon as we check in with Boom Gonzalez, who has dedicated his entire day to getting the inside scoop from all of our racers down on pit lane. And we certainly appreciate him. It's really added so much, a different dimension, don't you think, to this whole broadcast?
Yes, that's true. Thanks, Boom. Where are you? But you know, I feel that Troy is doing well. I think he did well here because his car is good, and I think 15 is.
15 and well, we have to put that in perspective
Yeah.
in the terms of class. So 15 is overall, but we are racing with 3 different grids here, and Troy is running in the promotional class. And not bad for a guy that, you know, started without a bumper.
I know. I'm really hoping. Actually, before I came here, again, after a break, I went to him. I'm like, good luck. And I gave him a kiss, and like I'm going to do good. Like, he actually gives good luck on himself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's like that.
Is he a chatty guy? Are you a chatty person before the race? Are you I want to be alone with my thoughts?
I want to be alone.
Yeah, me too. Me
Yeah,
too.
even Troy, he's like,
Yeah, I want that zen. I couldn't even my own family. I was like, no, can we just wait till after the race? Because you're, as we were speaking about before, all the things you have to think about. There's so many variables, and you're concocting simulations in your head.
yeah, maybe because, you know, everything's going to go crazy in a bit, so you just want to have that calm mind because later on everything will just go on there. So.
Absolutely. So you know, you see this on the grid, people listening to music, people zoning out, etc. But what a race it has been. I mean, we had no incidents in it. That's very good.
That's Red Diwa.
Yes, Red Diwa, car 81.
And in front of him is
missing a side mirror. Well, not missing, it's just hanging down there. But again, this is just normal for racing. A little bit of rubbing is perfectly fine. Okay.
Pretty much done. So we still have the sporting and promotional in the back. Oh, we're done.
We're absolutely done with this race. All we need right now is to get the results with the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. We have another leg coming up. The celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry, namely Bridgestone, Petron XES, the official fuel partner, and we are supported by Motul, our other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, ABT, 3M, OMP, Tuason Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy, Philippines. Well, we were hoping to catch Boom, as Boom just goes straight in and shoves that microphone like a TMZ reporter. Go and ask them some very personal questions. Boom.
I feel everything went smoothly. Nothing really happened, but everyone's actually there.
Everyone's there.
All the cars are clean.
All bumpers intact.
Yeah.
Couple of side mirrors, but you know, that's fine. And it looks like as long as everybody is safe, and that's all that matters. And of course, right now, we are looking at the cars entering the pit lane. These are provisional results, but we know that Estefano Rivera at least took the checkered flag, and he was followed by Gerard Loy. Was it? Oh man, I have to go back to my notes in just a little while. But why don't we cross over right now and head over to Boom if he's ready? Boom, are you ready for us? Not yet. Not yet. Sorry, false alarm.
So are they going to scrutineering, or we're
Yes.
not?
Well, good thing you mentioned that. That's something also that newcomers might not understand. It's when you finish a race, you go straight into scrutineering because they check everything in your car. They check the tire tread, the depth. They check the spark plugs. They check everything and make sure it's in spec. And we've seen situations here where people have been stripped of their result just by something very simple like, I remember one time they changed the spark plugs. And they were like, but that didn't give us a competitive advantage. It doesn't matter. That's in the rule. The rules are the rules. So that's why we have them. It's a one-make race. One make means it's one brand for the car. Oh, there he is. Look at that.
Oh, congratulations.
Same tires, everything. So if you change something like that, it was a very painful lesson to learn, but the rules are there for a reason, and we all totally respect that they are enforced without fear or favor.
I think every car, is it just the winners or all?
It's just the
car?
winners. It's just the winners. I mean, sometimes they randomly check other cars, but really for the position, for what we're looking at right now, it's just the winners.
Yeah.
So that's Brian Co's car. It's a top 3 that they'll check. And then, of course, if those things are all up to speed, this is another reason why we say provisional results, is because from our eyes, we look at a perfect race from Estefano Rivera and we say, well, nothing happened, but then maybe, something was wrong with the car. Boom. But speaking of boom.
Are you there, Boom?
I was about to go boom.
Hi, guys.
Hi,
All right,
Boom.
well, speaking of, all right, let's talk to Stefano Rivera right here. First of all, congratulations. I see you were shaking your head a while ago. I don't know if it was just, are you tired or is it something that happened? Tell us what's on your mind right now.
No, I'm tired. Yeah, I'm very happy. I should not shake my head. Yeah, that's a disgrace to the team because they did such a great job, and yeah, I'm really happy.
No, it's just clarifying. Okay, I wanted to get it. Okay, so tell me about the start, because obviously you had additional weight on the car, but you were able to get a great start. You were able to extend that lead, and well, now I guess I can use the word which I didn't use earlier in the first race. You kind of cruised at some point there.
Yeah, the start was very important. You said about the weights, we were coming in very heavy, so I knew going into the first turn I would have difficulty unless I closed the door. So yeah, I just had a good start and I kept in the defensive line. So Gerard tried a move in the outside, which was really nice. It almost stick, but it was a pretty good race.
Yeah, we just saw Jared right there. Yeah, thumbs up, and we'll get to talk to him in a bit. At any point in the race, other than what you mentioned, was there any problem? Was there anything serious that you were thinking about? Or did you feel like, did it look as easy as it did, at least from our wide screens and our big screens? Because James was talking about it as the perfect race for you. So how do you assess your own race?
Yeah, it looked like the perfect race, but of course, every lap you still have to be 100% focused because one mistake, it's so easy to just make a mistake, go to the grass and spin out, or just overhit the chicanes and damage your car. So every lap now I was focused. I was reminding myself, even if I have a big gap, stay focused, and until the checkered flag comes, that's the only time I can relax.
Well, we'll still wait for the official results. It looked clean, but nevertheless, it's been one heck of a day for you, Stefano.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. All right, rest up.
Boom.
Yes, go ahead.
While you have Estefano there.
Yes, please.
What weight were you carrying, Estefano?
60 kilos.
60. See, I was thinking it was 50. It's 60 kilos. How did that car behave differently? Did it?
Handling-wise, it was actually, I think, better because there was more grip in the front. It's a front-wheel drive car, but yeah, in the straights, it wasn't as fast as having no weights, but it was okay. It was drivable.
Estefano, do you get to choose where you put the weights, or is that determined by the stewards?
You get to choose where you put the weights.
All right. So even with a 60-kilogram penalty, you walk into the next race carrying the same 60 kilograms, right? So you're not disadvantaged anymore.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Estefano, and congratulations.
Congratulations,
Thank
Stefano.
you very much.
Nice one, man. All right, Stefano with a great Saturday for himself, and we'll see if it's official later on. But in the meantime, Gerardo, where do you want to stay? You choose. Congratulations. Okay. Stefano gave you a thumbs up earlier because there was a point there that he said that he was a little threatened. It was a great move in his opinion. Tell me about that sequence.
Yeah, he's quick. So pag entry namin ng turn 1, okay naman. Walang contact, malinis.
So, sa turn 1 ba yun?
Turn 1, pagka-take off. Magkatabi na kami.
Right. Okay. So, overall assessment, meron ka ring weight na dinagdag sa kotse, no? Gano kabigat yun?
60 kilos.
Pareho rin, 60 rin. Okay, so tell me, well, I guess I'll ask what James asked because I'm sure he's curious too. Nagbehave ba did it behave any differently? How did it affect you in this particular race?
Mas okay sa. Pati sa wet, ramdam namin mas okay sa na mabigat. Pero, siyempre, kulang pa rin kami sa pace. So, kailangan maintain points lang.
Okay. Happy with the day so far, though? I mean, is there anything that you didn't like about what happened throughout the day?
Wala, okay naman. We're happy.
Okay, all right. Well, congratulations. We'll see you up there, maybe in the podium, when we make it all official. Sorry, James, I didn't ask if you wanted to ask Gerard a question.
No, it's okay.
Good?
I was just a little surprised that he's carrying the same amount of weight, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought we went for like a 6. I actually thought it was 50, 30, 20, but I was today years old when I learned that.
Hey, there you go.
You're
Learn
you're
something
never
new
too
every
old,
day,
right?
Yeah, all right. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Boom. And yes, certainly an interesting revelation for us. And I think what's even more interesting is that Estefano and Jared Loy also said the car handled even better.
Yes.
Wow.
Actually, I was about to ask that earlier. Is it better to have weights when it's raining because it has
Yes.
more grip and
Yes.
then you kind of balance and not too light. You're not gonna slide.
If you know how the weight plays out, this is why we've been talking throughout the entire broadcast about understanding your car and being one with it. You can be faster using the weight. So some people say, "Oh, that's a handicap." It's a handicap on the straight. It's not on the corners. So if you can mitigate that by getting the advantage in the corners, it all evens out in the wash, so to speak. And in the case of Estefano Rivera, I think he proved that in the best way possible with a win.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
I'm actually wondering what's about the third place. Are they have the same 60 pounds?
Again, I thought that it was, I was under the impression it was a 50, 30, 20, but now that we know that 60, 60 for both first and second place, is it the same or is it a little bit less?
I know,
It should actually be a little less. We will harass Ferdy Ong a little later on. If we get a break, I'm going to text Ferdy Ong. I'm going to ask him the lowdown on all of that because it is very, very interesting because it does really affect the results. But as we've seen, if you know your car and you know how to drive around it, you can actually gain a little advantage from it.
That's good to know. I like that. I didn't know that. It's always a thing that, I have a weight, it's so negative.
And did you notice how I asked if they could choose where to put it, and they said yes. And that is also crucial and vital because weight in a car is not necessarily 100% pure evil in terms of racing. It's where you place that weight. Because if you can now put that weight low down, you don't get that center of gravity problem. If you can put the weight in the front, you'll get more traction in a front-wheel drive car when you're turning. But then the engineers need to understand what the dynamics of the car are and where best to put that weight where it won't have a bad effect. And obviously, with the Avengers, they knew where to put that weight.
Yes, I wonder where. I wonder where. Is it on the right?
They put it on Jared's car. I'm kidding, of course. They would never do that. And that's why we have stewards and marshals, to make sure that everything is done properly. But yes, so much to learn here, so much to experience today. I mean, even somebody who's been doing this for 8 years has just learned a new thing today.
Me too. I'm like, this is something that maybe in the next leg, it's the same. Now guys, all the racers, now you're going to get 60 pounds or 60?
It's a 60 kilo penalty.
60 kilos. It's heavier.
That's 2.2 pounds. So that's another human being. I mean, maybe not me, but somebody a little smaller than me. That is another person like you're carrying in the car. But again, if you know where to put that weight, you can actually put it to your advantage. And like Aubrey said, in the rain, if it did rain, you can actually really get a much better advantage. We've seen that happen. Just as long as you understand where you're strong and where you're weak.
That's good. Now the racers will now not feel bad when they get, when they win and they get that weight. They're like, you know what? I just need to know where to put it.
Yes, it's all about turning a negative into a positive, or the old saying was making lemonade out of lemons, right? And it's no different here. But this also falls into strategy because aside from the drivability of the car, I mean, I was noticing in previous races, there were some races, for example, I remember, I think it was Alan Uy, I'm not sure, but he was going in and he actually could have won the race, but he decided not. He didn't push as hard. Might have not been Alan now that I think of it, who didn't push as hard because he sacrificed the first place, so he didn't get the penalty, so that the next round was double points. Because sometimes in some rounds we used to give double points. So why would you'd sacrifice this so not you didn't carry weight so that you did better in the round that gave double points, and that's thinking.
Strategy.
That's strategy, and this is what racing is. It's more than just putting your foot down on the gas and just having more courage than sense. It is also about working with the team and finding out strategy.
That's nice. That's nice to know. I didn't know that.
I know, right? There's so many different things that you think, wait, why would you do that? Then it's spelled out for you, and you go, well, that's very smart.
Even like when you have a teammate, okay, don't pass me because I need this place. So when at the next leg, I have to be in this grid.
That's why they
right?
use teammates, yeah.
Yes.
And then that's why they also made team orders legal, because they realized at some point the fans were complaining, saying how you should be racing fair and square, but you're racing as a team.
A team, yes.
And as a team, sometimes you'll need a wingman to do something because it's for the greater good of the team.
For the team, yes.
And so that's where it gets a little tricky, because our egos can get involved, and it's like, come on, I want to win the race. It's like, well, there's no one person bigger than the team. And this is what we're trying to teach people here. And this is why, even if it seems a little odd to have this type of rule, it's preparing you for a racing career. Can't stress that enough. The Vios Cup, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, has always been about grooming the next generation of international racers.
Yes, and being a racer, I think you can't just do it alone.
No, not at all. And you may as well learn now from the grassroots that this is a team effort. Everybody plays a vital role. We talked about before, you're only as strong as that weakest link. If somebody forgets to put the whatever on the car, you're gone. You could be the fastest driver in the world, but with 3 wheels, you ain't going to go very far.
It's really like 100, for example, it's like a pie. You're this piece and your team is this piece. So, you really have to have that whole pie.
What the driver does have that is kind of unique is that all that pressure and all those pieces fall on one plate for 25 to 30 minutes. So you are the last piece responsible to make sure all of those pieces don't. So that's a lot of pressure, because all of them, they can't do anything anymore. Their hands are tied. Once they let that car go, everybody, their jobs are done, and it all falls on you. That's where the pressure really builds up. Another thing that, while you're interested in what the weight strategy, etc., another example that I wanted to share was, aside from double points, when we used to have the reverse grid, the same type of strategy would come in. If you were going to finish, let's say, I think one time we were doing first to fourth, because we did first to eighth, first to fourth. Somebody would rather finish fourth than finish first, because the next race was also a double. Then they start first. It's all where this is what makes it so exciting. So many variables to think of, and it keeps you sharp. And it
Well, we still have math here.
It's, math with 180 kilometers an hour, sometimes 200, depending on what your exit was in the final corner.
I also like to congratulate Stefano. I like that, every racer, every winners, they always acknowledge the team first.
Yeah.
It's appreciation, and the team will be so happy. Very happy to hear that you're mentioning their names, their effort, the appreciation of what they did the whole day for the last race. It's nice to hear from a racer.
It certainly is, because the acknowledgement is real. It's genuine. It's not just a token. It's not there to papogi points. It's really vital, because once you work with these teams, you see sometimes these are the unsung heroes of the Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, but also around the world are the mechanics, are the people who prepare those cars, and the people in the team. The unsung heroes, like, they could be anything. They may not even be working on the car, but they're keeping the engine of the team moving and fluid, because everybody needs that. So, they're all as important as one another.
Yeah, probably the racer's job is done, but their job is still not done.
Absolutely.
Right after the race, they're parked, and the mechanics will check on the cars, what happened, like this, they need to fix this, So they'll work, I think, nonstop too.
And I think that's probably a great segue to say it's exactly the same thing in production. I mean, we are the people in front of the camera, and we are the ones who take all, I guess, of the credit, maybe in some ways, but it's all of the people behind the camera, and I think we should give them a round of applause. There you go. You see, because we couldn't look this poggy
If you
without
can
them.
only see the people right here, they're so focused. As if they're racing, they're like, oh my God.
And they're like 20 times more than us just to
Yes.
get this production underway. But yes, again, it's a team effort. Without them, we couldn't do what we do. And without us, they couldn't do what they do. And this
Yep.
is why it all works together. And this is why we should all just gather around the fireplace and sing Kumbaya.
Overall, we had a good race today.
Not just a good
Clean.
race, a great day.
Yes, great day, great weather. Oh my God, thankfully we had a great weather and then great race today. The autocross did well too.
Great weather subjective, but yes, great for some.
Because you want a little bit rain.
I
I
don't
know
know.
what you mean. I can feel just a little, right?
Just a little bit. Just something to...
A drizzle. No,
I
no.
mean, I just want to... Estefano had such a dominant race. I just wanted to see him, No, I shouldn't say that. It's a struggle anyway. It looks easy, and that's the hallmark of a great driver or a champion, is they make it look easy. But it's anything but.
Yes, and every time you talk to them, they still want to do more.
Of course, because as
Right.
we keep saying, it's a moving target. You never do achieve that perfection, but you live in a state of relentless pursuit of it, and that's why we watch.
I know. Congratulations to all the winners. And I can't wait to actually announce each class. And I want to see who's top. Yeah. I wonder where's Troy at.
There's so many.
I have to always mention Troy.
I also want to see where the girls did.
Yes,
and
the girls.
although I should also get more in line with how Boom does it, because Boom has a great point. We should already stop saying female drivers and male drivers. It's just drivers.
Drivers, yeah.
There is no handicap system here. There is no class system here saying, okay, the females are racing. No, they're racing the same cars. They're just drivers. But of course, it's still in its infancy, and I feel a lot of pride, and I just want to share that when I see we're still young. So when you see women taking traditionally the men's roles and doing well in it, I'm fully supportive of that. I have a daughter, so I'm a girl dad, they call it.
Yes, we're in 2000 what, right? So girls
2021.
are yeah. So girls are there. They're there to dominate. And for me, as racer, for 4 years, I've seen a driver looked at me like I'm a guy. Like, yeah, and actually I feel flattered. Like, okay, we'll race. Not like, oh, I feel bad for you. You're a girl looking at me like you can't drive. But he's looking at me like I can compete with you. I'm like, yeah, right?
Well, I'll bring up something now that you bring that up, Aubrey. It's something I've been thinking of. I've actually been saying it beforehand, but now that I can ask you, the perfect person to ask, even with celebrity status, you see, outside the racing car, sometimes non-celebrities, they're not sure how to act. And there's a bit of because, wow, I see you on TV, I see you on the movies, I see you singing your song, whatever. But once they get racing, there is no more celebrity status.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no more fan, there's no more celebrity. It's just, and the celebrities appreciate that because sometimes they crave to just be treated like everybody else. And in a racing environment, you get no gives, right?
Yes.
Do you feel the same way? Is that accurate or?
No, that's true. Actually, I felt that. And also, not surprisingly, idolized the racers.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fanning.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
in that fanning mode. I'm like, hey, I'm a celeb, but I'm fanning with that.
Yes.
Red Diva, and right? Because they're good. Even now, I talk to some of the autocross influencers. You can see the respect in your eyes.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there for a little
Okay.
while because we have so much to get through. But before we do that, let's just hear a word from the people who make this all possible.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With readily available Toyota genuine parts, highly trained technicians, and 1-hour express maintenance, it's easy to relax and have more time for yourself. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy it feels with Toyota Sure Advantage. All Toyota cars are made with the utmost attention to quality, which makes Toyotas not only durable, but also reliable. Safe to say, it's easy to make your car last for generations. Take it easy, it's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being, your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. Thanks to eco-friendly and fuel-efficient hybrid technologies, it's easy to be one with nature and drive sustainably. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
Well, thank you to our
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Well, there you have it. The Vios Cup would just not be happening without those people, of course, who have powered each and every lap since 2014. I'm James Deacon. We're back. I'm with Aubrey Miles.
And we're still live on Facebook.
We still are.
Yes.
We were live since 10 a.m. and we're still here, barely live. But no, I'm just kidding. You cannot fall asleep. You cannot fall asleep in situations like this. And let's check out the latest trackside action with Boom. Boom, what you got?
Well, what I got are winners, James and Aubrey. That's what I've got. We are now at the moment of this Saturday, the Vios Cup, to award our three classes: the Bridgestone Super Sporting class, the Sporting class, and of course, the Promotional class. So, I'm sure, James, Aubrey, you're ready?
Ready!
We are ready.
And everybody watching, of course, on Facebook. Let's start with the Bridgestone Super Sporting class. Coming in at third place, car number 55, Mr. Brian Cole. Woo! Congratulations also to our second placer, car number 99, Gerard Loy. And number 23, the champion, Estefano Rivera. All right, take a pic now. Okay, so let's first talk to Mr. Brian Go. Sir, congratulations. How are you feeling right now? And kamusta yung assessment mo for the race today, for yourself?
Syempre, very happy. Just happy that we finished podium today with Gerard, my teammate. We weren't really expecting to win because we have no practice.
Oo nga, yan nga yung nabalitaan ko kay Gerard kanina. So how do you still do it though? Not having practice, what was the difference for you?
So maybe a bit of luck na rin. And we've been racing the Vios Cup for so long. So konting ikot lang, okay na rin.
A luck and a lot of experience, I'm sure, made the difference. All right, nakausap na natin the next two guys earlier. So maybe it's a perfect time, Gerard, now that it's official. Just whoever you want to thank and whatever else you want to say to make this win even sweeter.
Siyempre sa Toyota Motor Philippines, para sa event na to, sa major sponsors natin, sa Tuason Racing, sa sponsors namin ni ICE, Toyota Dagupan, Toyota La Union, Baguio, at saka Ilocos. Sa families namin, mga mechanics namin, napakalaking bagay nun. Kung wala sila, wala rin kami rito.
Congratulations again, Gerard Loy. And of course, Estefano. Yeah, it's official. It's a great day, right?
Yeah, it's a good day, but also, the last leg is pretty near. It's on November 5, where there's double points. So you'll celebrate today, but, we have to keep on focusing and pushing forward because there's more points to get.
I love it. You're already looking down the road. That's 3 weeks from now, if I'm not mistaken, to that last leg. But still, This day has got to feel really good. Who do you want to thank?
First of all, I want to thank Lord, our Savior Jesus Christ. Without Him, none of this will be all possible. I want to thank TMP for organizing this great event with Tuason Racing. They're the only one who can make this one make series. So I hope it continues and pushes through because it's really a great series for everyone. And next, I want to thank my team, Avengers Racing, my boss Cosco Oben, and everyone, the mechanics, my managers, my teammates, everyone, and of course my family, yes, and everyone who was here with me, and for all the fans as well.
Well, you said there were a lot of challenges going into this day. Still pretty good. Couple of wins. Congratulations to our winners today. Brian Cole, Gerard Loy, Estefano Rivera. All right, let's get a nice picture of our three winners. All right, James and Aubrey, back to you.
Well, that's certainly a nice birthday present for Cosco Oben, the head of the Oben Group of companies, otherwise known as the Avengers. All he wanted was a podium, and he got two first spots on the podium.
But actually, how nice and great to win with your teammate, the Toyota Dagupan, Gerard Loy and Brian Ko. Congratulations too.
Absolutely. That's also a very special moment because there are team awards as well, right? So it's not just racing individually. We've mentioned this so many times, but the team also have a championship that they're also going after as well. So having both drivers in the points there, wonderful stuff. It's really, really
It does
good.
make a difference, right? So they have 2 points for the 2 drivers. Am I right?
They have both, and those points get put together,
Combined.
and then there's a team championship as well that they declare. So I mean, you could win theoretically, like in other sports, Formula One, the driver of one team wins, but then the team championship another.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen very often, but it can happen, and it's all part of the team. As I said, this has been something that the Avengers have used. I think they've made a great template for how to use racing as a marketing model for their companies.
Yeah.
I mean, really, I know what they're racing for is something a little purer, something different, but it doesn't mean to say that you can't build a marketing model around it. You can't build a business model around it because they've now expanding, and a lot of the corporate culture that they have been able to foster within their group has come from the Vios Cup because they see everyone loves a winning team. Everyone loves a camaraderie. Everyone loves seeing how you can group together to achieve one thing of greatness. And that's what this does.
Good job for them. And let's now award the winners for the sporting class.
I think we
Not
might
yet.
just have to wait a little longer for that because they're just doing the final checks. It's already? Okay, it looks like we are ready, Aubrey.
All right. Boom, are you there? Pretty excited here.
Yes, I'm here. Never left. And speaking of
I'm
teams,
just asking.
Yeah, I know.
But I know you're there.
No, yeah, we're just getting organized because, as you, Aubrey, and James mentioned, teams are very important. And basically, we're awarding a team for the sporting class.
Ayun!
Yan. And the youth movement continues, of course. All right, let's get into it. Third place, number 63, Joaquin Garrido. And second place, car number 28, Julian Tang. It's like deja vu for me. Champion for the sporting class, car number 33, Inigo Anton. Woo. Gotta be special, especially to do it with your teammates. Okay.
Well, this weekend wasn't as good as we expected. Today was just more of a recovery drive since yesterday we were DNF and then this morning we were starting from last in the grid. So today was just more of a recovery drive, and I would like to congratulate my teammates as well for putting up a tough fight in the last race.
How would you assess your own personal race though?
Well, I guess it was okay, but I know I could have gotten my teammates, but I just wanted to play the safe game and make all my teammates in the podium. Yeah.
The team guy, Joaquin Garrido, right there. Congratulations, third place sporting class, Julian. Well, it's good to win with the teammates, but personally, there's got to be a level of satisfaction for you too.
Certainly.
these guys pushed me so hard. I was chasing Inigo with the first couple laps, and then later on I had to defend against Joaquin, who also raced me so hard. But yeah, it's a great feeling to be up here with all of them.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Your personal race today, a couple of times here at the podium. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank the team. I want to thank team owner, Costco. The mechanics, again, they did such a great job in my car, especially after winning it. And yeah, just the team in general. They've been great.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations, second place. And of course, our champion continues to be Inigo Anton. I'll get to you in a bit, but explain the dominance of the team, though. Let's start from there.
Well, overall for the team, it's been a real great weekend for us, both in promotional and super sporting, with Estefano winning 2 races in super sporting and Julia winning a race. Actually 2 races, and unfortunately I don't know what happened to the last one, but it's been really good points for the whole team. And since we were super close with another team after the first round, it's super good that we're able to be here in the top step and continue to make our lead even greater.
You've been racing for around almost a decade already, right? Around 9 years, if I'm not mistaken. That makes I don't mean to make you feel old, Inigo, but I'm just stating a fact. But I mean, how do you do it? I'm sure this doesn't. It's not a new feeling, of course, to win, but you won't get sick of it, right?
Yeah, of course not. I've been racing since I was actually started driving real cars at the age of 7 and did my first race at age 8 with a time trial. And ever since, I've just always loved the feeling of driving and racing. The competition's always really great. And it just always keeps motivating me to even push more and to do my best all the time.
Yeah, I heard you scared the heck out of James when you were 10 years old. So, hey, we're barely scratching the surface, James and Aubrey, with these 3. Congratulations again, Joaquin Garrido, Julian Tang, and Inigo Anton.
That's what the winning team looks like. Look at that, Inigo Young Gun Anton. I don't know if it's too late to ask. I don't know if there's...
No, go ahead, James.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go.
I'm just curious to know if there's any difference between the sporting class and the promotional or super sporting class in terms of weight. Can you ask Inigo what weight penalty he carried from winning the last race?
So actually, I'm also running full for basically promotional and sporting are the same, but my ballast was actually 60 kilos now, so I'm maxed. Also with Colvin, who's been running 60, you know, we've been, it's been pretty tough, but yeah, we just gotta deal with it.
Is it 60 for the top 3? Everyone wears 60?
No. So what happens is, if you win first place in the race, you get plus 30 kilos and you have a max of 60 kilos. And if you fall down the podium, you get minus 10 kilos. So it's always trying to make it very close to fighting and chance for people who are not on the podium to try and get people in first, second, and third.
This could be an amazing diet routine for people, right? You get 10 kilos off when you step off the podium. I would just be jumping off it nonstop. And so thanks for clearing that up, Inigo. That really that does help us a lot. Last question: who's faster, you or your dad?
Well, he's right here.
Look at him looking panicking while he pays the rent.
I'm looking for the dad right now.
He actually said, "My dad's here."
He answered the question very well.
Before the pandemic, in our autocross, I nicked him to win the fastest time, so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, I love how he answered it. He answered it. How do you say you're faster than your dad without saying you're faster than your dad? You say, "My dad's here."
Yeah.
He wants to go home and sleep in his own. He wants to go home and sleep in his own bed tonight.
I don't blame you, Inigo. Thank you and congratulations to you and the Team Avengers.
Yes, congratulations to all the winners. Again, we would like to remind everyone that the winners earlier are provisional winners, meaning results might once the official results are out. So we'll probably change. So we'll be announcing the recap and official winners later today.
All right. Well, there you go. I think
I know the answer when Inigo said, "My dad is here." I'm like, "Yep, I know the answer."
We know. I mean, while he still pays the bills, we're cool with that. We're just kidding, of course. Carlos Anton is probably the most decorated Filipino racer we have in the country today. He is just outstanding. He's won in everything. He's won in rallycross. He's won in hill climb. He's won in circuit. That guy wins in. He's just one of our most winningest, if not the most winningest, race car driver we have in the Philippines. And I think the only one who's going to pose him a serious threat will be his own son. So let's see. Now,
How awesome is that? You win all the Avengers won the super sporting. Oh, I mean the sporting class,
it's
right?
absolutely dominance. It's pure
Yes.
dominance over here. Now, the Avengers, just so we clear it up, I mean, they have 4 teams. They have the Toyota Otis, they have Marilao, they have North EDSA, they have Balintawak as well. So they are fielding quite a few drivers, but it's still an amazing achievement for such dominance.
Yes.
All right, let's turn over right now and let's check out the winners from the
Promotional class.
That's right. Promotional class it is.
You have
Thank
to
you.
point at me.
Troy. That's why. The Troy class.
The Troy class.
Thank you, Aubrey. Thank you, James. Let's get to the promotional class right away. In third place, car number 21, Giro Garbus. Again. Seems like you don't want to separate from me in this spot so far, the first and second leg. Congratulations. Second place, car number 73, Myla Olivia. Yeah. And our champion with car number 27, Royce Sarmiento. All right, Giro. First leg, you know, you were kind of, even earlier, although you did something, you know, really great, commendable, obviously very mature and very well said, but I'm trying to remember the first leg when we were talking and then today, and it seems like everything is still kind of like a surprise to you, like it's so, wow, what am I doing here kind of moment. But hey, it's happening more often, right? So it's gotta feel good, and there must be a reason why it's happening.
Yeah, I feel like I keep saying this, but I feel like Tetsuya was behind everything that I've been doing. He's been behind my drive because he laid the foundation down for me. I really wish he was still here, but yeah, like what you said, I am really surprised that it does keep happening. I honestly don't even know how it's happening. I'm supposed to be doing my thesis. I'm a student, but I'm here. I'm racing against these 2 awesome racers, and I'm really proud of them. Ate Mai, she's on the podium again. She beat me by another position again. And then really proud for Royce because I've been waiting for his win.
Maybe this approach of being kind of oblivious to stuff is working for you, huh?
Oh, I didn't mean it, honestly. I'm just here to have fun. Racing is something that should be fun, or anything that you love doing should always feel fun to you. And if you love what you do, just keep doing it. And I guess that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, you're totally wearing it, man. Like you're just enjoying yourself out there. Congratulations to you. All right. Ate Mai, sabi ni Jiro. Hindi ako, siya ang nagsabi. So, okay. Tell us how you feeling right now.
Ecstatic. Masaya akong uwi, you know. I was able to get another one. So, I just want to thank some people, you know. I'd like to thank JBT Racing, Toyota Isabela for sending us a crew, yung support niyo for this race. I'd like to thank Toyota Motor Philippines for this event. Tuason Racing, congratulations. And to OTR Motorsports now, who handled us this race. So, thank you. Just happy.
Yeah, and your smile is just radiating through your mask.
You can see?
Yes. Yes, definitely. Congratulations to you. Well deserved. Okay, Roy Sarmiento, our champion. How's it? Woo! Yeah. So, I mean, being beside these 2 guys, these 2 great racers, but you're the one on top now, how do you feel?
First of all, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who helped me, and thank you to RMS Cars and also my mom and dad. Thank you, Coach Alan, and I'm really happy sharing the podium with these 2 people.
Any strategy for today that got you this win?
The launch, yeah. Practicing the launch and hashtag chubby specs.
There you go.
He's not chubby.
He's not.
He chubs specs, but he's fast.
If you are, well, you're charmingly chubby is, I think, the term. James, Aubrey, go ahead.
What did he say? What did he credit it to? I want to know if I heard it correctly.
Which one?
He's asking, what did you credit your win to?
I think the launch was the biggest help.
Wait. That's what I'm confused. Is it the launch or the lunch?
The launch.
Like the pagkain?
Lunch?
Like the
Could be,
pagkain?
could be.
Both.
Pagkain, kaya nga.
Because I was thinking, he means the launch, right? Like the launch at the start, but he means the pagkain. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. To each his own.
The launch and the lunch was good.
Whatever
There
gets
go.
you the podium, man.
Let's put it that way. Anything else from you guys, James and Aubrey?
That's it.
No, I just want to order some lunch. Maybe you can bring some over here. It sounds like really good stuff.
We're all going to get along with these three champions in my book. All right. Congratulations, Jiro Garbes, Myla Olivia, Royce Sarmiento.
The celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines' partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry, namely Bridgestone, in cooperation with Petronex CS, the official fuel partner, supported by Motul. Other sponsors include Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuason Racing, and Rota, also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing and Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy.
Thank you again, Boom. We'll be back very shortly for the autocross finals. Find out who amongst...
No.
Okay, we're not doing that. Okay.
We're moving so fast here.
I know.
We're running our own
We
race.
just want the lunch.
We got distracted by the lunch.
Yeah. You know what's nice to see the races, the racers, when they win. When you're in the car, there's so much going on. Now, when they're in the podium, they're so calm, saying thank you to all the people they would like to thank, and saying all their thank you, God, thank you, the family.
Thank
the
you, lunch.
other side. Yeah, thank you, lunch. It's the other side of them. Yeah.
I've been doing this for 8 seasons. I've been watching racing for almost all my adult life. I've never heard anyone thank lunch for their win. But as I said, there's a first time for everything, and you're always learning, and I was today years old. So, all right, so we have the finals now. Now we can cross over. We were just needed a little time, apparently, but now we can cross over and check out what's happening in the autocross. This is for the absolute finals.
So we're looking for the 8 influencers and media class.
Yes, they're going to bring that down to a top 3.
So are we getting 4 from the influencer or 4 from the media class?
No, yes, but they won't compete against each other. They'll have their own separate challenges. So we're going to bring down the 2+2 are going to fight in media. And then, obviously, we're going to be able to determine 1, 2, and 3 from there. And the poor 4th one has to go home
Yeah.
and
drink. I'm just kidding.
maybe, well, so let's check out the finals now of the autocross, because this is it, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. All right, so there they are now. To explain, just in case it wasn't clear, so we're down to 4 each of media, and there's 4 for the influencers. They are competing separately. So
Media against media.
media against media. So 4 people in media are now eliminating each other. That sounds very Squid Games. I won't say eliminated. Are trying to
Just
knock each other
competing,
out
yeah.
to determine first, second, third, and that's it. Because the 4th one just gets to tell a story about what could have been. But that's racing for you, It's the highest of highs, the lowest of lows.
So one winner from the media and 1 winner from the influencers, and they're actually going to compete. Am I right? Or
No, they will never compete directly with each other, the influencers and the media. They're competing against themselves.
Okay.
So 4 from media are competing for first, second, and third in media. And then 4 people from influencers are just competing to find out who's first, second, and third.
from the finals.
From the final. So we started with 8, then we kept knocking them out until we've gotten down to the last 4. Once they finish this, we will already have the order of where they are in terms of ranking based on their times.
I just saw Brian's he's actually there.
Dakanay?
Brian Dakanay from the media class.
All right. So you'd be surprised. You were asking about how competitive this is. I'm still in this beat, so I still get some inside information. It's very competitive. And this is the next generation. So this is like I was pointing out, some of them are like Dylan is the son of one of our children, one of our Brian.
Yes, you can have children.
Yes, I know. But they're children old enough to drive and race. Well, that makes me feel a little bit older, but so yes, there's a lot of competition here. I mean, I've been hearing stories about how seriously these guys are taking it.
I think you have to take it seriously, because if you don't take this seriously in this stage, you can't take the circuit and the real race seriously. You have to take this and you have to take notes.
And also Toyota are keeping notes on you. So they'll also see how you behave out there. Because even if you're not watching yourself, they're watching you to see if you can graduate to the next level. And also, as I mentioned in the first part of the broadcast, I'm sure we don't probably have the same audience now, but what I was mentioning before is because this is your core business, your core competence, you're writing about cars, there's this unspoken level of competition among them because they want their opinions to count, of course, and it is reflective of how they drive, or at least that's how they see it. So if they drive well, then they feel that they can, write about cars a little bit more. There's this game going on. I know that like Jose Altaveras is from Auto Industria, and they have a secret training facility.
I like that.
They do.
Yeah, they're
I'm
like
not sure if
secret-
I would say secret now, but they've got the simulator set up in their office.
You just said it.
Oh, are we live? Oh, sorry about that, Brent, if you're watching. But no, there's nothing bad
Yes.
about that. In fact, we encourage that. We encourage you to go out, but they're only doing simulations on the PlayStation and the simulator.
It's the simulator is almost like the same feel. Same. I've tried it. It's pretty a little harder for me.
I think you can learn. Yes, because you lose feel.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
so
different.
it's different. But what you can learn from there is you can learn lines, you can learn breaking points.
True.
But you just can't really get the feel.
Of the car, like you're.
Yes. The weightlessness of a car when you're about to lose grip. I mean, the real gamers, they can feel it. And if you're into the F1 levels of simulations, then they can really...
And you have that all set up.
Yes. And another thing that you will never feel, like, for example, here in Clark, we were talking about the corkscrew going down. Elevation. It's very hard to simulate elevation in a race or in a simulation because you just can't feel that going downhill. It just doesn't... How do you translate that digitally?
Yes, true. Looking at this autocross, it's almost like a baby. You absorb everything. You learn from this. This is like your baby. You're like a baby absorbing everything you're learning, and then when you grow up, you start racing.
Yeah.
So I feel like this one you really have to take. You put it in your mind, in your brain. You sleep on it. You sleep, and then you think about it. What you're gonna do. I remember doing this. They said, "Oh, it's easy. Just go straight." I'm like, no, you really have to calculate, and that's true. Better safe than being aggressive. That's true because you're not racing. You're just really learning and doing all the moves that you're gonna do for the race.
Again, it's the way I see it is reeling somebody in because everybody that starts this most often than not have too much aggression, too much speed, too much. You have to reel them back. And the way you reel them back is that when you put those cones so close to each other and you're trying to do like a sewing machine in through it, if you make a mistake in the first cone and you go a little wide, by the time you get to the second cone, that is wider. It's amplified. Your mistake gets amplified. So you got to slow down. But the tendency is they try to overcorrect. They try to go faster to make up for their mistake, knowing that that's the worst thing you can do. And then once that principle is finally drummed into your brain, then you start learning how to attack corners in the same way, and you realize that being aggressive and pushing the car is not the best way to do it. You have to work with the car. You have to work with momentum. You have to work with the balance. You don't fight the car, you work with it.
Yes.
When you're dancing, you don't tug your partner, do you? You guide them, and you're working with a flow. You're working with a dance. It's exactly the same thing with a car. You don't grab it and drag your partner across the dance floor just like you don't drag your car and grab it by the scruff of the neck and tell it what to do.
Very well said.
You
For
like
sure, for sure the influencers and some media are listening right now.
Yeah, and
sure.
I will be sending you a bill for
Right?
that very soon.
They just learned something from you.
You heard
a lot, but
You
you're-
heard of Dancing with the Stars? This is
Yes.
Dancing with the Cars, okay? So that's another one.
For sure, they're sitting there and they're like, oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
But,
Because even me, I'm sitting, I'm like, yeah.
And one of the best trainings for driving that Formula One drivers do, famously Michael Schumacher sadly, is skiing,
Yeah.
because it's the same type of thing. You're like dancing but with yourself, right? You don't want to. You're leaning side to side. You never fight yourself when you're skiing. You're going with the flow and momentum. And if you can learn that, you'll be smooth in a car. That's why a lot of racers go skiing, because of the same type of dynamic.
And I think also if you're a little aggressive in this autocross, it's a little bit short to do to be aggressive because
Yeah.
you might make you probably you will make mistakes.
Because that's by design. They're exaggerating it because yun na nga, even a person without experience can go faster than that comfortably. We're not asking you to go fast. We're asking you to get disciplined and understand what this does. We're not. This is you will go faster when you go slow. Don't push the car. You just don't drag. Just think of that analogy. You're not dragging it. You're dancing with it and you're working with it.
Wow.
And Ronald
That
Ellis
is.
Reyes. Here we go. This is another second gener. Although
This
he's
is the
son of Ron Delos Reyes.
Yes.
And there's Jose Altoveros with from Auto Industria. He's the man to beat, apparently. This guy's got some. They're all looking out for this guy.
his braking is good.
And another thing is, I mean,
There you go.
I'll speak for myself. When you do these series, you make a name for yourself within your industry
Yeah.
because it's so small. And like you said, as a celebrity, you end up fangirling against some of the super sporting class because they do something that you're wanting to do. You're in the same time and you're going, how do I? So the same thing in your industry. When somebody pops up and becomes like, you didn't know they were a great driver and all of a sudden you have this way of measuring and you go, hey, Jose is a really good driver. There's just this level of respect that you just give to that person.
Yeah.
And then you make a name. People remember your name.
And also you gain respect. I don't know.
Yes, you do.
Because the discipline and all that you have as to be a racer is a lot. So being a racer is like, hey, you know what? You've done so much. You have this discipline. It's to have this experience, skills.
Mm-hmm.
So for a racer, for a newbie, I'm like, hey, you know what? I want to be like that one day, even though it's impossible. But it's just like fanning and just inspiration. It's just inspiring.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, okay, so I'm not. Wow, we got some in-car footage here.
I like that.
I was gonna say, you see, you're trying to, with something like this, just to build on what we were talking about in the discipline and learning the skills. It's not about the movement of your steering wheel. Some people overturn the steering wheel to try to overcorrect, right? When you get in tune with your car, you're thinking ahead of the cone. So you're turning just ever so slightly before you need to so that you can turn less. Because you're doing it a little bit before. The less movements you make on the steering wheel, the faster you go. And you can understand that principle because when you turn your wheel, the friction that you're creating is slowing you down. You're scrubbing. You're scrubbing the speed because your tires are angled, but your car's momentum is pushing forward. That's what happens when you're turning and you're accelerating.
Yes. With this autocross, is it when you start bad, you're already going to do bad in the whole thing, right? You start from, like, they ask you to go 60 and they just go, you went over and then you did the pylons, the
and then you
cones.
break in between?
Yes.
No, that's the surefire way of losing.
Yeah.
And that's what it's teaching you. It's like, go slow before you can go fast. Because if they tell you, just theoretically, it's 60, the ideal speed is 60, well, subconsciously, without any experience, you'll say, well, if I can do 70, I'll be faster. That's not how it works. You do 60 because 60 is the optimum speed for you to be able to turn those things using minimal steering inputs. You go 70, yes, you're going faster, but now your steering inputs are affected.
But it also goes further slower. If you go a little bit slow or really slow.
If you're going too slow, that's why there's an optimum speed. But if the tendency is to get giggle and go over that speed so that you can get an advantage, but everything's interconnected. When you turn your wheels, you've got to slow down. You've just got to do it, especially in this small space, because you amplify it for the next set of cones. If you make a mistake here, the worst thing you can do in an autocross or a slalom where you're going through the cones like a sewing machine is to start adjusting your speed in the middle.
Yes.
No, enter at the correct speed and you maintain that.
Has to be all the same.
All the same. And sometimes that's the
Yes.
hardest thing because you're thinking, I'm doing well. Maybe if I just tap the gas a bit more. No, you're doing well because you're not. You're doing well because you're restraining yourself. Keep your the gas. Just keep it feathered and understand that that's the fastest way. And that lesson takes a while to sink in because it's going against our grain.
That's actually a good one, what you said there, that when you think you're doing good and then you want to do a little bit more, but really you just have to stay there, just have to maintain that, and then later on then you go for more. But that one, yes, for the cones, gotta sustain it. That's true.
Yeah, and if you wanted to go back to the boxing analogy, only because it's a more popular sport here, it's not just sheer power. Yeah, power, if you don't land it, is nothing. So you're trying to make sure that and obviously you can't keep swinging your full swings for 30 minutes or 12 rounds in a boxing match or 5 rounds in the UFC, because you'll just run out of energy. You'll just run out. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to be smart. You're trying to work with the weaknesses of the other person. It's the same thing by working. Oh, did you see? Oh,
is that just a move?
It could have been. It could have been like
Brian,
an attempt to pull the handbrake to just get that full turn.
Well,
I'm not sure if you're allowed to do that, and I'm not sure if it's the fastest way around. If it was rally, it would be the fastest way around.
Maybe he's thinking he can get a faster time.
In autocross, they sometimes do that. So I'm not going to be like automatically critical of it. I mean, it could have been a mistake, could have been a plan. Normally, in something like this, you wouldn't, because the speeds are so. You do that in faster autocross, and usually one with looser surface, because some autocrosses are done in dirt. Then, by all means, pull the handbrake and you spin the car around, get it pointing the direction you want to go.
Yes, and then actually, I'm not sure if they taught you about okay, you can do the handbrakes, and maybe not yet, but he's probably an experienced guy. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's Brian Lacanay. Maybe he's.
I mean, like I said, handbrakes are all part of the. It's part of the tools in your tool bag that you use for racing. Not necessarily in circuit though. But in the slalom, if you figured out an advantage, then go for it. But it's so small, the course is so short by design that if you make a mistake like that, you may not be able to make up for it. It's just like, okay, I'm going to push. I might get a 0.2 of a second faster, but I hit a cone and that's 2 seconds. You're never going to get that back. That's bad math. That's a bad investment.
Yes. Now let's see if he actually gained something from that.
And you see, even the psychological thing of the 2 seconds of the cone, it teaches you to respect those cones. And you just end up becoming like, after a while, this is why it's such great training. It's frustrating in the beginning, I'm not going to lie. The first time, especially if you have an idea of what racing is, and they put you through this, you're like, come on, man, I'm good. I know how to drive. I want to just, no. Get in here, understand the basics, get frustrated, break through that point of understanding why you need to go slow before you go fast, and then you're ready to go out and race wheel to wheel.
The cone could be your friend or your enemy.
Absolutely. I mean, that thing I would stay away from, like it was, yeah. I would now, if I was driving now, I haven't driven it competitively for a while, but if I was driving now, I would think of that as COVID. I just wouldn't want to touch it.
You just don't want to touch it.
Yeah, I'd just be like, hey, that's a COVID positive cone over there. You just stay away from it, right?
What's this racing also that they use? They do donuts, they do the handbrakes.
That's called a gymkhana or a... yes, gymkhana is one
Angie
King.
Yeah. She does that. What? Oh my
there's
God,
autocross. There's autocross, gymkhana is one word for that. I got that first from a guy called Russ Swift. He used to tell me about that's how he started, and then he became a stunt driver, and then he became just an exhibitionist, like he used to just do shows, basically doing the handbrake turns, parking in tight spots. Yeah. There was a term.
That's a fun one.
It's a fun one to watch. It's a fun one to watch because it is speed, but there's show.
Yes.
Because like drifting is another challenge that looks spectacular, but it's the absolute slowest way around a racetrack. But man, does it look good.
Yeah.
So if you put everybody within the same level of rules, then it's great for the spectators because it's not the time, it's the style, it's the flair.
Yes.
What did he call it? British autocross champion or British? There was a term, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes, that one. I'm like, oh, that looks good. They do the 2 donuts.
2 donuts, yeah. I think gymkhana would be a fair way to say that. But yeah, here before they can learn the tricks and the double donuts and all this, they just got to learn car control and driver control.
You know, when they go home, for sure, they will think about this and say, you know what, I should have listened, I should have this, or I did good. What I did today is what I expected. And, things like that when you go home after a race or after an autocross.
Absolutely. It haunts them because most
Yes.
people, even if they win, they're still thinking of how they could have improved. Another thing that I think is great about this is that everybody gets 2 runs. So you theoretically have a strategy. You can have a strategy like this. Some people like to put 1 in the bank. So I'm going to be conservative, safe. I'll put 1 time in the bank. And then the next one, I'll drive as crazy as I think I will make me fast. If you get lucky and you don't hit a cone, you might get the best time of the day, but at least you have something in the bank. You have a safe time. So it also tells people, okay, well, try it out. Try your theory out. If you think you'll be faster by just driving like a, Another thing about driving, I'm sure you've noticed this, is the movements are very smooth in the car. If you're moving really fast in the car, you're driving it wrong. They're not designed to be like that. The steering inputs are smooth.
Smooth, yes.
Gear shifts are smooth. It doesn't look like you're trying to put out a fire in the car with a newspaper.
That's true. When you see, it's almost like you're not doing anything. It's just so calm.
Yes.
If you're doing so much and you're really shaking in the car, then something's wrong.
I once had the pleasure of riding with a 2 or 3 time World Rally champ in an ice field in Sweden, and he was showing me, he was driving with just 2 fingers. And we were doing something like 200 kilometers an hour on ice in a mountain road. It was a special course. I mean, it wasn't like a public road. And his inputs were so small, precisely because it's a slippery surface. He would turn maybe about 20 meters before everybody else, because he puts that input in, but he makes the input very small. So by the time he allows for the slide, what you don't want is react. You want to anticipate the corner. And that's where you're very fast, and that's where you get to use smaller inputs. Because if you're anticipating it, you can just make a small input in your wheel, and you'll make it. If you're reacting to it, it's usually an overcorrect.
Get it. Oh my God.
Oh
I
my
hope
God.
they're all listening right now because it's so informative. Thank you, James. By the way, every run for this autocross is always different. They're all different. Like every lap from the circuit is all different. So by looking at it, watching it right now, driving like Paolo, I'm watching him. He's driving different from the next lap, from the next challenge. So I'm like, oh, it's not all the same.
Maybe he's doing the 1 in the bank strategy, and just okay, I've got 1 safe time there, and that's safe. I'm just gonna go hell bent for leather now and see what happens. And hey, it might work out.
Yeah,
But
and you always say, "This is it. I will
Yeah.
do this one. This is the one, right?"
this is it. It all comes down to the next 20 odd seconds or whatever it is. But that trophy lasts forever.
Oh, I remember all our trophies are in just one.
Ah, yeah. Where do you keep those trophies? Because you got a lot, especially from the special awards and sponsor awards and
Yes.
stuff. Where do you put it?
So we have it in our closet, in my walk-in closet. I have mine on the left side and Troy's on the right, and we have some in the bathroom.
Wow.
Yes. So
Okay.
it's so much fun to look at it. Every time I walked into the closet, I'm like, that's me. That's me.
Okay, I think the ultimate test here is in plant hierarchy. Does it get plant status in your house? Because you love your plants.
Yes, that's in a different position. That's in a different spot in my house.
But that's so nice. So you get to see it every day. Every time you go into your wardrobe, you see your
Yes.
trophies, and then you get reminded.
And it's colorful. They're all red and glassy. It reminds me of my strong days.
Does
no?
some of them still smell like beer? From the beer showers, remember?
Our shoes.
Huh?
Our
Are your shoes still smell like beer?
I don't know. Our suits. Which
Yeah. So it is a
it's the same.
strategy. It's a strategy. But did you see how? All right. I'm not being critical here, but you see how that wasn't enough to get the car fully 180. Then look, he's slower. It wasn't enough to get the whole back end out. It was medyo hilaw because of the speed. So it's not a bad strategy, but when you put it to the speed of the circuit, it wasn't enough momentum to swing the car around.
It could go smoother, but it didn't.
It didn't, because he doesn't have enough speed from what I can see.
For a second, he stopped there. So
Yeah,
he
so
turned
then
and
he had
stopped.
to stop and then start again. And once you lose momentum in something this short, it's very hard to find that again. So your shoes still smell like beer, are you saying?
I know,
Wow.
yes, but it's still there. And then of course, my racing suit is my favorite. It's always like hanging. just hanging there by my closet.
Well, that's one thing that COVID definitely ruined was the beer showers. But some might be grateful for it because that used to be a highlight.
Somehow I miss it.
You do?
Yeah.
You remember with Jet Giviliena and the king of the beer showers?
That's different.
That was different. Okay, that was a different level.
A different level.
That was a different level of beer showers.
But those were the times that, oh my God, everyone's like,
Oh, sorry to
Okay.
interrupt, but you see how 11 took that corner?
Yes.
That looked a lot faster than had he pulled the handbrake. But they looked like they arrived at the same time, right, as well. So interesting, very interesting, because it's not exactly a slam dunk, no-brainer, do it this way. It's there's room to take a risk here, I think. And obviously it's allowed because, nobody's getting...
they're actually doing something different. They're like, I want to try this, why not?
And another thing while we're on the topic of these cars, I gotta say, these cars have proved their durability. They've been raced weekend after weekend, practiced, bumped, redlined, and in this case, multiple drivers driving the same car. I mean, and they still stand the test of time, and this is why they are the #1 selling subcompact in the entire country.
It runs good, runs the same, it looks good.
Looks good. I mean, they're the most reliable form. I mean, all the TNVS, the taxis, they choose these cars because they last. And now, if they can survive this, they can pretty much survive EDSA.
They're actually pretty lucky because I think for autocross, they switch cars, right?
They do. Yeah, look at them. See, this is just like, this takes a very specially built car to survive the punishment that is going through right now.
It's also pretty challenging for them to switch cars. You have to change the seat and adjust for your
the radio
size.
station,
the aircon,
your aux input and all that kind of jazz.
I'm just saying it's challenging to.
It's like 3, 2, taka, yung Bluetooth muna, sir. Hindi pa nakakabit. So yeah.
They have Bluetooth in the car?
I don't think they're allowed to use it,
Just
but
kidding.
of course, all the Toyotas come with the latest in the infotainment technology. But yes, it comes with aircon, but you're also not going to use that either, right? Have you ever made the mistake of leaving your aircon on?
Not yet, but I think in my practice, but I think I corrected it. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people.
I'm actually pretty good in checking my cars before I start.
Well, the aircon that can be but you're not supposed to leave that. Robs a little bit of power of your car.
But there's stories like that.
Oh, there's so many stories. Oh man, this is unearthed. That's another thing is once you create these circumstances, you create moments, as we've mentioned before. And he hit a cone, 2 seconds gone.
Enzo Pineda just hit a cone, but it's all right. Maybe he can catch up from another. Is this his first run?
This looks like his first run, and I'm just looking at that U-turn, and I'm thinking that
he kind of slowed down. Maybe he's like, oops.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that maybe the handbrake is really not the best strategy for that. Maybe if you're coming at it a bit more speed, that would be fine. But they seem to be doing okay, just doing it in a full first gear type situation.
So this is Lexi Mendiola. Let's see. Pretty good, smooth. No cones. Oh.
And then there's
There you
also
go.
the other, you have to stop within a box, don't you? You have to stop within a certain period. Again, it's discipline and car control.
A little pressure. You can see another car in front of you, like, I'm going to go first, or I'm going to stop first.
That's another
break.
thing. Because of this, the way they set up the autocross, 2 cars go out at the same time in the opposite directions, but they're equidistant. So you should theoretically cross the line at the same time, even though you're both heading in different directions.
You meet in the middle.
Yes,
Like,
you meet literally in the middle. So you're facing opposite ways that they're doing now.
Yeah.
And then it's equidistant. So you both should come to cross that line, meet in the middle at the same time. It's like a race of champions format. And I've been to one of those, and those are very exciting as well. Those are, in the race of champions, they mix this up. They get like Formula 1 drivers. 2 seconds. Formula 1 drivers, rallycross drivers, motorcycle champions, and they put them all into this one series, and then they get to race, but they have to use different equipment.
Yeah.
So they find out the best driver on all disciplines.
That's it, right?
Yeah, it's very,
But-
very interesting. Very interesting. And it's usually, I think, it's the Le Mans guys or the DTM guys that end up being the most versatile of all the drivers there.
I wonder if the autocross influencers looked at each other like, how do they see each other? Or, when you're face to face, you start to same time. I'm just curious. It's pretty cool when they know each other and then, I'm a little bit racing against you. Right now.
Yeah.
Are they facing each other and looking at each other's eyes? And
I'm sure, maybe not at I would not maybe think each other's eyes, but as soon as you slam on the brakes, you're looking in your mirror to see where that guy is, because that's your only indication. You don't have a clock in your car, so the only indication you have that whether you won or lost is just a visual.
Correct.
Like that. And even that's not 100% accurate, but you do 2 laps so that you get the best time of each one, right? So there's just so much going on, I love it because what I really like about this is the competitive environment that you put people in. Not everyone gets to experience this. When you're dealing with real vehicles, it's just a whole different game.
And I know so many friends and people from celebs and family friends that they want to try this, actually. They want to be involved, they want to drive, they want to do the autocross. And I told them, just, maybe try and message Toyota.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, this is obviously the best place to go because, you have an established series. But there are other autocross. It doesn't take a whole lot to put an autocross event together in terms of if you just wanted to practice and stuff. But
Could you just have a racing school, but you're really not planning to race, but you just want to have that feel?
again, it is, in theory, it shouldn't be hard, but this is where it gets tricky, is because there's so many areas that you can cut corners that you shouldn't. But because of the nature of it, if you're doing it amateur-wise, it's like, sige na nga, wag na lang ganito, wag na, and then boom. When you do it with Toyota, you do it under international safety standards. So that's why the experience is highly coveted. It's because you're really getting the genuine deal there. There's that feeling. When you hit a cone, it really...
And then I think you know.
You do.
You'll know.
Yeah, no.
And then that will change your I don't know, your feel of, oh my God. Then you just want to go fast or you want to go slower.
Yeah. It's really hard to take because everyone that leaves here, they go, you walk up to one random person and ask them what your time was. I guarantee they'll always answer the same way. It was a 13 or something, but then I hit a cone.
Yes.
No, it's 15.
Yeah.
No, it's 13, but I hit a cone. It's just like when your kids say, I'm 9 going on 10.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. No, you're 9. But I'm going on 10. No, you're 9. You hit a cone, you're 15.
Yeah.
No, but I was 13. No, you're 15. That's why. There's no such thing where you can drive without hitting cone and getting a penalty. But
I totally
it
agree.
drives you insane because you're like, but. It's no. Look at it like corriente. Think about it like it's corriente. Don't touch it.
I totally agree.
Because then later on, again, once you establish that routine, that you get that emotional memory, because nothing makes you remember anything more than an emotion, you will go into a race, and that will stick. The next time you're about to dive in irresponsibly in a corner, thinking that what they call the Hail Mary move, right? You just dive in and Hail Mary, full of grace. Then you'll think twice because you remember, wait, is it worth it? No, it's not worth it.
That's why for me, I always believe that you always want to try your best because you don't want to think about it after. And like, you know what, I think I didn't do my best. I didn't really push. As long as you're safe and you know you can do it, then you push yourself and then try to do something that, a little push to do a little bit of limit and just do your best so you won't regret it, right? Not doing your best.
That's what it's all about. That's
Right.
really what it's all about. I mean, every time you get out there, you're given that one opportunity, and at the end of the day, when you close your eyes at night, it's only you that has to talk to you. And do you feel good about yourself? I mean, you can try and press release yourself, you can try and drink your own Kool-Aid, or you can just, accept, no, I can improve here. And then this resonates, this permeates throughout your life. Because if you start doing it in one area of your life, you will notice the benefit of it, and then you start bringing it into other areas of your life. You see that same discipline can pay dividends, not just in racing, but in other areas of your life. You might start getting up maybe a little bit earlier or something, and just approaching things with the same philosophy.
And, having to be a racer here for Toyota, when you watch international or you go abroad and you see car racing in the street, it always reminds you of something special. I'm like, oh, I was once like this. It's a memory. I did good.
I did good.
Yeah,
I know what that feeling is like now when you watch, like, let's say an F1 race. Okay, they are levels above, of course, but you're like, I can imagine what that feels like, because if I felt like this in the Vios Cup, what's that person feeling like with 50 million people watching, championship points, legacy, all that. Yeah, it makes you even enjoy watching as a spectator. This is why, you'll notice the paddock is full of legends.
Yes.
I mean, I saw Danny Santiago over lunch. Danny Santiago being one of our legends in rallycross as well. You got JP Tuason, you got the Ramirez brothers, you've got all the legends in racing that are here. They can't get away from it. They just can't.
They just want that.
They want to be around it. Yes, they want that
racing,
vibe.
But that vibe.
You got Roland Hermoso. I think he's here this weekend as well. I hope he is. He trains part of the Avengers team. These are people who, their careers are already in racing, have been and gone, but they just want to be around it, and they want to pass on that knowledge.
Oh, there's 2 cones for Lexi. I think 3 cones and 1 cone in the first run, and I think she hit 3 cones.
They probably deserved it. They're probably asking for it. They're probably taunting her. I'm not. Is this Lexi? Okay.
Lexi, yes.
Another thing you learn in this level of in autocross, part of the training here, and this is something that a lot of drivers don't need to break their habit, is that you will always go where you're looking. People tend to, so this is very important, because this is something you have to try to get to be an instinct of yours. Because when you're in a spin, when you're in an accident, you will always go where you're headed. That's what they call target fixation.
Yes.
So if you're staring at the cone, you're going to hit the cone. The idea is to look through the cone where you want to go. Don't look at that cone. Once you look at the cone, target fixation, your body follows. And if your body follows, your car follows.
I remember that instructions. Say, look at where you're going. When you're done here, then look far. Like, you're going there. As long as there's nothing there, there's no cars, then you go. You go there,
And then trust in your ability, trust in the car. You know the track layout already. But if you're trying to micromanage it and look and react to every corner, like you're looking no past the distance of your own nose, you're forever reacting. You're not anticipating anymore.
That's hard.
It's very hard.
Yeah, to think, reacting all the time.
But then don't you see the parallels without getting deep? The parallels to life is the longer you look forward, you don't tend to worry about the smaller details and the things that irritate you, because you've got a higher purpose or a larger goal ahead. So you're looking through it. You don't get caught up in the noise, because there's always going to be noise in everything. In the case of racing, you're going to probably have cones and stuff. Don't look at that. You're looking past that, and then you will go around. If you're staring at it, you're going to hit it. And the same with life. If you're focused on the noise right ahead of you and not where you're going, you're going to get caught up in that.
That's true.
Wow, this should be
That's
like
a good.
ang lalim
Is
nito.
that an intervention?
Well, we're taking your calls over our hotline over here if you need some counseling.
Nice to hear that all the winners, especially Stefano, by winning, and then he's talking about getting better, and still probably he's going to dream about this win, and then dream about doing better and what could have, done better. Imagine what more for the people who didn't win, or, probably the 4th or 5th. They're probably thinking that more. They're probably thinking more of, oh my God, I should have done this, and I should have, the turn is better here. Things like that. Even a winner could actually still
nitpick.
Yes.
For sure.
They're happy, but still not. They still want more.
Yep, because
right?
you know in your heart what you're capable of.
Yeah.
Only you know that. And this is why these sports are so important, to drive you to do that. But also, on the stepping stone side of things, we've talked a lot about how this is a stepping stone for international racing and for the drivers, etc. I don't think we've spent enough time talking about the career opportunities for the mechanics as well.
Yeah.
The team members. A lot of these mechanics have either gone overseas already to race, work with teams overseas and earn a living, or they've come from bigger teams. But basically, there is a career path for these people. And Filipino mechanics are very much in demand. They have a certain level of detail that the industry look for.
It's so meticulous. Like,
Yes.
You know, every bit of a screw like this, it's important.
It's important.
It's important.
It's important. And I think it's also important to explain this to people because sometimes it can be looked as a very prohibitive, frivolous type of sport that's elitist and that only people with money can participate. Okay, I can understand that, but it also costs, I mean, as a business model, you have to look at it at what Toyota's trying to drive here. And they're driving so much. And the industry itself, I mean, they're creating opportunities for so many people. We only see the drivers because that's what we focus on. But let me guarantee you that there's an entire community behind this. Mechanics, people helping out in all sorts of level, coaches and all of this. These people have now a great ground to build on for an international career.
And let's not forget the marshals. The people on the every corners, and then they do the flag, the yellow flag.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I have a few names that I can rattle off of people who have done international scrutineering and stuff, who have worked with us here at the Vios Cup, because they get that opportunity. I mean, this is world standard. I keep repeating it because it's true, and it's hard to believe sometimes that they are really putting together an international standard racing series that you can take anywhere in the world. If you were to go anywhere, say you raced under Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, it's as good as they know.
It's a big production.
It's a big production. It is already FIA accredited, so you also can get your points so that you can race. This is very important for the racing career because we also have, think about it, in terms of global sport. We have Manny Pacquiao, who's retired already, so we've lost that. We have Hidalin Diaz, fantastic. We got a gold medal, but we don't have a lot. We haven't broadened the sports much. The weightlifting was fairly new for us. We need to develop new talent in new sport. Filipino, the physique alone is already lends itself to being successful here as a race car driver.
So we had Marlon.
Marlon got so close.
Yes.
He already tested for Formula One.
Yes.
I was there with him at the track when he tested in Paul Ricard for Lotus F1, and he beat the Death Driver. If I wasn't there, I probably wouldn't have believed it. I was there in the pit.
So before you go to F1, they have a F3.
They have the Formula this, Formula that. So before even F3, it's like Formula Renault, Formula Toyota has Formula Toyota. They had that here.
But Marlon started here in
go-karts,
and then went straight, or he just started like this.
No, he started in go-karts here in Carmona, and then he dabbled a little bit in the lower Formula racing, which is like Formula Renault, Formula this, Formula that. Then he went into the GP3, the GP2, then Formula. Well, he didn't quite race for Formula One, but he definitely drove for the Lotus Formula One team, which is a 3-time world champion.
It's also a long process to go.
Super.
Yes.
And it's political too. I mean, so it's, I mean, this is just how it works, right? At that level, you could have equally prepared drivers, but one has a bit more either financial backing or economic reward, and that's the one they're going to choose. And that you can't blame them for that. You know, they're running a business as well as a sport. And but I really felt that Marlon was a whisker away, and I think it was just
yes,
man, we were so close. We were so close.
Well, we have is it John? I forgot his name. You raced with him. He's a super sporting. He also raced in Malaysia. Is it John Law? John? Is it?
Drawing a blank.
I remember he had an accident with Troy, the big accident.
Okay.
Anyway, he also raced abroad. I think he raced in Indonesia and Malaysia.
We also had another driver here, Art de Jong. I think he's Dutch. He raced for us in the Vios Cup. Art de Jong, and he's been racing in Le Mans.
Oh.
Yeah, I've seen him in a Jeep in a Le Mans LMP3 car, I think, or LMP2.
I like Daniel. Now he races abroad.
Daniel Miranda. Correct.
Yeah.
He was racing in Australia.
Yes.
He raced as
Bangkok?
well. He raced, I think, with the Formula Renault series and did pretty well as well there. Roland Hermoso was his coach. So these are real stories from real Filipinos who have started out here or gotten their not four-wheel because go-karts are also, but open this is still a touring car.
Yes.
So with gears, and a go-kart doesn't have gears. Still a very different discipline. I'm not knocking that because they say if you can become a world karting champion, you're as good in the eyes of a racer as a Formula One champion.
And I see a pattern that it's better to actually start early.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. Of course. And a lot of them do now. I mean, we were listening to Inigo racing at 8.
I know.
Driving.
Did he race online? Did he race online? I remember, no. It's just go-kart, right?
You know, Inigo races in esports as well.
Oh, that's the one. Yes.
Yeah, because I know his dad sends me messages all the time. It's like, watch Inigo doing the e-racing. So Inigo is very, very entrenched in the virtual racing, in the real racing. He's like his dad. He goes from different disciplines. But here's another little anecdote about Inigo, because I noticed a few years back, I had to ask Carlos Anton, what about his studies? I mean, you know, look at all this racing. He goes, well, we have a rule in our house that he cannot race until he does all of this, and he's an honor student.
No.
On top of all of this,
congratulations,
the guy is an honor student as well. So, you know, they put just as much emphasis on that. They don't allow him to race until he gets a certain amount of grades.
Right now, they're doing online classes.
Yes.
He's probably doing online classes.
But this was before the pandemic. I remember asking him that and being very, very impressed by it because it really showed tremendous discipline.
Wow, this kid, how old is he? I think everyone started from what? 8, 6, 10, 12, 18, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm not sure if he's legal enough to drive on the street yet. I have to double check that. He might already be 17 or 18 and get his license. But I remember many times him winning races here. But if he drove outside the gates, he'd be arrested.
I heard about that. He doesn't have a license.
Doesn't have a driver's license, but you know, neither did I think Max Verstappen. Didn't have a driver's license before before winning his first race in Formula One.
He was 18 or 17.
17, I think.
Yeah,
I think it was the youngest one.
Yes.
And I think back there you needed to be 18 or something.
Still in Red Bull, I remember.
Still in Red Bull or Toro Rosso maybe, I'm not sure, but yeah. So,
this celebration of the Vios driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines' partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner supported by Motul, Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuazon Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing and Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy. And don't forget their hashtags.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way you join the conversation. We have our hashtags that they will flash on the screen for you.
For sure.
Because I'm sure that if I say it, you won't remember it. There it is. It's GGR Vios Cup 2021.
I hope you guys are sharing this live. And we want people to know that we still have autocross here. We still need to award our special awards.
We still do.
Award the autocross. So are we done with the autocross? So we are awarding... I can't wait.
Yeah, me too. I want to see, especially in the media category, because I know most of these people personally, and I want to see who's done well there. And if Jose Altaveros has won, because maybe he will let me keep his charging cord.
You're rooting for him because of the charger. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I have a vested interest in this, of course.
So as we now, I think the ones from the media class earlier is Brian Dacanay. Is that right? And I saw Paulo de Borja. I think I saw him.
Paulo.
And then I saw Lexi Mendiola and Aaron Villaflor earlier.
All right. I mean, I
Please
would
correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I saw their names from the last 4.
Well, I'd try to hazard a guess too, but everything would be provisional until they give us the final list. So we might just confuse you if we confirm that. But we'll find out sooner or later. I mean, Boom's down there, and he will give us a lowdown. Once he's ready, we'll get the cue from him to cross over live there. But yes, they're definitely fighting for honor and glory here. I mean, there's a lot to brag about online, especially for the influencers, but same with the media. I mean, these guys are... unlike, I think, maybe, I'm not sure how the influencer circles work, but the media circles, we've got to see each other all the time. So, you know, the ribbing and the digging at each other, that lasts for years. I mean, we raced in 2013, but then that race was actually canceled because of the typhoon. But we were already here. We were in Clark, we were dressed up, but then the typhoon hit and we couldn't race. So we raced in 2014. point I'm trying to make is I'm still getting ribbed for that 2014 race by, that's 8 years ago.
Yeah, I know, you can still remember,
7
right?
years, 8 years ago, and they're still ribbing me about
Yeah.
it because these are my colleagues and I still see them.
Yeah.
And you know, one thing, if anything remembers more than Google, it's your colleagues. When you do something,
And they remind you about it,
of
you know
course
what?
they do. It's what gives them pleasure and joy. I beat you on the track, and you're
Every
like,
time, right?
every single time. Every time. So this is why it's so important, especially in the media circles, because they're going to have to be sharing cars together in, you know, when they do the drives. They're going to have to be in launches together. When the normal life comes back, we'll be sharing tables and stuff. And yes, you never live that down. We still talk about it, Aubrey, like it was yesterday.
That's fun.
If I bump into, let's say, Vince Pornelos and Jeff Reyes, and that was my batch.
Yeah,
Manny does race. We're still, especially if we're here at Clark, it's
Yeah.
always like, I remember when I took you out in that corner.
Is it the still same energy? The
Oh,
same
absolutely. There was even a race before the Vios Cup where Vince will still go, but you turned into me in this corner. I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah, but remember in 2014 when you turned into me or you didn't let me in? It's like, guys, move on.
Never-ending story.
Move on na. No. And as I mentioned before, even the team owners here, I would hear them talking about, you know, incidents, and I'd be like, when did that happen? I must have missed that. No, not here in the Corolla Cup.
Yeah.
That's 1999, I think, or 98. But the
Wow.
same team members, because these guys also fielded teams. So like Quezon Avenue, the same team principals. And now, how many years later, 20 plus years later, they're racing again in the Vios Cup, and they don't forget. That's what makes it so cool.
That's also passionate about the story, about the experience, about the friendship, like telling you and reminding you. But it's fun reminding you things like that. I think it's not better than nothing. For me, I'm like, hey, I have good stories to tell. You know, bad stories that I'll never forget, which is okay too.
I think as humans, basically, anytime we have a shared experience, you know, it means a lot more. And if it's a shared experience that happens to be a struggle or something that pushes you, that shared experience really solidifies. You form a special bond.
Yes.
So this is why they say when, you know, after a fight in a boxing match or in the UFC, no matter how much bad blood there is, because you've shared a very unique experience, and racing is exactly the same thing. So once you share that and you're side by side with a person at 200 kilometers an hour, you're downshift and you make eye contact and you go, you know, there's a level of trust that you build up with this person that you can't replicate outside of a racetrack.
Yes, that's right. It's almost like you get closer in a different way. You get to know each other from a different, you know, way.
Exactly. It's a shared struggle, a shared experience, and a very rare one too that will never be replicated outside of those boundaries. So that's what makes it truly special. And this is why the bonds that are forged here last decades and decades and decades. And so do the grudges. No, I'm just kidding. No, not really. I mean, everybody moves on after a while. Like you said, Troy, you know, had that incident. But you know, you understand too. There's so much passion. There's so much adrenaline. There's so much emotion going into it. And but then that's why it makes you feel alive.
You guys that think of, you know, thinking of doing it again. Oh, maybe you should try a little, you know, one practice, one round, and, you know, one day of, you know, just racing for fun, just here in the track. Never?
Me?
Yeah, with the same colleague, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Look, I think we should have a veterans race. We should have a grudge match, and we should definitely go. Again, I mean, I'll never forget this one time. It wasn't quite here. We were doing karting, but it still lends itself to the same story of racing. Same guys, Vince and the other group. We were all in one magazine, and we had this cup. It was our own little cup in the office. And this is how competitive it got. It came down to the last race. And we were all in our go-karts, and we were 3, 2, 1, go. And because there was so much at stake, I remember the guy in front of me had a better start, but he was like 90 pounds. I'm like 180 on a good day. And I grabbed his cart, because it's a fun cart, and I started pulling him back like this. And he's, you know how you do this with your go-kart to get more speed. Why is it not? And because this guy's pulling it back. And then we got down the main straight, and the owner of the go-kart track said, I will never forget this for as long as I live. You guys were driving down the track doing this to each other, trying to hit each other in the head. Okay, that
Just
was
like
prob-
kids.
Just like kids, but
that's a fun story.
nobody got hurt. It was one of these fun cart things. But the point I'm trying to make is there is something so special that can only be manufactured, for lack of a better term, in these circumstances and in this environment. And once you experience that, you'll really know what we're talking about, and you'll get bitten by the bug, the Waku Doki bug.
Yes, I can see it in your eyes. You know, it's been like what, 8 years, but your eyes are still like.
It's still like it was
Yes,
yesterday,
yeah.
right? It's still like, I'm gonna get even with you, Vince. Yeah, that's right.
He's probably watching.
Oh, he probably is. Yeah, well, because of course he's got Vince is with Auto Industria, and so Jose Altaveros is there. I guess the favorite for the media class, but we don't know, right? Anything can happen. So we don't want to preempt anything because he has been doing very, very well, but we don't know.
Yeah.
And we've seen before, I mean, in that particular race, I was dominating the practice for every round, but then on the qualifying, I was third. So it was one of these, you just don't know. That's why we go racing, because if you could predict this, well, yeah.
Yeah, it's
not the
you
same.
can never you can't predict anything here. Oh, it's like you want to win, of course. That's your prediction. You want to win, but yes, you don't know. You really don't know.
Well, that's the end goal, of course, and then what happens in between is all about the life experience. But I think, especially after COVID, we're going to get malalim here again. Anyway, they're telling us to stretch. With COVID, right? I think what people are placing an absolute premium on now is the human experience. It's not anymore about what you have in this and what you have in numbers. It's about what you experience, because you realize that life is just made up of experiences and moments.
So true.
And the impact and effect you had on others. That's really all that will count in the end. After after you die, the money will just go somewhere else and it won't matter. But the impact and effect you had on others and the experiences that you shared, that's what you're going to be remembered by. That's what defines you.
That's true. That's a good one.
No, my
Yes,
hair is
that's a
standing
good-
now. So, I mean, racing is just one of those experiences that, it really accelerates what I'm talking about. No pun intended again. But it does accelerate it because it just puts it into this sort of pressure cooker. So you're really creating this incredible moment machine.
Yeah, it's a good a life story that you'll take,
Yeah.
and take and share with your family, with your kids. Material things. Of course, if you can afford it, go ahead. But really, it's spending time with your family, spending time with the things you want to do, to have the fun, and not just to buy stuff but more like you feel it. You're in that energy, you're in that moment, and you like it because you just want to do something different. Now you appreciate little things after what's really happening right now. Things are like with the plants, people are actually going crazy just because they want a companion. They can't go
there you
out,
go.
so they buy plants just because they want, not a person, but they want
Responsibility of some living thing as
and
well.
then because we can't travel, so they probably, they can spend money through a plant because they can grow it. That's why it's almost like back to basics.
I'm glad you said that, because that was where my mind was going. It's bringing us back to basics, and it's really, we're understanding it's all about the human experience, because this is really what we're living for. And when you have a sport where it creates the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, you feel alive, because this is something that, you've gone through. You've been mentioning Troy's story. He's been on the top spot of the podium. He's been taken out to a hospital. Not that he was safe, but precautionary. So you see those extremes, but he felt that. He felt both extremes. That makes you feel human.
Yeah.
What is the worst thing to go through is numb, is anesthetized. When your whole life becomes anesthetized, it loses purpose. It loses meaning. When you have these emotions, even if they are extreme, you feel so alive.
Yeah, after that incident, Troy's like, you know what? I'm so lucky. He hardly say lucky. I get lucky because he just do what things that he wants to do. It's not luck. He really works for it, but he really worked for something that he wants. But what happened there? He's like, you know what? I'm lucky. I'm thankful. Like this, I'm safe. Appreciation, right?
Yeah, appreciation.
And everything what's happening right now. Things that we could have imagined, things that we could do, like we can do online hosting. We can do things like impossible that we can't imagine that we actually, we could have done this before. But you know. We could do hosting, we can do events online. You can actually I attended a ball online. Imagine
An online ball. Go,
Imagine that.
Go figure, right? Well, you've just attended an online race, so
Exactly.
it doesn't get more exciting than that. We're still ready, we're still waiting for the results on the autocross. We'll bring that to you shortly. In the meantime, we're just basically running through what's happened today. We've had 2 races on the grid, or these are basically 3 different classes racing twice. And funnily enough, we saw the same winners twice, which is very unusual in this, very unusual to get the same winners twice. But why don't we turn over right now to Boom to see what the latest is in the autocross. Boom!
Hey, here we go. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Hey, James. Hey, Aubrey. All right, we're at the tail end of our day, a busy day, an exciting day, wonderful day for our TGR Vios Cup 2021. And yes, we are here to award now our winners for the autocross special awards this time. We're going to start off, James and Aubrey, with our autocross special award. And of course, all the people watching on Facebook.
We love the special awards.
Yes, we have a couple. So one for our media friends and then one from the celebrities or the influencers. So let's begin with the Brembo Fastest Lap Award for our autocross challenge. And we will start with the media awardee. I guess I'll say, James, your boy, Jose Altaveros.
Yay, I got to keep it. Wow.
Congratulations. All right. Jose Altaveros, the Brembo Fastest Lap Award for the Autocross Challenge. Get that nice picture, document this experience. And congratulations, Jose. Okay. Now the other award, our Brembo Fastest Lap Award, Autocross Celebrity Division or Influencer Division. Ladies and gentlemen, Jules Aquino. All right, he's going the other way. All right, right over here. As long as you're here, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Just showing us how athletic he is. He has to jump over the ropes to receive his award. Well, he did say he had an awesome run. And I guess this is proof. Brembo Fastest Lap Award for the Influencer Division.
For you.
So congratulations to Jose and to Jules. Okay. We have more people to award this time. We obviously stay in the autocross, the media division. Now the third, second, and place media division. All right, let's start with third place for autocross, Paulo Deborah. Got to chat with him earlier. He was pretty happy with his lap. That's third place, Paulo Deborah. Second place, Brian Dacanay. Brian Dacanay takes the second place, and our champion, Jose Altaveros. The fastest lap and the champion for the media division. Autocross. All right, let's show those trophies so we can get a real nice picture for the three of you. Let me get out of your light. Congratulations, Paulo, Brian, and Jose. Our third place, second place, and our champion for the media division. All right, one last one. Our celebrities, our influencers, they will cap off our day here at the TGR Vios Cup 2021. And I hope they're around to receive their awards. I hope so. Okay, let's start off. Third place. The man who did his research, Gino Killiamore. Third place, autocross, our influencer division. Paid off, man. It paid off. All right. And in second place, Enzo Pineda. Nice one, bro. Good job, good job. And our champion in the influencer division, fastest lap, Jules Aquino. Jules Aquino. Third place, Gino Quillamor, Enzo Pineda, and our champion, Jules Aquino. Now let's get a nice picture of the three of you. Yep. Keep it, keep it, keep it. All right, we gotta. Congratulations. Yeah, nice. I think Jules is ready to celebrate now, like, right? Or maybe you already started. Maybe you're a little wobbly already. Maybe you started there. It's okay. You're done driving anyway, so that's fine. So again, congratulations to our winners, especially our special award winners, Jules Aquino and Jose Altaveros, who also won their divisions, the influencer division and the media division, alongside Paolo, Brian, Gino, and Enzo. James and Aubrey, back to you.
Thank you very much, Boom. Wow.
Congratulations, everyone, to our influencers and, of course, the media class drivers. Thank you. Congratulations.
Jose Altaveros does it again, and what a performance. This guy is the one to beat, really.
That's a big trophy.
It is a big trophy, and as they head into the next round, double points, we were told by, was it Estefano? Yeah, he was told us double points, so there's still everything to play for, especially if, so there's still a lot to play for.
Yes, with the autocross, with this third leg, will they be doing a different leg, different challenges?
Different type of track? Well, you know, they did change it a little bit this time, so I guess it's probably fair to assume that they might make it even a little bit more challenging next time.
It makes sense, though. It makes
Yes,
sense.
I mean, I think once the group, I mean, what they're trying to look for here is that have they moved? We're not just doing a series to just give out prizes. Have they learned? If they've learned and they think that they've progressed, then by all means, it's in Toyota's best interest to give them something more challenging.
And something to learn more.
Especially if it's double points, right? I mean, if they're going to go with the double points, then I think they should do that in reverse. Just an idea.
Wow.
It's just an idea. You don't have to go with it.
You want to
But
see
if
that.
you do, I want credit.
So I just want to congratulate our media drivers, Jose Antiveros, Brian Decay, and of course, is that right? Paulo de Borja.
Paolo de Borja as well.
And of course, our influencers, congratulations to Enzo Pineda, Julius Aquino, and Gino Quillamor. Tama ba? Is that right? Yes.
Yeah, Gino looked very, very happy up there as well. And I hope to see all of those stories coming out online. I'll be looking forward to, I'll be stalking all those influencer pages, seeing what their experience was like. I like to read because I like to see the translation, how they translated it, what it meant to them.
It's a different feeling for them, for sure. It's something, you know what? I'll share this. I'll drink this with my friends. I'll show my trophy with my friends. Guys, I did this. And telling the stories from the beginning till the end. Well, the second leg, that
That's
feeling, it's fun. And you're the star of that night. You know what? Like,
That's what I'm excited about. I want to hear how they translate it because, yes, you are the star here, and rightfully so. You've earned it, and let's see exactly what happened by checking out a recap of the day's events. Watch this. In the promotional class, there we had it. This is for the first race number 1. Giro Garbis in third, Fabio Ide second. And it's Julia de Los Angeles. See that smile?
Yes.
See? That's what I saw underneath that mask. That is one happy girl, and for good reasons, too. Then we had, in the sporting class, this is race number 1. Julian Tang, Inigo Anton. This is yesterday.
This is
correct?
yesterday.
This is
okay.
yesterday because some people might be confused and go, wait, I thought Inigo won. Yes, he won in race number 2, but this was done yesterday. And Jacob Ang, a great result from Jacob from the Eagle Cement Racing team as well in first place. Then it was Brian Ko, Estefano Rivera in second, and Red Diwan. This will explain the weight that's been added because we were confused before, but of course he was carrying weight from previous races.
Do they have weights in this class? In the first race, they don't have.
No,
right?
they don't. They start off.
Okay.
They start off none, but then they'll carry up to a maximum of 60 kilograms.
Okay. Yeah.
So there you go. And then this is the promotional class. We have Giro Garbes. This is race 2. And then we have double girl power with second place Myla Olivia and then Julia de los Angeles in first place.
And of course, for the sporting class, race 2 is third place is Jacob Ang, second place is Julian Tang, and first place is Inigo Anton.
And then we move over into race number 2 for the super sporting class. Gerard Loy having a great run this weekend, and Paulan Dumlao as well. It's the return of the comeback, and second place is a lot to be proud of. And then we had Estefano Rivero taking the top spot. At this point, he was carrying 30 kilograms of weight.
And still won.
And he still won with 30. And then
We have the promotional class, and the race 3, our third race. Third place is Giro Garbes. Second place, Malia Olivia. And of course, first place is Roy Sarmiento.
And then we move on to the sporting class, and it was Joaquin Garrido in third place. Julian Tang again, and Inigo Anton. Now this we have to mention is a clean sweep of the podium for Team Avengers.
Yes. Congratulations to the Avengers. Of course, for the race 3, here we are for the super sporting class. Third place is Brian Cole. And second place is Gerard Loy. And first place, of course, Stefano Rivera.
And then we go into the ourselves. Okay.
Back to...
But you know what? I mean, we just gave you the results. Yes. But you might relate more than just the results. You might want to see what happened. And for that, let's take a look at what happened in pictures and video.
Kaibigan, Fabio Ide here. Kamusta na po kayo dyan? As you guys can see, we are here in Clark International Speedway for our second leg for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines Festival.
De Los Angeles, and it's about 15 minutes before the race, and what I do to prepare is we're just chilling, honestly.
Hey guys, it's Troy Montero and we're here for the second leg of the Toyota Vios Cup. It's going to be a wet one, but we're excited. So all of us, Fabio, Daniel and I are excited to represent, and we're really going to push it all the way this race and hopefully give you guys a really fun, exciting race.
Today's a practice day. As you guys can see, everybody's lined up to get their turn in. We've got like 10 more minutes of practice, so I'm here taking a little bit longer, and man, it's fun.
looks like the rain just arrived, so the track will be very slippery. So yeah, I'm just hopefully, first of all, I have to make sure my car is in tip-top shape, and yeah, I'll prepare also myself to be ready for the slippery conditions, and hopefully I can get to the top of the podium.
It's my first time, and yeah, I hope na kahit top 5 ako because my girlfriend's watching me. So, syempre, may inspiration dyan, so I don't want to let her down. So, yep.
I messed up on my second run, pero hindi pa rin ako titigil. Laban pa rin ako.
I actually was able to grab third. I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm starting on P3.
Bro,
and
let's go to Rebel.
Rebel.
Close? Oh, close, close.
Bro, race muna.
Race, yes. The track is a bit wet today, so meaning it will be more exciting because at least I'll be able to catch up, you know, because they're faster than me. So let's see what's gonna happen today.
I'm here at the CGR Autocross 2021 Challenge. Kakatapos ko lang. Very mixed emotions actually. Kasi hindi ko pa alam yung time ko.
It's raining and I'm under the rain talking to you guys, you know. I might get sick, but it's your fault. Come on, come on.
And there you have it. That's a recap of the day's events. As you can see, a lot happened in the last day or so.
That was fun to watch. Always, actually, every race, every year, there's always a good video, a recap of the whole day. It's refreshing to watch it. I still get like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Parang kasal. But you know, when you go into a wedding, you see the same day edit. But this one is just, it's truly special because, well, so are weddings. But this was just fantastic to watch. And great to see, of course, that everybody got out completely safe. I think that is just, should make a special mention. After all the day's activities, everybody walked out.
I think everyone's happy.
Absolutely.
Everyone's safe. Everyone's probably now, we're here talking and they're probably celebrating outside. They're probably waiting for us.
Yeah, well, they've worked hard for it. The day is done for them, and basically it's almost done for us. But we just have to recap what's happened here today because there's just so much that we need to unpack, sometimes remind you of. That's what's the same day edit for you, just so you could see what went on. But we still also have another round coming up. That's November 5, correct?
Yes,
November 5. And this is a lot closer than the previous rounds. So they're actually bringing the events closer and closer together now.
So this is going to be the last leg.
This will be the last leg because of the conditions. Obviously, the pandemic, it's going to be just 3 rounds this year. And but they're cramming a lot in because we have 2 days of racing. We have yesterday, and then we feature the days today. But there was 3 races every round, so that's 9 races for the open grid. And then, of course, we have our autocross, etc.
Yeah, I remember like what Stefano said, that after this, they're still going to practice.
They have to, because
Yes.
double points.
Yes, so it's like 2 weeks practice, probably like once or probably every day. I don't know, probably like
Yeah.
3 times a week.
But-
If you have your own team, yes, you could probably do that.
Absolutely, and yeah, I think these guys do really go out of their way to practice, because as much as you can say, look, what are you practicing? They know every corner of the circuit. How much more do you want? The circuit doesn't change. The circuit doesn't change, you're right, but your competitors do. And when they do, you got to change too, because this is a game of tenths of a second. That's what we're down to.
Because if you get better, someone's getting better.
That's
But
right.
Everyone gets better.
Oh, the old saying goes, you snooze, you lose, right? I mean, you just can't blink in this sport because everybody is just pushing at their absolute maximum. Everyone's on their own rev limit.
Actually, I just want to congratulate again to all the winners today and enjoy it. Embrace your trophies, and spend your money wisely. I'm just kidding. Another car parts, right?
Buy a plant, I don't
Buy a
know.
plant, yes.
Keep you company.
Yes, thank you to our sponsors. Thank you guys for being here for the longest time.
Yeah, absolutely. Without the sponsors, none of this is possible at all, because as we keep mentioning, these are the guys who have been with us since the beginning. And there's something very special about building an entire series like this with sponsors that have the shared interest and are also technical sponsors for us. So thank you to all of you, especially to Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing.
And shout out to Equinox Manila, who did. I think they did the video for the last 3-4 years. So.
As we said, with the whole production crew, Equinox Manila as well, same day edit, the whole thing. This has just been a truly, truly memorable weekend for us, Aubrey. And you know what, I gotta say, it's been an absolute pleasure hosting with you, because it's talking to you. You're fresher in experience than I am being in the race car.
I'm actually learning from you a lot. I'm listening. As you can see, we're not on air, I'm just like watching him, just sitting here. Like.
And then I'm also getting the same thing from the experience, because I miss that raw emotion of getting behind the wheel and feeling what it's like, all that wacko-doki experience, because it's just, there really is no English word for that. You'd have to put so many different words of excitement, nerves, and nausea to try to come up with what wacko-doki means. But
Yes.
it's an exclusively Toyota thing.
And you always imagine, right? When you see them, you always imagine yourself in the car, the feeling. It never really gets old. It comes back. You've been here for
8 seasons.
Yes. I can't imagine you like still talking about this, and you still have new stuff to say.
Well, because always new stuff happens. I mean, this is the kind of series where it's absolutely every single time you never know what's going to happen. There you go. So you always have something new to say. So I believe we have some more awards that we're going to cap off the day with. So let's check in right now and do the special Circuit Award. And for the special Circuit Award, we got the coolest racer. You've had this one before, right?
Yes, I think so.
I'm pretty sure you had this one before from our friends at 3M Surrey. From 3M Coolest Racer Award, we have Julia de Los Angeles. And I can agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to disagree.
She's pretty chill today. Okay, another one. Madescarte Racer from 3M, of course. The winner talaga, of course, Fabio Ide. Congratulations, Madescarte Racer.
Then we have the 3M Consistent Racer of the Day. And I think this needs no explanation. It's who was the most consistent, and that was Estefano Rivera. Do you want a double back-to-back podium win, or all 3 podium wins, 2 of them on the top spot of the podium? Well-deserved prize as well.
Of course, another award. Overall Best Male Celebrity Driver from AVT. Of course, here we go. Another one for Fabio Ide.
And AVT, of course, the in-car entertainment, they also do a lot of the mapping and stuff like that. Now we move to the AVT Overall Best Female Celebrity Racer. Another one that you're familiar with.
I know, Julia de Los Angeles. Hello, Julia. Congratulations.
You can go and compare trophies later on there. And now we move on to the AVT Celebrity Driver of the Day, which goes to...
Something new. Someone new. Fabio Ide.
All right, now we go over to the Denso Fastest Lap promotional class. This is certainly not subjective anymore. This is already a matter of who was the fastest lap.
Yeah.
And it is girl power.
Julia de Los Angeles.
What a weekend this girl has had. I'm so happy for her. And now we move on to the Denso Fastest Lap for the sporting class.
Sporting class, the fastest lap for sporting class is, of course, Inigo Anton.
All right, and another one, we go to the Denso Fastest Super Sporting Class Lap. And that goes to...
Poland Dumlao.
I can hear Barangay Dumlao yelling online already. And now we have the Brembo Top Performance Super Sporting Class. And I don't think anyone can argue with this one either. 2 on the top step and 1 on the second step of the podium for the same weekend. It is...
Stefano Rivera.
All right, now we move on to the Brembo Top Performance Celebrity of the Day. And this one includes his on-cam performance, Kanina.
Yes, I can see it from Brembo. Top performance celebrity Fabio Ide.
All right, now moving on to the Motul Slingshot Award for the Super Sporting Class. This pretty much represents a slingshot award. How many places they've made up usually in a
From
race?
the last. No, from...
Well, it's, I don't know if it has to be from the last, but it's the most places made up. That's what it represents. And it goes to?
It goes to Stefano Rivera. Congratulations.
And now the Petron Excitement Award. It goes to?
From Petron, of course, the Excitement Award, Fabio Ide.
All right, Fabio, congratulations. What a big haul so far. And now Petron, the C Clutch Award, goes to?
Stefano Rivera.
And now we got to the Petron, the Smooth Award. Now this is the, you notice there was the X, there was the C, and now there's the S. That's the XCS fuel.
Okay, I get it.
It goes to?
Brian Cole.
All right. And now we move on to the Bridgestone Favorite Driver Award. Maybe this could be somewhat subjective because it's a favorite, but I can't disagree. He had a great run also in first place.
Here we go, is Jacob Ann.
From
Congratulations.
the Eagle Cement team. Congratulations, Jacob. Now we go to the Bridgestone Smooth Finish Award. This would have been great when he proposed on stage, but he still gets it.
I think this is his second, of course.
Poland.
Poland Dumlao.
All right, Barangay Dumlao, make some noise in the comment section. Yes! Bridgestone Adrenaline Driver Award goes to
Daryl Garbus.
And now we move on to our next special award, the OMP Overall Team Award. You cannot argue with this, or you'd have to take it to the Supreme Court and still lose.
Of course, the Avengers Racing Team.
What a dominant performance from them. And now we move on to ourselves. Hi, everybody.
Hello. We are back. Congratulations to all our special awards and to all our winners, to all that went to the podium. I'm so proud of you guys. I'm so very happy that everyone's safe.
Yes.
Smooth race, clean race.
Clean race. And now we move on to announce our final circuit winners and results. So here we go. For race number 1, it is Hero Garbus. I'm not sure if it's Hero Giro.
Giro Garbus, I think. Giro.
Yeah, but sometimes he drives like a hero. So we have second place, Fabio Ide. And then in first place, top spot, Julia de Los Angeles. You want to take the next one?
Yes, for the race 1, for the sporting class, third place is Julian Tang. Second place, Inigo Anton. And of course, the first place is Jacob Ang.
There we go. That's a great result for him. And then in third place for race number 1 was Brian Ko, Estefano Rivera in second place, and then Red Diwa in first place.
And of course, race 2 for the promotional class, third place is Giro Garbes. Second place is Myla Alivia, and first place is Julia de los Reyes.
Now we'll move over to
De Los Angeles. Sorry.
That's okay. For the sporting class in race number 2 is Jacob Ang in third, Julian Tang in second, and Inigo Young Gun Anton in first place.
And for the second race, for the super sporting class, third place is Gerard Loy. Second place is Poland Dumlao. First place is Stefano Rivera.
All right, this brings us all the way to the promotional class for race number 3. It is Giro Garbes in third place, Myla Alivia in second place, and in first place, promotional class was Royce Sarmiento.
And for the third race, for the sporting class, third place, Joaquin Garrido. Second place, Julian Tang. And of course, first place, Enigo Anton.
And that is what an Avengers Lockout podium looks like. And in this one, it is super sporting class. It is third place, Brian Ko from Toyota Racing Dagupan. And then Jared Loy and Estefano Rivera in second and first place.
There you go.
There you go. Those are the results. Well, I don't know about you, Aubrey. You seem to be able to go on for miles and miles. But me, I think this is my checkered flag.
I know. Thank you so much, everyone. I had a blast. Of course, we want to say thank you to Boom.
Yes, we do. Without Boom, we wouldn't have that pit lane correspondent over there who did wonders for us. And I think he added an incredible dimension. Boom! Thank you, sir.
Hey, James. Hey, Aubrey. Thank you very much. Learned from both of you as usual. Your two different perspectives. I'm so happy to be here. The second leg again. Everybody's gone. So I got to celebrate with everybody else already with you guys too. So thank you for having me. And thank you, TMP, Toyota Motor Philippines.
And it looks like we're losing light over there where Boom
yep,
is.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. I'm paying for this one already.
Well, thank you very much for all that you put in. It really is much appreciated. We appreciate you, Boom Gonzalez.
Appreciate that.
All right. Drive safely on the way home. So that pretty much wraps it up for all of us here. We'd like to also thank, of course, Toyota Motor Philippines for putting this together. All of the mechanics, the crew, all the teams, everybody that raced today. And, of course, our team behind the cameras over here, our production crew. Would like to give them a round of applause. It is no easy feat to put this together live, and I think they've done an exceptional job. So thank you very much. On behalf of all of us here, thank you very much for joining us. My name is James Deacon.
My name is Aubrey Miles. Good night. Thank you.
Drive safe, everybody.